Chapter 1 Will of Fire? Fooling Will. I didn't expect that after graduating from the normal school, I didn't become a teacher, but traveled through time to become a teacher. After sorting out his memories, Lee Muyo complained in his heart with some helplessness. He felt that he really had a deep relationship with the word teacher. In high school, he was considered a good student in the art class, so many classmates would ask him questions, and he was nicknamed Teacher Yu. Then when he applied for college, he slipped all the way to a normal university. Under the advice of his family, he chose the school's relatively strong normal major. Then, when he tutored his roommate in college, he was nicknamed Teacher Yu again. To everyone's surprise, when he graduated, Lee Muyo rebelled and passed the civil service exam directly instead of becoming a teacher. What he never expected was that on his first day at work, he just walked into the office door, and the next moment he traveled through time and became a new teacher who just walked into the office of the ninja school. The name of his current body is Hanyu Muyo. His first name is still Muyo, but his last name is different. Alas, this is not a safe world. There are too many psychopaths and paranoid perverts, and they are very strong. Muyo sighed in his heart. He casually observed the office, which was not much different from the office in his previous life, but the sharp kunai placed casually on the desk told him that this was no longer the peaceful country in his previous life. What made Muyo feel even more fucked up was that he was not only a teacher, but also a ninja of the root. He was originally an orphan raised by the root since childhood. The reason why he became a teacher in the ninja school was because of Danzo's order, asking him to observe and record the students of the ninja school and pay attention to whether there were geniuses. It's not a good place to be under the hands of the pot shadow. Just when Muyo was thinking about how to survive in this dangerous world, an emotionless mechanical sound suddenly sounded in his mind, and a transparent blue panel suddenly appeared in front of him. Teacher system started. Congratulations, you have successfully become a teacher Euro. Teaching students can earn rewards. The better the students are, the higher the rewards are. You can recruit outstanding students as apprentices for one-on-one teaching, and teachers can earn rewards if the apprentices grow in strength. P.S. Recruiting apprentices requires mutual approval, and you cannot recruit apprentices unilaterally. Muyo studied the blue panel. Now there are only two options on it. One is the personal template and the other is the master-disciple relationship. Muyo clicked on the personal panel. Name, Hanyu Muyo. Age, 18. Chakra, 4300. Skills, 3 body technique, fire style, great fireball technique, fire style, phoenix fire technique, instant body technique, Konoha fluid technique. Evaluation, the elite among the Chunin, a slightly more useful cannon fodder in war. After reading the somewhat heartbreaking evaluation, Muyo silently closed the personal panel and clicked on the master-disciple option. It was probably blank because there were no apprentices yet. Waiting for the bell to ring, Muyo remembered that she had a class in the first period, so she packed up her things and walked towards the classroom. Although she was a new teacher, Muyo became the head teacher of the freshman class because there were not many teachers in the ninja school. Muyo looked at the class list and saw several familiar faces. There were Mitarashi Redbean and Gangza Tetsujinzuki Izumo, 2 future Konoha gate gods. When she saw Uchiha Shisui's name, Muyo's eyes lit up. This man was an extraordinary genius. Since teachers can get rewards for increasing the strength of their disciples, the more talented the disciples, the better. Muyo adjusted her expression before entering the classroom and walked into the classroom with a smile as warm as the sun. The design of the classroom in the ninja school is somewhat special. Perhaps to make it easier for the students in the back row to see clearly, the height of the students' seats is higher than the other row, increasing upwards. Muyo's arrival made the originally noisy classroom fall into silence. After all, they were all 5 or 6-year-old children, and it was their first time to go to school. Most people were curious and awed by the existence of ninja teachers. Of course, there are some exceptions. For example, a purple-haired girl with a ponytail sitting in the first row said casually after Miyu came in. "Big brother, you are so pretty. Are you our teacher?" Miyu smiled and nodded and replied. "Yes, this pretty little classmate, I will be your future homeroom teacher." Hee. The purple-haired girl who was praised for her good looks immediately felt that this blonde male teacher was a good person. Other students felt relieved when they saw the interaction between the two. Although it was their first time to go to school, they had heard some relatives who went to school complain that the teacher was fierce. Miyu walked quickly to the podium and wrote her full name with chalk, then turned around and formally introduced herself. "My name is Hanya Miyu. From today on, I will be your teacher. Please give me more advice in the future." "Okay. Teacher, my name is Utmaki Anko." The purple-haired girl responded first. With Anko taking the lead, others also responded to Miyu, and Shisui followed suit. Miyu felt a little disappointed when he sensed the silent system. He thought he could accept Shisui as his apprentice in this way. After all, it was considered as acknowledging his teacher, but it failed due to a bug. Miyu did not show his inner emotions on his face. After everyone had introduced themselves, he pressed his hand and signaled everyone to be quiet. "Before the lecture, I will ask you a question. Do you know how Konoha came about?" The classroom became silent again in an instant. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing how to answer. Shisui, who had been educated by the clan, knew a little, but he was not a show-off and would not answer unless he was called. "It was built by people." Hongdu thought for a while and answered. "It was indeed built by people, but what you need to know is who built Konoha and why Konoha was established." Miyu did not deny Hongdu's words and continued to talk about it. Before the ninja village era, there was the Warring States period, where wars were constant. During that period, even children as old as you might have to take up arms and fight, and tragic wars could break out at any time. When talking about this cruel history, Miyu's voice became low, and he directly put the cruel reality of the Warring States period in front of the students. Perhaps it was because the children in the ninja world matured early, or perhaps it was because this was Konoha. Many children felt the heaviness of it, and even the atmosphere in the classroom changed. At this time, two families stood up. One was the Senju clan, and the other was the Uchiha clan. Miyu's tone changed slightly, from low to passionate. I know, the first Hokage Hashirama's surname was Senju." When Miyu mentioned Senju, the students below suddenly felt involved. They didn't know about the Warring States period, but they knew about Senju. When Shisui heard that everyone was paying attention to Senju and no one noticed Uchiha, he was a little disappointed. He didn't quite understand why. They were all the founding ninja clans of Konoha. In order to protect the younger generations of the family and so that the children would not have to fight with weapons in the future, the two clans worked together to create Konoha and attracted more ninjas to join, and finally ended the Warring States period, which led to the Konoha we have now. Where the leaves of Konoha dance, the fire will also continue to burn. The flames will continue to illuminate the village and let new leaves sprout. It is the struggle of our ancestors who are not afraid of sacrifice that has led to us today and the current ninja school. This selfless dedication, the spirit, is also the will of fire of our Konoha. After saying this, Miyu's expression was a little serious, as if he was still remembering his ancestors. He thought that Shisui should be interested in a teacher who is familiar with history and understands the will of fire. So Konoha came about like this? I must pay my respects next time I pass by the Hokage Rock. I will also become a ninja of the will of fire in the future and protect Konoha. The students below have already imagined the bloody battles of their ancestors to build their kingdom for them. They are all excited and want to learn from their ancestors. Shisui's eyes lit up, and he felt that this teacher seemed a little special, and began to have more interest in the next life in the ninja school. Originally, he heard from his elders that the clan taught in the ninja school had already taught it, and he was going to graduate early to help the police department. Now it seems that this is not entirely true. So do you know how many chakra attributes there are? 5. Water, earth, wind, thunder, and fire. The student from a ninja family answered quickly. Not entirely right, there are 7 types of chakra attributes. In addition to the 5 basic attribute changes of water, earth, wind, thunder, and fire, there are also 2 special attribute changes of yin and yang. Yu corrected with a smile. This kind of questioning and then correcting can leave a deeper memory for students. Then Yu began to talk about the basic knowledge of chakra, and from time to time she would tell a joke to amuse children to make the students laugh. Time passed quickly, and 4 classes passed in a flash. When the bell rang, Yu stopped and smiled. School is over, tomorrow we will talk about refining chakra. Yu announced the end of Get Out of Class very directly and gave a preview of the next class. When they heard Yu say that school was over, the students were stunned for a while, thinking that they had just started class. Why did they finish school? After careful recollection, it seemed that they had already finished class and started class 4 times. It was only because of Yu's guidance that they were serious and relaxed in class, so they didn't notice the passage of time. Refining chakra, I'm so looking forward to it. Hongdu couldn't wait to fast forward to tomorrow after hearing Yu's words. None of her family members were ninjas, so they had not been exposed to this kind of knowledge in advance. Isn't it interesting to go to class? My cousin actually lied to me that going to school was hard, and I told my aunt that he stole money to buy snacks when I got home. Gang Zisha looked indignant as if he was almost deceived. Wouldn't it be better if you just use this to threaten your cousin to give you the snacks? Shen Yu Chuyun next to him expressed his opinion. Gang Zisha instantly showed an expression of sudden enlightenment and patted Shen Yu Chuyun's shoulder, praising. Brother, good idea, if it works, I'll give you half of the snacks. Shisui looked at Yu who was about to leave the classroom, thought for a moment and stood up to follow him. Lecture completed, settlement made. Evaluation, A. Telling stories of predecessors to inspire students' sense of responsibility and enthusiasm, the lecture content is coherent and interactive, and students are highly satisfied. Reward settlement. Please read more, whether you can make a living from novels depends on this one. Chapter 2 on the advantages of orphans starting. Get reward perception ninjutsu. Complete teaching for the first time, get reward appraisal technique. Complete teaching rated A for the first time, get reward mastery of fire chakra nature change. Yu was a little surprised to get 3 rewards at once. He felt that there were suddenly many more memories in his mind, and the most of them were the memories of practicing fire chakra nature change. The memory was so real that Yu had the illusion that he was an old ninja who specialized in fire escape all his life. Teacher Hanyu, can I ask you a question? Shisui asked respectfully. After hearing Shisui's words, Yu, who was about to take another look at the panel evaluation, stopped and took Shisui to the back of the empty teaching building. He then used the perception ninjutsu to sense it, and found that there was no particularly strong chakra aura. Yu was relieved and smiled. Is it the part of the class that you didn't understand? Tell me. Shisui shook his head and said, it's not the content of the lecture, but I have a doubt. Teacher, you know that the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan jointly founded Konoha, but why do people only remember the Senju clan and rarely talk about the contributions of the Uchiha clan? Although he is a child, Shisui is very mature and sensitive. When he goes out with his elders, he can sense the strange eyes of pedestrians on the street when they see the clan emblem behind them. They are all the heroes who built the village. Why is the Uchiha not only not mentioned for his contribution, but even seems to be hated by the villagers? Shisui doesn't quite understand. Looking at Shisui with a puzzled look, Yu secretly complained in his heart, what is the reputation of Senju Hashirama in Konoha, what is the reputation of Uchiha Madara in Konoha, can they be compared? You should have only read some history of the clan, right? Yu asked. Shisui nodded. The only history he can get in touch with now is the history given by Uchiha. The reason why it has become like this now, there are many things that happened, and it is difficult to explain clearly in a short time. Miyu showed a trace of embarrassment. Seeing Miyu was a little embarrassed, Shisui felt guilty, as if this problem was more complicated than he thought. He wanted to forget it, but Miyu spoke again. Forget it, if you have time after school, come and find me, let me tell you the history of this. Miyu sighed. After all, I should be considered to owe you a favor to the Uchiha clan, so just consider it as repaying the favor. Shisui was a little confused. Why did Miyu owe them a favor? So he asked directly. My parents were surrounded by the enemy in a war and were rescued by a ninja named Uchiha Jing. Although they died in the subsequent war, I always remember this life-saving favor. Miyu said with a grateful face. He was glad that his original body had become an orphan long ago, otherwise he would have less room to play. I have to admit that sometimes the dead are more useful than the living. Shisui's eyes widened, and an incredible expression appeared on his face. Uchiha Jing was his grandfather. He didn't expect that he and Miyu had such a fate. He had a very wonderful feeling. However, Shisui was not the kind of person who would repay a favor, so he didn't say anything, but just thanked Miyu. Before Shisui left, Miyu gave Shisui an appraisal. Name, Uchiha Shisui. Chakra, 500. Potential, SS. Evaluation, 6-path bloodline, suitable for practicing fire escape and illusion, great potential, recommended to accept as a disciple. Miyu walked to the office while sighing that he was indeed a tough guy who could open Susanoo with one eye. The 2 golden SS were so dazzling that even the system recommended accepting him as a disciple. Miyu opened his own panel again to check if the evaluation had changed. Name, Hanya Miyu. Age, 18. Chakra, 4300. Evaluation, proficient in the nature change of fire attribute chakra. Your strength is limited by your scarce chakra. If you can make up for this shortcoming, you can be called an elite among the Jonin. It seems that the mastery of the nature change of the fire attribute is stronger than I thought. Miyu felt that he might have underestimated the value of the word mastery. I thought it might just be equivalent to the knowledge of the nature change of a Jonin, but now, in terms of the nature change of fire attribute chakra, he might have reached the level of the 3rd generation. After all, he is a person who only knows the instant body technique, the 3 body techniques and some ordinary physical techniques besides 2 fire escape techniques. With this level, after receiving the reward, he can improve his chakra and reach the level of Elite Jonin. Elite Jonin must be at the level of Kakashi and Asuma at the beginning of the plot. Miyu was very happy with the great increase in strength, but when he thought of his identity as a root, Miyu was not happy anymore. First, he had the curse seal of the root on his body, which made him feel insecure, and second, Danzo, the old bidden, liked to let his men go to deliver him, which made him feel even more insecure. We have to accept some disciples quickly and improve our strength as soon as possible. Even if we can't reach the level of killing Danzo and leaving in style, we must have the ability to protect ourselves. Miyu set a short-term goal for herself. Miyu walked into the office and found 3 teachers sitting in the office, 2 men and 1 woman, complaining about their students. Miyu knew them all, because the teacher came in advance, and the original body had been to the school before and met some colleagues. Miyu gave each of them an appraisal. Name, Ikumi Yang. Chakra, 2000. Potential, C. Evaluation, a Chunin cannon fodder. The data of the 3 teachers are similar, and they are all identified as cannon fodder by the system. Oh, I'm so unlucky. How did the 4th grade 2nd class fall into my hands? I was originally in charge of a 3rd grade 1 class. Let me teach. How can I teach? 1 Might Guy and 1 Uchiha Obito, the 2 tails, are all in the 4th grade 2nd class. Ikumi Yang spread his hands helplessly. My family also arranged a blind date for me and asked me to meet the person tomorrow afternoon. There happened to be a class for the 4th grade 2nd class that afternoon. Find a teacher who doesn't have classes to help, or just ask for leave. Blind dates are more important. Ueda Aya suggested. At this time, Ueda Aya noticed Miyu coming in, and greeted him with a smile. Teacher Hanyu, how do you feel about your first class? Are the little tricks I taught you before useful? Miyu recalled that the enthusiastic female teacher was worried that he would be nervous for the first time as a new teacher, so she asked him to think about radishes and cabbages in his mind when he was teaching. Miyu politely replied, "Thank you, the little tricks are very useful, but after class, the students advised me not to be picky about food." Haha, Teacher Hanyu, you are really interesting. Ueda Aya smiled, thinking that Miyu was still in the mood to joke and must have spent the first time comfortably. Teacher Iktani, I don't have classes tomorrow afternoon. If necessary, I can help you take over. Miyu put the lesson plan on the desk and asked with a good-natured look. Unlike other teachers, Miyu wished that she had full classes every day, and there were Obito and Might Guy in class 2 of grade 4, so she had to go and see them. Ichia Yang showed a happy expression on his face, thanked him quickly, and said that he would definitely treat Miyu to a meal if he had the chance. In the Hokage's office, the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Miyu, who was talking about the will of fire in the crystal ball with a serious face, touched his goatee, and felt that this young man of the root was not bad, and was someone who understood the will of fire. Danzo thought he was hiding well, but in fact, some of the ninjas who were cultivated by the root but not on the root list had been known by the 3rd generation. It's just that the 3rd generation felt that Danzo was also cultivating strength for Konoha, and it would be fine if it wasn't too much. But the 3rd generation still attached great importance to the ninja school. Swa took a look in person, and surprisingly, the first lesson of this root ninja was about the will of fire, which established a sense of responsibility for students, which made the 3rd generation feel very good. Let's see how he performs next. If he is considered a talent, let him leave the root. Miyu's current performance alone is not enough for the 3rd generation to ask Danzo for him. Although Danzo's is essentially his, he still has to take care of his old classmates' feelings. Thinking of this, the 3rd generation stopped the telescope technique and began to process documents, preparing to inspect Konoha in the evening. After eating, Shisui began to look for Miyu's residence according to the location given by Miyu. Miyu's residence is in the southeast of Konoha, where buildings are relatively sparse. It is considered a remote area of Konoha and is far away from the main city. Thanks to the fact that there are relatively few buildings here, Shisui quickly found Miyu's home, a single-story wooden house located in a simple courtyard. As soon as Shisui entered the courtyard, he saw a scene that made him dumbfounded and shocked. Chapter 3 Teacher Miyu is a good person. After returning home, Miyu went to the bathroom and stuck out his tongue in front of the mirror. As Miyu expected, there was a black curse mark on his tongue, which was the seal of the tongue that every root member must have. If Miyu remembered correctly, the effect of this curse mark was that as long as he said something related to a specific matter, his whole body would be paralyzed and unable to move. The curse mark set by Danzo was naturally related to the information about him and the root, so that even if the organization members were captured or betrayed, they would not be able to leak the information. If that was all, it would be fine, and he didn't plan to leak the information about the root to anyone, but Miyu was worried that this curse mark could be actively controlled by Danzo, which would be equivalent to a fatal weakness being controlled. Miyu thought carefully and tried to find a way to crack the seal of the tongue from the original book. It seems that there is no other good way except Danzo's death. But after thinking about it, Miyu found that no one in the original work had cracked this curse. The people who the 3rd generation wanted to leave the root might be lifted by the 3rd generation's order. For the others, Danzo's death would automatically invalidate the curse. But Danzo is not the squishy AD in the MOBA game. He will die suddenly in a group fight without worrying about it. Danzo, this old shady guy, cherishes his life very much. He usually stays in the root base and doesn't go out. He may also carry resurrection coins with him. It's really hard to deal with him. Miyu thought about his current strength and temporarily gave up the idea of killing Danzo. I can only go to Orochimaru or study it myself. Miyu found that he had only two choices at the moment. In fact, it can only be regarded as one choice, because Orochimaru's line is temporarily unavailable. Miyu glanced at the time and felt that it was about time, so he activated the perception ninjutsu and sensed Shisui approaching. Miyu walked out of the door and into the courtyard. Shindo Danzo trusted the original owner quite a bit. He launched the perception ninjutsu many times, but he didn't sense any root ninjas monitoring him. When he felt that Shisui was about to come in, Miyu quickly formed a seal and burst out chakra with all his strength, instantly creating a huge 8-meter-high fireball, which directly turned the training wooden man in the courtyard into ashes, and also turned a large area off ground into scorched land. Shisui, who had just walked into the courtyard, happened to see this shocking scene and was shocked by Miyu's fire escape attainments. Although the Great Fireball is only a sea-level fire escape ninjutsu, the level of ninjutsu is only determined by the difficulty of ninjutsu training. Many Uchiha senior ninjas like to use the Great Fireball very much. But Shisui is very sure that even if the senior ninjas of his family use the Great Fireball, they will definitely not have such power, because they cannot convert a large amount of chakra into flames in such a short time. Teacher Hanyu, I'm sorry to disturb your practice. Shisui, who came to his senses, apologized quickly. It's okay. I just finished it. Miyu took a long breath and smiled as she invited Shisui into the room. In fact, the current situation of Uchiha has a lot to do with your former clan leader Uchiha Madara. Miyu poured 2 glasses of water, handed one to Shisui, and took one in her own hand, and began to tell the story of Uchiha. You should know that Uchiha Madara rebelled, right? Shisui nodded. The clan history says that the clan leader left Konoha. If it was really just leaving, it wouldn't be like this. Miyu told Shisui that if Hashirama hadn't been so powerful, Konoha might have been destroyed by Uchiha Madara. Shisui fell into silence. But Miyu told Shisui that things were far from over. This incident caused the second-generation Hokage Senju Tobirama, who didn't like Uchiha, to be more afraid of Uchiha, so after becoming Hokage, he formulated many policies specifically for governing Uchiha. These policies aroused the dissatisfaction of the Uchiha Hawks, and they had the idea of seizing power by force. Finally, they were discovered by the Anbu and imprisoned. These series of events eventually led to the negative reputation of the Uchiha gradually covering up their past merits, and they were disliked by the villagers. So many things happened. Shisui found that he thought things were too simple. In fact, there are also Uchiha who try to change this situation, such as Uchiha Kagami, who is the most successful one. Miyu led the topic to Uchiha Kagami. Then Mr. Hanyu, what kind of person do you think Uchiha Kagami is? Shisui suddenly became curious about what image his grandfather had in Miyu's eyes. He had never seen his grandfather in person, but heard from other clan members that he had heard a lot about powerful and talented ninjas. An Uchiha with the will of fire, he turned himself into a bridge to connect Uchiha and Konoha and ease the conflict between the two sides. Miyu thought for a while and said. Although there were no boastful words in Miyu's words, Shisui thought it was the best and most appropriate evaluation he had heard so far. I want to be an Uchiha like my grandfather. Shisui's eyes were firm, but he didn't realize that he called him grandfather directly. Grandfather. Miyu looked at Shisui with some doubt. Shisui realized his slip of the tongue. He just didn't want to repay a favor, and he didn't have a guilty conscience, so he admitted it directly. Teacher Hanyu, you don't have to care too much about the so-called favor. If you have time, go to my grandfather's tomb to pay tribute. I think he should be very happy. Shisui said. How can I not repay the favor of saving my father and mother? How about this, Shisui, are you willing to become my disciple? Miyu asked. Shisui understood Miyu's meaning, and he felt that this was too bad for Miyu. But he didn't want to see Miyu, a kind person who knew how to repay kindness, in trouble. In addition, Shisui felt that it was indeed good to be a disciple of a teacher as knowledgeable and powerful as Miyu. Finally, Shisui nodded and shouted, "Teacher Miyu! Do you want to establish a master-disciple relationship with Uchiha Shisui?" The system pop-up window came out immediately, and Miyu chose yes without hesitation. This was the genius disciple he had fooled with great difficulty. Relationship established successfully, current trust level 2, unlock disciple cultivation, return to master and teaching and returning. Miyu took a look at the introduction and was instantly surprised. Disciple cultivation return to master means that his disciples become stronger in cultivation, and he will also become stronger. The higher the trust, the more feedback. Trust level 2 is double return. If Shisui increases 1 chakra, he can add 2 points. Teaching and returning means that he gives Shisui something, and the system will randomly give him a reward. The higher the trust level, the better the reward, and it is limited to once a day. Miyu thought for a moment, and took out a booklet and handed it to Shisui. It contained the manual for the practice of changing the nature of fire chakras that he had written in the afternoon. He had originally planned to find a suitable time to give it to Shisui to improve his impression, but now he wanted to try the function of returning the apprenticeship. This is the manual for the practice of changing the nature of fire chakras that I summarized myself. You can take it back and read it. I will check your practice results regularly. As a teacher, I am very strict and will not relax the requirements because of a favor. Miyu said quite seriously. Shisui became stronger, but he could double his strength. Miyu felt that he had to supervise Shisui's practice. Thank you, Teacher Miyu. I will practice seriously. Shisui thanked him seriously after taking the booklet from Miyu. Shisui did not think there was anything wrong with Miyu's strict requirements. Instead, it proved that Miyu really regarded him as a disciple, not just as a way to repay his grandfather's kindness. You gave the disciple the nature change training manual. Since the disciple is very grateful for the reward of critical hit, he obtained the Ninjutsu Fire Style, Great Dragon Fire Style, Experienced Level. The moment Miyu received the reward, a large section of his memory of practicing the Great Dragon Fire Style appeared in his mind, as if he had practiced this ninjutsu thousands of times. The Great Dragon Fire Style is a B-level fire style ninjutsu. Compared with the Great Fireball, the Great Dragon Fire Style does not focus on the range, but focuses more on flexibility. It can freely control the fire dragon to attack the enemy. After mastering it, the seal can be simplified into one, and multiple fire dragons can be released at the same time. Since the system directly gives the skilled level, Miyu now only needs to make one seal to instantly release 3 fire dragons. The look in Miyu's eyes when looking at Shisui is no longer looking at him. It is an inexhaustible gold mine, the kind that can explode gold coins every day. Miyu noticed that it was getting dark outside, so he said, "It's getting late. I'll take you home. Don't let your family worry." "Thank you, teacher. I can walk back slowly. I'm alone at home now." Shisui waved his hand and said. He felt that he had troubled Miyu a lot today and didn't want to waste Miyu's time anymore. Hearing Shisui's words, Miyu remembered that Shisui's parents seemed to have never appeared. They must have died not long after giving birth to Shisui. Only then did he realize that the master and apprentice couldn't even find a parent. It was also amazing. "But my uncle will come to take care of me from time to time," Shisui explained for fear that Miyu would worry. Miyu nodded and didn't force to send him home. Today was just the first day he met Shisui, and there would be many opportunities to improve his impression in the future. On the way home, Shisui flipped through the training booklet that Miyu gave him, and then recalled the fire escape ninjutsu he saw when he entered the yard, and he became more curious about Miyu. As a famous prodigy in the clan, and with his grandfather being Uchiha Kagami, Shisui has come into contact with many Uchiha masters, and his vision is far beyond that of other peers. He felt that Miyu should not be a chunin with his strength, and it was strange for him to be a teacher in the ninja school. Ninja schools do not need such strong teachers, and the ninjutsu only teaches the three-body technique. Miyu looked at Shisui, who was gradually going away, and he was looking forward to tomorrow more and more. Tomorrow he has classes in the morning and afternoon, and he wonders what rewards he can get. In the afternoon, there are classes in Might Guy and Obito's class. What will the two of them have? Level potential. Chapter 4: Might Guy and Obito's potential. Brother, how is the situation? Not good. My hateful cousin actually threatened me that if I tell him about his affairs, he will tell the neighbors my Hawaii about my bedwetting when I was 3 years old. Gang Zisha gnashed his teeth and denounced his cousin's evil deeds. How could their affairs involve the neighbor's little Mai Hawaii and destroy his glorious image? It's really hateful. I have a plan. Taking advantage of being young, I go to your cousin's house and mess up your cousin's room under the pretext of playing. Although it is you who messed it up, if it is not cleaned up in time, your cousin will be the one who suffers in the end. If this happens a few times, how dare he be arrogant? Kamizuki Izumo thought about it and came up with another clever plan. Gang Zisha's eyes lit up immediately, indicating that with the advice of brother Izumo, he would be as invincible as the first-generation Hokage with the advice of Tobirama. If he succeeds, he will definitely treat him to snacks. As soon as Miyu walked into the classroom, she heard the conversation between the two talented people and couldn't help but smile. Start the class. Miyu walked to the podium and started the class directly. Chakra is the prerequisite for us to launch ninjutsu. It is produced by the combination of physical energy and mental ability. Most of the students in the audience listened very seriously. After all, this is the most important foundation. While explaining, Miyu occasionally released chakra in person for everyone to feel. During the process of explaining, she also tried to insert jokes and stories to make the class not boring, and asked questions to deepen memory. Soon, the 4 classes were about to end. When the class was about to end, Miyu looked at Hongdu, who was smiling and asking questions constantly, and gave her an appraisal. Name: Mitarashi Hongdu. Potential: A. Miyu thought about it and gave all the students in the classroom an appraisal. Name: Gang Zisha. Potential: B. Name: Shenyu Chuyun. Potential: B. Miyu was surprised to find that, apart from Shisui, there were only 4 students in the whole classroom who reached B or above. In addition to the 3 of Hongdu, there was only 1 student he had no impression of who was also B, and the others were all C, some were C+, some were C, and some were even D. From this point of view, Shisui's talent was too strong, and he left everyone else behind. Hongdu's potential was also a bit beyond Miyu's expectations. He remembered that Hongdu was not very strong in the original work, but the potential identified was several levels higher than the 2 gate gods. However, Miyu had no idea of accepting Hongdu as his apprentice for the time being. He could not accept unlimited apprentices. There were only 4 apprentice quotas at present, 1 was taken by Shisui, leaving only 3. Although lowly Hongdu was very cute, Miyu said that he was still handsome. What was the use? Would Danzo let him go because of this? Obviously not. Lecture completed. Settlement. Evaluation: A. Reward: multiple shadow clone technique. This ninjutsu is not bad, but it's a pity that it doesn't work for me now. Miyu thought to herself. As the ninjutsu used by the protagonist Naruto from beginning to end, multiple shadow clone is naturally a very practical ninjutsu. If you have enough chakra, it will be very useful in both combat and training. But what Miyu lacks now is chakra, so there is nothing she can do. After dinner, I walked into the office, and several teachers were giving advice to Ikumi Yang, who was about to go on a blind date. A tall and thin male teacher reminded. Before meeting, you must dress up well and dress formally, don't let people think you are a sloppy person. Shujinto, you underestimate me. Although I have never been in love, this is common sense. Ikumi Yang replied confidently. I think the most important thing you need to pay attention to is not to brag like this when chatting. Ueda Aya shook her head and said, as if she had foreseen the final outcome. Just wait and see what happens to Ueda. Seeing that Ueda actually looked down on him, Akatani Yang immediately made a harsh remark. Yeah, I'll wait and see. Ueda responded perfunctorily, and immediately started a conversation with Miyu after noticing that Miyu had come in. Teacher Hanyu, you are so great. I took a look when I passed by your class today. I felt that the atmosphere was very good. I can't believe that this is your first time as a teacher. Miyu shook her head and said modestly, no, it's all because of your experience and obedient students. Although she knew that this was a modest remark, who doesn't like to be praised? Ueda smiled, and then shared some of her snacks with Miyu. Akatani Yang instantly felt what it meant to be treated differently when he saw this. He and Ueda had been colleagues for 2 years and had never eaten her snacks a few times. After complaining about Ueda in his heart, Akatani Yang quickly greeted Miyu. If this time is successful, he will remember Miyu's favor as a substitute teacher for the rest of his life. Miyu responded to everyone with a smile, and after chatting for a few words, she picked up the pen and ink she had prepared in advance and began to practice calligraphy. Practicing calligraphy in his spare time was one of the few good habits in his previous life, which he developed after taking calligraphy classes in college. The time at noon in the ninja school was relatively short, and there was no time to find a place to practice. When it felt like class was about to start, Miyu packed up and went to the classroom to prepare for class. Ding-ling-ling. When the bell rang, Miyu just happened to walk into the classroom of Class 2, Grade 4. Hey, isn't Mr. Ikumi teaching Konoha history this afternoon? A student asked when he saw that it was not Mr. Ikumi who walked in. Mr. Ikumi has something to do this afternoon, so I'll take the class this afternoon. Miyu walked to the podium to explain. As soon as Miyu finished speaking, a hurried figure rushed into the classroom. Who, teacher, I'm sorry, I met an old lady on the way and helped her, so I'm late. Obito put his hands on his knees and panted and explained. Sit down and listen to the class. Miyu nodded and said, then glanced at the students and identified them all. Name, Nohara Lin. Chakra, 300. Potential, A. Name, Might Guy. Chakra, 600. Potential, S. Evaluation, suitable for practicing physical skills, recommended to accept disciples. Name, Uchiha Obito. Chakra, 650. Potential, S. Evaluation, 6 paths bloodline, sometimes spatial talent, recommended to accept disciples. The 4th grade Class 2 is similar to his 1st grade Class 1. In addition to these 3 acquaintances, only one Uchiha Taihuo has A-level potential, and the others are basically C-level and D-level. After looking at their talents, Miyu asked about their progress in class and began to teach. For students who are used to teachers who read from the textbook, teachers like Miyu gave them an unexpected surprise. Obito said directly, Teacher Miyu, you are so good at teaching, much better than other teachers. If you teach me in the future, I will definitely pass. I will tell Teacher Ikutani about your lateness. Miyu said with a smile. He is different from other teachers in the ninja school. He has systematically learned how to be a teacher. Obito's face was bitter and he begged for mercy. Ikutani Yang was their class teacher. Obito's actions before and after added a bit of joy to the class. During the big break, Miyu activated the perception ninjutsu, and after confirming that there was no problem, he called Might Guy and Obito out. There is another chapter in the evening, but the time is not yet determined, you can read it tomorrow. Hearing Muyu's words, even Obito, who was relatively carefree, lowered his head in embarrassment. It's not that I don't want to learn, but the questions are too difficult to understand. Why do you have to lock up those animals together to count how many there are? Obito tried to quibble. Seeing Obito like this, Muyu recalled the time when he studied mathematics in high school. He could only say that fortunately his major did not require advanced mathematics. But Muyu knew that it was actually Obito's problem, because the mathematics taught in the ninja school was the simplest one, and there were relatively few courses, not even as many as history. But you are not only bad at mathematics, you are not good at history and ninjutsu theory. Muyu shook his head and said. What's the use of knowing all that history? Isn't it all in the past? Obito thought that the history class should be cancelled. Mathematics might still be used when buying vegetables, so what's the use of history? I think so too. Might Guy nodded as if he really couldn't memorize all that history. You have to talk to the third generation about this. He is the principal of the ninja school. Muyu said that what he said did not count in this regard. But it's not a good idea for you to go on like this. It's not good for either Mr. Ikea or you. Do you have any secrets for exams, Mr. Hanyu? Obito looked at Muyu expectantly. Might Guy also looked at Muyu excitedly. If he didn't really know how to do it, who would want to be the last one? It is indeed the secret of the exam, that is to practice questions, practice while reading. Muyu said his secret. With the intensity of the exam in the ninja school, he only needs to use a little of his previous life's test experience to pass easily, because the ninja school exam is considered a pass as long as you get half of the class average score. Practice questions. The two looked confused and didn't understand. You can treat this as special training for the exam, and if you pass the exam, I will give you a reward. Muyu said with a smile. What reward, a dango? Obito asked curiously. I can teach you ninjutsu or taijutsu, in short, I can guide you in your practice. Muyu replied. Really? The two of them stared with their eyes wide open, unable to believe that such a good thing would fall from the sky. The premise is that you can pass the exam in a month. Muyu reminded. Is this youth? I'm excited. Might Guy was a little excited. I'm sure you can pass this time. Obito made a promise. Looking at the two people who had been mobilized, Muyu nodded secretly in his heart. High-level hunters often appear as prey. They both felt that they had made a lot of money. They got the secret of passing the exam and were rewarded with training guidance. And Muyu only needed to become their teacher in the special training process to make a lot of money. Even if the two of them still failed in the end, it would be okay. Muyu could say that seeing how hard you worked, it would be a shame not to give you a reward. Maybe you could even get some more favor. The reason why he didn't fool them into accepting him as a disciple like he did with Shisui was that the background was not suitable and it was not easy to talk about repaying a favor. Second, Muyu only came to teach once and could not maintain contact for a long time. If he was the class teacher, it would be easier to operate. After finalizing the special training with the two, Muyu took them back to the class. Obito, what did Mr. Hanyu ask you to do? Didn't punish you? Nohara-rin asked with some concern. How could it be a punishment? Mr. Hanyu is so nice. He taught me the secret of the exam. Obito immediately vindicated Muyu. As long as Muyu can help him get rid of the title of the last one, Obito can become the first moonblow in the ninja school. Lin, you should listen to the class more seriously, don't let me surpass you in the next exam. Obito laughed. It would be great if you could really surpass me. Nohara Lin looked at the timid Obito and smiled helplessly. Although she couldn't get the first place, she was also ranked in the top. After the class bell rang, Obito showed an unprecedented serious attitude. This time he must pass the exam. He has already started to study what ninjutsu to learn. Nohara-Lin was a little surprised to see this scene, thinking that Obito was serious this time. 3 minutes later, looking at Obito lying on the table, Nohara-Lin could only say that Obito was still the Obito she was familiar with. At this time, a chalk head drew a beautiful parabola and hit Obito's head. Obito looked around blankly, saw Miyu's face, saw Nohara-Lin's face, saw Might Guy who was writing furiously, thought of what he said 3 minutes ago, couldn't help but blushed, lost sleepiness. After the episode of Obito sleeping, the rest of the class was finished smoothly. Lecture completed. Evaluation, A. Award, Konoha Whirlwind. This time the reward is not a ninjutsu but a taijutsu, and it is developed by the future Might Guy. This taijutsu looks simple, just a kick, but Miyu, who has already learned it, found that it is not as simple as imagined. The kicking posture, muscle burst, and chakra burst all require skills. Miyu was worried that he would have nothing to teach Guy, so he was very satisfied with this reward. After school, Miyu wandered in the forest south of Konoha, looking for a place suitable for training. After all, he still has a root identity, and Danzo must know the location of his home. According to Danzo's dislike for Uchiha, he knew that Miyu taught Shisui ninjutsu without reporting it, so he suspected that Miyu had betrayed him. Although there is a perception ninjutsu, it can't be turned on all the time, and the chakra doesn't support it. So Miyu planned to take Shisui to practice outside in the future. Finally, Miyu found a small river with a good environment and it was also remote, suitable for practice. Miyu wrote down this place and went home. Facts have proved that Miyu's caution is not in vain. After he entered the yard, he found a ninja wearing an animal mask standing in the yard. Chapter 6 Sick Danzo. Yeah, this is the latest instruction from Danzo. The root organization ninja handed Miyu a scroll. Miyu nodded and took the scroll. Ya was his code name in the root. The two did not communicate much. After the root organization ninja handed the scroll to Miyu, he quickly left. Miyu was a hidden chess piece of the root. It would be bad if he was discovered by the Anbu if he had too much contact. Before the root ninja left, Miyu gave an appraisal. Name, Hiramiswaro. Potential, B. Chakra, 7000. Evaluation, a capable jonin. Looking at the 7000 chakra, Miyu couldn't help but feel envious. He didn't even have 5000, and he was 5-6-year-olds behind Shisui. After the perception ninjutsu could no longer sense the root ninja, Miyu walked into the room and opened the scroll to see what the latest order Danzo had issued. Uchiha Shisui in your class is a genius of the Uchiha clan. Pay attention to his actions, confirm his character, and evaluate him. After reading it, Miyu was a little emotional. Danzo's fear of Uchiha was really close to pathological. Shisui is only 6 years old this year and has just started ninja school. For such a child, just because he has a little reputation as a genius in the clan, Danzo asked him to pay attention to and evaluate him. Of course, it is not ruled out that Danzo has ideas about Shisui and wants to pull him to the root. However, Miyu didn't think Danzo's idea could be realized. The third generation would let Danzo know who is the Hokage. The third generation could tolerate the existence of the root organization, but could not tolerate the existence of an overly powerful root organization. The upper limit of a genius Uchiha is too high. God knows how far he can grow. So the genius Uchiha should either stay in the Uchiha clan or join the Anbu. After reading it, Miyu destroyed the scroll with fire escape. This new instruction is still within Miyu's acceptance range. In fact, even if Danzo did not send someone specifically, Miyu would report that Shisui is a genius when reporting. Because Miyu felt that with Danzo's attention to Uchiha, it was meaningless to hide it, and it would only bring trouble to himself. Miyu split a shadow clone and let the shadow clone practice ninjutsu, while his original body began to practice to improve chakra. Currently, chakra is his biggest shortcoming. Even if he has learned more ninjutsu and is proficient in it, it is difficult to exert its power without sufficient chakra. No matter how strong a ninja with less chakra is, it is limited. No matter how weak a ninja with more chakra is, it is not too weak. It can be said that chakra determines the upper and lower limits of a ninja. The next day, because he didn't have classes this morning, Yu took this time to come to the information room of the ninja school. He had to sort out the test papers of the 4th grade exams in recent years. Since the process was smooth, he also found the 1st grade. His main purpose was to recruit disciples, but it was not a lie to improve the theoretical scores of the two. Yu studied it and found that the questions in the exams every year would not be too different. Each question was of the same type, with different wording or data. Some papers even had the same questions. Yu nodded and was sure that the two would pass. He felt that there was no need to practice questions. Just let the two do the papers from the previous 2 years. It should not be a problem to pass. After taking a few papers, Yu left the reference room and went to the office. She was listening to me all the time yesterday. It was obvious that she was very interested in me. Is there a possibility that she simply didn't want to talk to you? When she paid yesterday, she took the initiative to ask for an equal share. She was already thinking about me. Is there a possibility that she was afraid that you would make another appointment under the pretext of one person treating each other once? As soon as Yu entered the office, he saw Ueda Aya arguing with Ikegani Yang. Yu looked at Kimura Sugito, who was watching the show next to him. Didn't Yang go on a blind date yesterday? He was just talking about his blind date and wanted us to help him come up with some ideas on how to pursue her, but Ueda felt that his blind date wasn't interested in him and advised him to find another one. Kimura Sugito briefly introduced the cause of the incident. Teacher Hanyu, you came at the right time. Do you have any special skills to pursue girls? Seeing Yu coming, Ikegani Yang asked hurriedly without bothering to argue with Ueda Aya. He thought Yu looked like someone with many girlfriends. Special skills, I think as long as the other person can feel your sincerity, it should be enough. Yu thought for a while and said. Whether there are skills or not is another matter. If there are, Yu will not tell Ikegani Yang. That is not what his character should have. Sincerity. Ikegani Yang showed a troubled look. How can he make the other person feel this thing? Give up, Ikegani. Don't you see what teacher Hanyu looks like? His useful skills may not be useful to you. Ueda Aya said faintly. How is that possible? I admit that Mr. Hanyu is a little more handsome than me, but not that much. Ikegami said unconvinced. You really won't turn back until you hit the wall. Ueda Aya looked at Ikegami with a headache. She herself is a woman, don't you know women? After listening to Ikegami words, she knew that this blind date was in vain, but Ikegami refused to believe it. Come on. Yu encouraged with a smile. What else could he say? Ueda Aya, as a friend, couldn't persuade him. And Yu really hoped that Ikegami would be busy so that he could go to the 2nd class of the 4th grade to substitute again. Teacher Yu is still good at vision. Ueda, just wait and see. With Yu's encouragement, Ikegami became more confident. During the afternoon class, Yu made a little attempt. He deliberately lowered the quality of the lecture. He speculated from the previous system comments that the lecture score should be divided into 2 parts, one is the quality of the lecture content, and the other is student satisfaction. He wanted to get a B-level evaluation, because there was an extra reward when he got an A-level evaluation for the first time. By analogy, there should be an extra reward for the first B-level evaluation. Lecture completed, settlement in progress. Evaluation, B. Get reward, chakra plus 20. First time completing a B-rated teaching, get reward proficient in chakra form change. A lot of memories of his practice of chakra form change suddenly appeared in Yu's mind. Miyu was a little surprised. In the chakra system, form change can exist in parallel with property change, and both can effectively strengthen ninjutsu. Although form change is only proficient but not mastered, it is not limited to chakra attributes. Speaking of form change, we have to mention the raise nan that Naruto rubbed from beginning to end. Raise nan can be called the representative ninjutsu of form change, and it has great power without adding property change. We can develop raise nan now. Miyu is going to develop this useful A-level unprinted ninjutsu by himself. With the detailed practice process in the original book and his knowledge of form change, the process should not be too difficult. The chakra given by the B-level evaluation also made Miyu consider more about future classes. She felt that she could get some B-level evaluations in the future. It was not much at a time, but it would add up. After adding the development of raise nan to her schedule, Miyu found that her life was now very fulfilling. Usually, she attended classes during the day, instructed Shisui in the evening, practiced ninjutsu at night, and gave special training to Might Guy and Obito on weekends. Her schedule was full. Miyu really wanted to keep this peaceful life and develop steadily for a few years. Unfortunately, he didn't travel to a good time, so it was destined to be difficult for him to enjoy a quiet life. On the fourth day after Miyu traveled to the ninja world, a not-so-good news came back to Konoha from the front line. There is still one chapter after 8 o'clock. Chapter 7: The Cloud of War. Frictions on the front line escalated, conflicts broke out, and the Cloud Village sent ninja troops to enter the hot spring country bordering the fire country, and the figure of the Eight Tails Jinchuriki was suspected to have appeared. When he heard the news, Miyu knew that the Third Ninja World War was not far away. Or it has already begun, but it has not yet fully erupted. As a root ninja, the original body still knows a little more than ordinary ninjas. Since Baya committed suicide last year, the ninja world has begun to surge undercurrents. Whether it is Cloud Village, Rock Village, or Sand Village, they are all ready to move. When Miyu was just a cartoonist, he only thought that Baya was no different from other famous strongmen. But after he accepted the original owner's memory, he understood the value of the title of Baya. Others become famous because they have tied or won against a well-known strongman, but White Fang is different. He is famous for killing, with extremely high killing efficiency. Holding a chakra short knife, he directly turns into a ruthless mowing machine on the battlefield. No matter whether you are a genin or a jonin, a flash of white light will kill you directly. It is not that White Fang's strength has surpassed everyone else and is the strongest in the ninja world, but his fighting style is particularly suitable for bullying. Anyone weaker than him can be easily killed by him in seconds. Seeing that Konoha has lost such a strong general, other ninja villages will naturally covet it. Especially the Hidden Cloud Village and the Hidden Rock Village, because these two ninja villages suffered little loss in the Second Ninja World War, and now they feel that they have the strength to challenge the first place. Those hateful Hidden Cloud ninjas, can't they be more quiet? It feels like there will be another war. Ueda I aside. If Lord White Fang was still there, they would definitely not dare to be so arrogant. Iketani Yang said with some indignation. It's okay. We still have the third generation in Orochimaru. We will definitely win like before. Kimura Sujito wanted to liven up the atmosphere. If a war breaks out, will our teacher also receive combat missions? Miyu asked the question that concerned him most. He didn't want to leave the ninja school. Although he could become stronger by training himself, it was not as good as cheating. It depends on the intensity of the war. If it is too intense, some teachers may be incorporated into various troops according to their specialties. Ueda I replied. Hearing Ueda I's words, Miyu could only pray to God Daezu in his heart, hoping to draw him later, or not draw him at all. Because the Third Ninja World War, Konoha fought with the other four major ninja villages, which can be said to be extremely intense. At that time, the power of the ninja school teacher will definitely not be let go. Miyu is not afraid of going to the battlefield. What he is afraid of is that he will go to the battlefield before he develops. The Third Ninja World War was extremely dangerous. First, the 5 major ninja villages fought desperately, and then Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu were secretly planning. Teacher Hanyu, you don't have to worry about this. We are the first ninja village. It is impossible for us teachers to go to the battlefield. Kimura Sujito has enough confidence in Konoha. I'm not worried about going to the battlefield. I just asked so that I can be prepared for the battle when the time comes. Miyu smiled. Although I didn't want to go, I couldn't say such words. Miyu stopped talking and started practicing calligraphy. He walked towards the first grade class until the bell rang. Miyu looked at the classroom from the door. The dark clouds of war did not affect the children's joy. The classroom was full of cheerful atmosphere. Brother, how is my trick? Has your cousin been subdued? 2 days have passed, and Shen Yuchiyun is curious about the results of Gang Zisha. Oh, don't mention it. Your plan is good, but my cousin is too cunning. After I acted according to your plan, he actually took the same action as me. Gang Zisha said with a depressed face. At the beginning, it was indeed very effective, and my cousin was scolded by my aunt, but what he didn't expect was that. Before he took the next step, his cousin directly used his own method to treat him. He was a child, and his cousin was only 1 year older than him, so he was also a child. The final result was that the two of them were scolded and beaten each other, and finally they could only stop fighting and jointly define this poisonous plan as a forbidden technique that could not be used. There is such a cunning person. Shinayu Chuiyun sighed. Your cousin is really cunning. I can't think of any strategy for a while. Shinayu Chuiyun said apologetically. It's okay, brother Chuiyun, you've given me a lot of ideas. Tell me about your troubles and I'll share them with you. Gang Zisha was ready to repay his kindness. I have a neighbor girl that I like very much, but I don't know how to get closer to her. Shinayu Chuiyun hesitated for a moment, but finally said it. It's easy. Just give her something she likes. Gang Zisha suggested. Shinayu Chuiyun thought about it and felt that it made sense. I saw that she often looked at my flower garden when she passed by my house. She must like flowers very much, and they don't seem to grow flowers at home. Then send flowers. She will definitely thank you very much. Gang Zisha said affirmatively. Ahem, let's start the class. Miyu coughed twice to remind everyone that the class had started. The originally noisy classroom suddenly became quiet, with only the sound of Miyu's lecture. Although they had only been together for 4 days, everyone liked Miyu, a teacher who taught in a relaxed and interesting way, and would listen to her consciously. Lecture completed. Evaluation, A. Reward, Water-style water array wall. Seeing the name of this ninjutsu, Miyu's mind flashed with information about the water array wall. This is a B-level water-style ninjutsu, and the effect is to create a wall of water in front. It is worth mentioning that Tobirama, the water array wall of Tobirama, is different from that of others. The water array wall of Tobirama directly draws a circle with 360 degrees to protect himself without dead angles. Checking the knowledge that suddenly appeared in his mind, Miyu found that he had mastered the nature change of water attribute chakra that he didn't know before. Miyu thought about it. If he didn't give him some knowledge of nature change, he couldn't use water escape at all. Miyu silently gave a thumbs up to the careful system. After school, Miyu took Shisui to the small river in the forest in the south where he had found a good training place. You have practiced well in the Great Fireball. Today I will teach you a new fire escape ninjutsu. Miyu said today's training plan. After speaking, Miyu clapped his hands and instantly opened his mouth to spit out 3 huge fire dragons. Under Miyu's control, the fire dragons turned a circle in the sky and then sank directly into the water, evaporating a large amount of river water, causing the river surface to roll out white water vapor for a while. Great Dragon Fire Technique. Shisui recognized what kind of fire escape this was at a glance. He had seen Uchiha Jonin perform this ninjutsu. It was because he recognized it that he was even more surprised, because Mu actually spit out 3 fire dragons in one breath, and only made 1 seal. Shisui became more and more curious about Mu's strength. "Watch it, I'll show you again." Mu knew that the effect she wanted was achieved when she saw Shisui's expression. "It was so unlucky that my phone fell into the water. I hope it didn't break." Chapter 8 Gold coins exploded. The difficulty of this ninjutsu lies in instantly compressing a large amount of chakra into the shape of a fire dragon. Mu demonstrated while talking to Shisui about the release techniques of the ninjutsu. It happened that Mu had recently obtained the skilled level of chakra form change, and Mu also told Shisui a lot about the operation of chakra form change. "I see, I roughly understand a little bit." Shisui nodded and prepared to give it a try. Shisui's palms flew quickly to complete the seal, the chakra in his body burst out, and then compressed to shape. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire Technique. Shisui opened his mouth and spit out a 1-meter-high fire dragon rushing towards the sky, spinning in the sky and sinking into the water. "Pa!" Mu smiled and clapped for Shisui and said, "I thought you might have to try a few times before you can succeed. It seems that I still underestimated your talent." Mu was really surprised. He didn't open the Sharingan to copy, and he learned a B-level ninjutsu all at once. It was too fast. Is this the value of S talent? It's teacher Mu who taught well. Shisui said modestly. He did not deny that he did learn things a little faster than ordinary people, but he also felt that Mu taught very seriously and well. Except for the first time when Mu pretended to be cool, she only used 1 seal. In the rest of the demonstrations, she used the complete seal and slowed down the speed to explain. "And now I can't say that I have learned it, I can only use it." Thinking about Mu's high long fire, Shisui felt that he was still a long way from learning it. He was far behind in both the size and number of fire dragons. "Then I will show you the high long fire technique that I have learned a few more times." Mu smiled. He was very satisfied with Shisui's modesty and diligence. Looking at the chakra increasing on the panel every day, he knew that Shisui was not idle when he returned. Time always passes quickly when you are serious. When Shisui was immersed in Mu's teaching, the sky had quietly darkened. When Shisui released the high long fire, he found that the fire was particularly bright, and then he realized that it was almost dark. He couldn't help but have a wonderful idea in his mind. Could it be that the gentle voice of teacher Mu was some kind of ninjutsu technique that could make people forget the passage of time? "Teacher, I'm going back." Shisui said goodbye to Mu and prepared to go home. "I have also summarized my experience in practicing chakra form changes recently. You can go back and read more." Mu took out a booklet and handed it to Shisui. Shisui paused for a moment, then took the booklet from Mu and bowed to thank him. Although he didn't say many nice words, Shisui respected Mu even more in his heart. He felt that Mu was an excellent teacher. Although they had only known each other for 4 days, Mu never kept anything back. The more important things were, the more they were taught to him first, and they never kept them for themselves. Looking at Shisui's departing back, Mu raised the corners of his mouth and smiled. He was indeed a great teacher. It is his strongest gold mine, and it has exploded with good stuff again. You gave the disciple the manual of form change training. Because the disciple is very grateful, he rewarded a critical hit and obtained the ninjutsu wind style, suppression, proficient level. A large number of techniques and methods for using wind style, suppression instantly appeared in Mu's mind, and he also had some knowledge of the changes in the nature of wind attribute chakra. Mu was very satisfied with this reward. The ninjutsu of wind style, suppression is very strong, and it is considered the top one in wind style. It has a large range and strong lethality, and can also fight with him, and the wind attribute change given by the system is also conducive to his development of the Raise Nan. Originally, he was going to develop the fire attribute chakra change of the Raise Nan himself. Since there is wind, he must develop the Rasen Shuriken first. After a few days of exploration, Mu has probably explored the mechanism of teaching and returning. The reward is affected by two aspects: one is the quality of the things he gives, and the other is the degree of gratitude of the disciple for the gift. The latter is more important. On the second day, he gave Shisui a string of snacks, and the system gave him 10 shuriken. On the third day, he gave Shisui the food he made by himself, and the system gave him 50 chakra points. They are all food, and the reward on the third day is obviously better, obviously because the third day is more thoughtful and Shisui likes it more. After figuring out the mechanism, Mu began to plan to make Shisui explode. He plans to look at Shisui's information when he goes to school tomorrow and check when Shisui's birthday is. The 5th day of traveling through the world of Naruto. Mu originally only had one class today, but a 3rd grade teacher in the office had something to do and needed someone to substitute for him. Naturally, Mu would not miss this opportunity to help others. In 2 classes, he gained 20 chakras in one class and a great fireball in another. This was the first time that Mu had obtained a ninjutsu that he knew, but what surprised him was that the repeated ninjutsu system directly increased the experience of practicing the ninjutsu. If it were a game, he should have gained a great fireball with 1 life, or a strong fireball with 1 more. Teacher Hanyu, you are too easy to talk to. If you are like this, other teachers will definitely ask you to substitute for your class. Ueda Aya said with some concern. Mu thought that if there was such a good thing, he would like it very much. We are all colleagues, it's okay, and I also like to teach students. Mu smiled. Ueda Aya didn't know what to say for a while, because she looked at Mu's expression and felt that Mu said this sincerely. She felt very dreamy. Is there really such a good person in the world? Substituting for classes without adding salary is equivalent to working for nothing. Time soon came to the weekend. The ninja school was similar to his previous life, with school on Mondays and Fridays and weekends off. Because of the previous agreement, at 8 o'clock in the morning, Mu took Obito and Might Guy to the place where he and Shisui practiced and began special training. Why do you have to get up so early during the holidays? Obito wailed on the desk that Mu had prepared in advance. Early? I think it's okay. Might Guy scratched his head, unable to empathize with Obito. Mu handed the papers prepared in advance to the two of them. This was the paper Mu made according to their teaching progress, because they had just been in class for 5 days, and they couldn't just use last year's monthly exam paper. And for the two of them, Mu didn't plan to let them solve the difficult problems. Just get the easy points, and passing is enough. Teacher Mu, this is. Not long after, Shisui, who was preparing for practice, also arrived. He saw Obito and Guy, who were struggling to do the papers, and his expression was very confused. They are 4th-year students. I am tutoring them. You can practice yours. It's okay. Mu explained. It was no coincidence that Shisui came here. He called him last night. As for the purpose, Mu thought that it would be interesting to see senior students doing boring papers while watching junior students practicing ninjutsu. Please give me some feedback, otherwise I thought it was a stand-alone game. Chapter 9 surprised Obito. Obito, who was doing the test, raised his head when he heard the two talking, and then froze. He recognized Shisui. The Uchiha clan lived together in the clan land divided by Konoha, so people of the same generation knew each other a little. After all, they were from the same family. Even if they hadn't met, they had heard of each other. For example, geniuses like Shisui often appeared in the mouths of elders in the identity of other people's children. It was hard not to know him. Obito was a little confused. Why did Shisui appear here, and he seemed to be very familiar with Miyu. Could it be that Mr. Hanyu is a distant relative of Shisui? Obito had an unreliable guess in his mind. Teacher, I'm done. While Obito was thinking about it, Might Guy next to him suddenly shouted with full energy. So fast. Obito was confused. He remembered that he didn't stop for long. Why did Might Guy suddenly say that he was done? Obito curiously looked over and saw that Might Guy had only done the first 3 multiple-choice questions, leaving the rest blank. Obito didn't know what to say for a while, because the whole test paper only had 10 questions, 4 multiple-choice questions and 6 answers. Although he didn't know how to do many questions, he would choose to fill the test paper a little bit to make it look better. Hearing Might Guy's words, Miyu came over and helped Might Guy check the right and wrong. He got 2 wrong, and only the first question was right. Sorry, teacher, Might Guy looked at the questions that Wei-san had done and got 2 wrong, and didn't know what to say for a while. It's okay. It's normal that you don't know how to do it. If you knew how to do it, you wouldn't need me to teach you. Miyu consoled with a smile. Don't be upset just because your score is low. Think about it from another angle. You have a lot of room for improvement. After all, it is much easier to improve from 5 points to 25 points than from 80 points to 100 points. After hearing Miyu's words, Might Guy's body was shaken. He had always been treated as the last and then left alone. For the first time, he received encouragement from someone other than his father. Teacher, you are right. I have a lot of room for improvement. Might Guy's momentum was instantly full. Might Guy listened to Miyu's explanation very seriously. Even if it was difficult to understand, he tried to understand it. Next was Obito. Obito filled in 6 questions, but only got 2 right. Miyu treated Might Guy the same way, comforting him first and then explaining the questions. After the explanation, Miyu took out 2 more test papers of the same type and handed them to the 2. There is more to do. Obito couldn't take his eyes off Shisui, who started practicing fire style. Fire style, great fireball technique. Shisui quickly formed a seal and instantly spit out a 2-meter-high fireball that flew towards the river. Looking at the huge fireball, Obito was very convinced and thought that he was worthy of being a famous genius in the clan. As an Uchiha, he also knew the classic ninjutsu of the Great Fireball. But his Great Fireball, in terms of size and power, could only be regarded as a small fireball compared to Shisui. Another genius like Kakashi. Although Might Guy didn't know Shisui, he looked at Shisui's figure and appearance, and he was only 6 or 7 years old at most. He was surprised that he could use such a powerful ninjutsu. This reminded Might Guy of Kakashi, whom he regarded as his nemesis. The ninja school is a 3-semester system. The first semester is from April to July, and then the summer vacation. The second semester is from September to December, and then the winter vacation. After the winter vacation, it is the 3rd semester. And Kakashi didn't even finish the 2nd semester, but he directly applied for early graduation and passed. His genius can be imagined. At this time, Shisui gave Might Guy the feeling that he was Kakashi of the same age. Then Shisui began to practice the Great Dragon Fire technique. Seeing that Shisui could actually do other fire escape techniques, Might Guy was even more surprised, because he had practiced the 3-body technique taught in school for 3 years, and he felt that he had learned it reluctantly. Watching Shisui controlling the fire dragon flying in the sky, Obito was also very envious. If he could do this, it would definitely impress Lin. It can be seen that the form change has made great progress compared to the first time. The speed of the fire dragon is a little faster. You must have practiced a lot when you went back yesterday. Miyu commented and praised. It is mainly because your training manual, Mr. Miyu, has helped me a lot. Hearing Miyu's praise, Shisui smiled and said, "Let me show you again." Miyu walked in front of Shisui, clapped his hands, and the chakra in his body quickly gathered and compressed, and instantly opened his mouth and spit out 3 huge fire dragons. Looking at the 3 huge fire dragons burning fiercely, Obito was a little dumbfounded. Last second, he thought Shisui's dragon fire was very cool, but after Muyu's dragon fire came out, Obito's opinion changed. It didn't seem like the two of them were performing the same ninjutsu. The fire dragon released by Shisui and the one released by Muyu were just like the difference between a snake and a loach. And why was the speed so fast? It felt like there was no seal. 3 huge fire dragons flew quickly in the sky, leaving lines of flames in the flight track, and finally formed a few big words in the sky. Don't look at it, do the questions quickly. Obito read the words in the sky, and then found that Muyu was looking at him with a nuclear smile. Obito was startled for a moment, and then explained. I just looked at the sky for a while because I was tired. He glanced at Might Guy with his peripheral vision, and found that Might Guy, who was watching with him, had instantly picked up a pen to do the questions, and his reaction was very quick. Have you seen enough now? Muyu asked. I have seen enough, I have seen enough. Obito also quickly picked up a pen and started to do the questions. After doing the questions for a while, Obito couldn't help but stop writing and asked, Teacher Hanyu, what is your relationship with Shisui? Teacher and disciple, what do you think it is? Muyu glanced at Might Guy's paper and answered. Hehe, I also think it's like master and disciple. Obito didn't say his unreliable guess at the beginning. Teacher Hanyu, if I pass the exam, can you teach me the ninjutsu you just used? Obito continued to ask. In his mind, he had already started to show off the new ninjutsu to Nohara Rin, in other words, he was ready to open champagne. Of course. Muyu nodded. Really? Obito looked surprised. Really? Teacher Hanyu, what physical skills have you mastered? Might Guy looked at Muyu with expectation. Although he also thought that Muyu, who released the Great Dragon Fire technique, was very handsome, but Might Guy had a clear purpose, he only practiced physical skills. Muyu didn't say anything, but walked to a big tree, concentrated his chakra on his feet, tightened his muscles, and then kicked out a whirlwind kick at a very fast speed. With a snap, the tree quickly fell to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Do you like this physical technique? Muyu retracted his feet and patted the dust, smiling and looking at Might Guy. Chapter 10 Muyu, yes, you guys are in luck. Looking at Muyu's extremely fast and clean whirlwind kick, Might Guy's eyes lit up instantly, and he felt that he had encountered the love technique in his dream, which simply satisfied all his fantasies about physical techniques. Simple, fast, powerful, and handsome. I like it, please be sure to teach me this when the time comes. Might Guy expressed his satisfaction with Konoha Whirlwind with great momentum. As long as you like it. Muyu nodded with a smile. Might Guy's reaction was within his expectations. After all, this physical skill was developed by Might Guy himself in the future, and he also developed a whole series, such as the Big Whirlwind, the Strong Whirlwind, and various Konoha Whirlwinds. It would be strange if he didn't like it. After getting Muyu's guarantee, Obito and Might Guy were very happy. They felt much better when looking at the test papers that usually gave them a headache. Look at me firing at full power. I must get more than 4 this time. Obito was so excited that he was ready to fight. Those who didn't know thought he was going to fight. I must get more than 3, otherwise I will run 500 laps around Konoha tonight. Might Guy was also determined to learn the Dream Love technique, and he directly used self-restraint. He planned to find Kakashi to compete with him after learning this physical skill to see how much his strength had improved. But the sudden enthusiasm was gone quickly. After doing a few questions, Obito understood a truth. If he was pushed to the limit, he might be able to release a bigger fireball, or throw 5 shuriken at the bull's eye in one breath, but he had no way to solve the problem even if he was anxious. He supported his head with one hand, and kept playing with the pen in various postures with the other hand. He was upset and even disliked the green leaves swaying in the wind, as if they were mocking him for not being able to solve the problem. Obito couldn't help but look at Might Guy next to him. Although he and Might Guy have been classmates for more than 3 years and have a common friend, Kakashi, they have never played together and their relationship is very ordinary. They are not strangers, but they can't be called friends either. They can only be called friends of friends, and they just happen to be classmates. When he thought of Might Guy, his first reaction was that he was the last one. Although he was also called the last one, Obito thought he was just a little biased. He was good at ninjutsu and shuriken throwing, but his theory was particularly poor. It's just that the other Uchiha were too good and excellent in all courses, which made him, an imperfect Uchiha, a last one. Might Guy is different. He is not good at theory and ninjutsu. He ranks last in most courses and is recognized as the last one. But at this time, Might Guy showed better patience than him. Even though he was scratching his head, Might Guy was still working hard to solve the problem. Obito thought of the lofty ambitions that Might Guy said when he was ridiculed. I believe that if I keep working hard like this, I will definitely become the strongest taijutsu ninja. Although Obito was not one of the people who laughed at him, he didn't think Might Guy could become the so-called strongest taijutsu ninja when he heard this. But now his thoughts have changed a little. It's hard to say whether he can become the strongest taijutsu ninja, but he should be much stronger than those who laughed at Might Guy. It might be nice to be friends with him, Obito muttered, so that they can deal with that hateful Kakashi together. Watching Might Guy doing questions non-stop, Obito also began to write furiously, racking his brains to think. Miyu looked thoughtful as he watched this scene. He didn't expect that these two people could produce such a chemical reaction together. Obito, who was originally impatient and couldn't sit still, was affected and could calm down to do the questions. In the future, similar methods can be used to stimulate Obito to practice. After the two finished, Miyu helped them to correct them. Obito got 3 correct, and Might Guy got 2 correct. Alas, it's still less than 4. I've tried my best. Obito lay on the table with a look of exhaustion. Run 500 laps in the evening. Might Guy added the punishment for failure to his exercise plan. Seeing this, Miyu comforted him, you are actually only 5 questions away from passing the exam, and you only took an hour to improve 1 question. Isn't it a lot better to think this way? Obito and Might Guy thought about it, and it seemed to be the case. Then passing the exam and ninjutsu were just around the corner. After comforting him, Miyu smiled and took out 2 more papers. Obito looked at the brand new test paper on the table, and then thought about the 3 weekends before the exam, and his eyes went dark. But he could only pick up the pen and continue to work hard, because if he gave up now, wouldn't it be a waste of time to do the previous papers. At this time, Shisui, who had recovered his chakra, started another wave of fire escape practice, and there were constantly fire dragons flying in the sky, attracting Obito's attention. Teacher Hanyu, after we learn your ninjutsu, are we considered your disciples like Shisui? Obito thought for a while and asked. If you want, then so be it. Miyu replied ambiguously. Hehe, since we will all be disciples sooner or later, why don't you teach us now, teacher? Obito showed his true intention and stated his purpose. Miyu cast a suspicious look. Although this was the result of his special layout, your Yan state map was too short. Obito patted his chest and assured, Teacher Miyu, I definitely don't want to learn, but I think these two can be done together. After saying this, Obito pulled Might Guy next to him and said, Guy, you mean it, right? Teacher, I think Obito is right. Might Guy also wanted to learn Konoha Whirlwind as soon as possible so that he could compete with Kakashi. What if you don't pass it by then? Miyu didn't rush to agree, but asked back. When the time comes, I'll do whatever you say, teacher. I'll listen to you. Obito was still confident that he would pass the exam. Me too. Might Guy nodded and added one. Is that so? Mu showed a tangled expression, as if he was still hesitating about something. Teacher Mu, just believe me. I will definitely study hard with you and won't embarrass you. Obito saw that there was a chance and continued to say. Me too. Might Guy also clenched his fist to guarantee. Well, I believe you can do what you say. After you finish this paper, I will teach you the Great Dragon Fire technique and Konoha Whirlwind. Mu looked convinced. Great, I know that teacher Mu is the best, and I will definitely not let you down. Obito said excitedly. He felt that today was really his lucky day. He improved his theoretical grades and got a great teacher for free. He made a lot of money. Teacher Mu, I will definitely work hard to practice your physical skills. Might Guy said seriously. He also felt lucky today, meeting someone willing to be his teacher and teach him physical skills. Do you want to establish a master-disciple relationship with Uchiha Obito? Do you want to establish a master-disciple relationship with Might Guy? Looking at the two pop-up windows, Mu smiled with satisfaction. Yes, you guys made a profit. Chapter 11 Small and Cute. Relationship established successfully, current trust level 2. Relationship established successfully, current trust level 2. Looking at the trust level of 2, Mu nodded secretly, and it was worth his trouble to disguise himself as a prey to seduce. Mu felt that the trust level was quite difficult to improve, and it should take time to grind. If it was trust level 1, the early benefits would be much lower. There are 2 disciples with potential of S or above, and they get skill teaching. Professor, the knowledge you impart is easier to absorb. A very simple and crude skill, but also very powerful, is to increase the effect of lectures and teaching. Mu tried it, and it was still a passive that could be turned on and off. However, for something that has no harm, Mu naturally chose to open it, unless one day Danzo saw that he taught well and asked him to teach at the root, then he would close it. The only thing that disappointed Mu was that the number of times he could get a reward for teaching a disciple did not increase with the increase in the number of disciples, and it was still 1 chance per day. He also thought that making some food for Shisui would increase 50 chakras. He made food for 3 disciples every day, and the minimum increase of 150 chakras per day was much faster than taking classes. It turned out that he thought too much. However, if there are 3 disciples, even if there is only 1 chance, it is better than 1 person. Because people's emotions have a threshold, under gradual stimulation, the threshold will slowly increase, and it will not be so easy to be moved to a big prize. If there are 3 people, they can take turns to get gold coins. Not only will there be more big prizes, but it can also slow down the growth of the emotional threshold. Besides, the current growth rate is also good. Mu thought to himself and glanced at his panel. Name, Hanyum Wu. Age, 18. Chakra, 4405. Skills, Fire Style, Great Dragon Fire Technique, Water Style, Water Array Wall, Wind Style, Suppression, Teaching. Compared to when he traveled here, Mu has increased his chakra by 105 points, 90 of which are from classes and the return of apprenticeship, and the remaining 15 are from his own practice and the return of apprenticeship. This is just the result of Mu's 5 days, because most of Mu's rewards are various ninjutsu. If Mu uses all his chakra, he will have a guaranteed 100 chakra in a week just from classes, not counting the return of apprenticeship. But Mu thinks it is better to brush more A-level rewards or a bin-half at this stage. The ninjutsu rewarded by the system lectures are all learned directly, and not just the initial learning, but the kind that can be used in battle after mastering it directly. If it is a ninjutsu with attributes that he has not mastered, it also has its own nature change, and if he draws it repeatedly, he will increase his experience, which is really considerate. If he had to spend time practicing those ninjutsu, it would take quite a while, and how to find the training method was also a problem. However, when he mastered more methods, Mu felt that he still needed to practice more chakra. After all, chakra was the foundation of ninja. Teacher, I'm done. Obito, who wanted to learn new ninjutsu quickly, took out 120% of his seriousness to complete the test paper. I've finished it too. Might Guy reported unwillingly. 2 people. Mu was glad that this was the Hokage, and the clone technique was very common. Mu split a shadow clone and said, "Go explain the principle of Konoha cyclone to Guy first, and then demonstrate it several times." Because one of them was learning taijutsu and the other was learning ninjutsu, Mu couldn't teach them together, so he could only split a shadow clone. He planned to teach Obito ninjutsu first, and the clone would explain it to Might Guy. After teaching for half an hour, they would switch, with the main body teaching Might Guy and the clone teaching Obito. Mu will not be a close teacher to one person, he wants to give his warmth to every disciple. Mu is just like when he taught Shisui, he carefully breaks down and explains, which can be said to be hand-in-hand teaching. You taught the disciple the fire style, Great Dragon Fire technique, and because the disciple was very grateful, he rewarded a critical hit and obtained the ninjutsu water style, Water Dragon Bullet technique, proficient level. Mu fell into thinking, he remembered that he also taught Shisui the Great Dragon Fire, why didn't he count it as a return for teaching at that time? He thought of a reason, his Great Dragon Fire exploded from Shisui, it might be from the same disciple. The rewards that are released cannot be used to teach apprentices and return them to continue to release rewards. Mu silently memorized this hidden rule. Don't be the Water Dragon Bullet with 44 seals. Mu couldn't help but complain in his heart when he thought of Kakashi and Zabuza's Water Dragon Bullets. It may be cool to watch anime with hand seals like this, but in reality, it is generally difficult to release ninjutsu that requires so many seals, unless there is someone next to you to help you contain it. The system's proficiency level did not disappoint Mu. He only needed 6 seals, and if he continued to practice, the more proficient he was, the more streamlined the hand seals could be. After teaching Obito for half an hour, Mu went to Might Guy to instruct Might Guy and let the clone teach Obito. After teaching both of them, they would also go to instruct Shisui and keep swimming among the 3. At noon, Mu personally went down to the river to catch 4 fish, and then made a fire to roast them, 1 for each person, as lunch. It's delicious. Teacher Mu, if you open a barbecue restaurant, you will definitely have a good business. Obito praised while eating. Shisui and Might Guy nodded. Be careful, don't eat the fish bones. Mu smiled and shook his head. Is it delicious? Mu thought it should be ordinary, because he really didn't have the skill of grilling and rarely grilled. The reason why it tasted delicious was that the atmosphere was very good and there was a sensory blessing. Shisui was usually alone at home, and he should rarely eat with so many people, especially in the wild. Obito usually ate with his grandmother, and Might Guy with his father. In addition, he had never eaten this kind of grilled fish before, so it was novel. With so many blessings, the originally ordinary grilled fish became delicious. After resting for an hour after dinner, Mu took the 3 of them to continue practicing. In fact, this ninjutsu is not very difficult. Obito looked at the round fire dragon he released and felt a sense of accomplishment. This was much smoother than his previous practice of the Great Fireball. It happened that Shisui was also practicing the Great Dragon Fire and spit out a fire dragon. Looking at Shisui's ferocious, fang-filled, and aggressive fire dragon, Obito silently controlled his cute little fire dragon to hide behind him. Might Guy, who had kicked the whirlwind kick countless times, wiped his sweat and was about to stop to rest when he saw this scene. Perhaps because of the hardships they had shared in the morning, Might Guy walked over and comforted him. It's okay, the fire dragon is small and cute, and sooner or later it will become as powerful as Teacher Mu. Although it was comforting, for some reason, Obito felt an inexplicable sense of frustration. which made him very uncomfortable. This frustration made Obito, who originally wanted to take a break, instantly full of energy and began to continue practicing the Great Dragon Fire technique. Seeing Obito so motivated, Might Guy was unwilling to be lonely and rested for a while and soon continued to practice. These two people are quite compatible. Miyu, who had been watching from the side, couldn't hold it anymore. He found that Obito and Might Guy were really something together. After practicing until dinner time, Miyu asked them to go home and told them to continue tomorrow. On Sunday, they practiced for another day, and taught their disciples to return 50 points of chakra. Then a new week began again. Chapter 12 Personality is a good thing. In the morning, Gang Zisha got up and quickly washed up, ate breakfast and rushed to school. Didn't you get up early today? Why are you in such a hurry? The old mother beside him asked puzzledly. Of course I went to school early to study. Gang Zisha answered without turning his head. This was just a lie to his mother. Although Gang Zisha didn't hate going to school, he didn't like it very much, because not all teachers were as lively and interesting as Miyu. The real reason why Gang Zisha was in a hurry to go to school was that he urgently wanted to know whether his good brother Shenyu Chuyun had taken the first step in his relationship. He gave Shenyu Chuyun the idea on Thursday, but on Friday Shenyu Chuyun said that he didn't dare to go and needed to think about it. Gang Zisha thought that the weekend should be enough to think about it. When Gang Zisha arrived at the classroom, there were not many people, and Shenyu Chuyun had not come yet. However, Shenyu Chuyun did not let him wait for long. After about 7 or 8 minutes, he saw Shenyu Chuyun walked in listlessly. Chuyun, did you not sleep well last night? Gang Zisha asked in confusion. Shenyu Chuyun shook his head. Did you send the flowers out over the weekend? Gang Zisha asked excitedly. Oh, don't mention this. Hearing Gang Zisha's words, Shenyu Chuyun's expression became more depressed. She looked at our flower garden not because she likes flowers, but because she is allergic to pollen and is worried that the pollen will be blown over. Gang Zisha was silent for a while after hearing this news, and then asked, Did you send the flowers? Shenyu Chuyun did not answer Gang Zisha's words, but the silence and the resentful expression on her face had silently answered Gang Zisha's question. Gang Zisha patted Shenyu Chuyun's shoulder and comforted him. It's okay. I remember a girl who played with Meihui was very cute. How about playing together some other day to get to know her? That's great, I'm here, Taj. Shenyu Chuyun swept away the dull atmosphere and smiled instantly. I thought of a clever plan to help you deal with your cousin over the weekend. That's great, tell me what the clever plan is. Start class. Miyu's voice reached the ears of the two people, and they realized that the class had already started. They were so engrossed in chatting that they didn't notice the bell. So the two of them sat up and started to listen to the class. They missed Miyu's class for 2 days. Miyu did not disappoint them. The class process was relaxed and comfortable, and they unknowingly learned a lot of knowledge. Lecture completed. Evaluation, A. Award, Water Style Water Cutting Wave. When Miyu saw that the reward was Water Cutting Wave, his eyes lit up instantly. This ninjutsu was not simple. This is a water style developed by the 2nd generation. It can spray out ultra-high pressure straight water columns with amazing power. It can even cut off the roots of the sacred tree. Miyu was in a very good mood, and then another good thing happened. Teacher Miyu, I remember that you don't seem to have classes in the afternoon. Can you help me take the get out of class? I have a ninjutsu class for class 2 of grade 4 in the afternoon. In the office, Ike-yang walked to Miyu and hoped that Miyu could substitute for him again. It's okay to substitute for me. Teacher Ike-ya, are you feeling unwell? Although she was very happy that she could get another reward, she still had to maintain her image, so Miyu asked with a worried look on her face. I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, Teacher Hanyu. Ike-yang first thanked Miyu, and then explained. It's my previous blind date. I asked her to go out for a walk in the afternoon. Why not pick a time when there are not many classes? Ueda Aya complained. I want to, but she said she is only free this afternoon. Chi Guyong said, if he had a choice, he didn't want to trouble Mu Yu. After all, Mu Yu was too nice, and seeing him suffer, Chi Guyong felt embarrassed. Ueda Cai was too lazy to talk to Chi Guyong. She really felt that he and the blind date would not have a good result. Because if the other party was really interested, he would definitely think about Chi Guyong, instead of letting Chi Guyong trouble his colleagues. Then Mr. Chi Gu, you should do your best. Mu Yu smiled and said, it's better to be busy so that he can get more rewards. Thank you so much, Mr. Hanyu. If it works, I will treat you to dinner at the most expensive restaurant in Konoha. Chi Guyong thanked, and then hurried out of the office. He had to go home to change clothes and clean himself up. I was right last time, Mr. Hanyu. If you do this, others will ask you to help substitute for the class when they don't have time. Ueda Cai sighed. Helping others is fun, and colleagues should help each other. Mu Yu said with a serious face. You are just too nice, it's easy to suffer a loss. Ueda Aya sighed. Mu Yu smiled and said nothing, and began to practice calligraphy. Looking at Mu Yu's serious look when practicing calligraphy, Ueda Aya couldn't help but feel that the gap between people is really big. If Ike-Yang was 1/4 as good as Mu Yu, he wouldn't have never had a relationship until now. When it felt like the time was about right, Mu Yu stopped writing, tidied up the table and went to the 4th grade 2nd class. When Mu Yu walked to the door of the classroom, the bell rang. Teacher Ikeya has something to do, so I will take the ninjutsu class this afternoon. Mu Yu walked up to explain. He glanced at the classroom, and everyone except Obito came. About 3 minutes into the class, Obito hurried into the classroom, and saw Mu Yu on the podium. Obito was stunned. He ran so fast that he actually saw teacher Mu Yu in his class, which was what Obito was thinking at this time. He even doubted for a moment whether he had walked into the wrong classroom, but seeing those familiar classmates, it was obvious that he had not walked into the wrong classroom. Obito didn't care about taking a break, and hurriedly explained. Teacher Mu Yu, I didn't mean to be late, I met on the way. I wasted time when I met the old lady to help me. Before Obito finished speaking, someone in the class finished for him, causing a burst of laughter. I'm telling the truth. If I knew that you, teacher Mu Yu, would come to class in the afternoon, I would definitely come half an hour earlier. Obito continued to explain. He was afraid that Mu Yu would think he didn't study hard and would stop teaching him. Go back to your seat. Mu Yu nodded to agree with what Obito said, and then added. You can't be late for Mr. Ikemi's class. The ninjutsu class in the ninja school starts from the 1st grade, but only 3 ninjutsu are taught, the transformation technique, the clone technique and the substitute technique. Although it seems a bit of a waste of time to learn only a few basic ninjutsu in a few years, it is actually quite reasonable, because geniuses like Shisui are rare after all. For those whose ninja end is only a chunin, it is not easy to learn these 3 ninjutsu well, and there are other courses. Although they have taken the 3-body technique course countless times, Mu Yu's ninjutsu class still makes them feel bright. Is that so? No wonder the clone and the original body were not the same before. Some students made progress on the spot. I really hope that Mr. Ikemi will have more things to do in the future, so that he can take more classes from Mr. Mu Yu. One student said his thoughts in a joking tone. Everyone around him agreed. Mu Yu did not comment on this, he just sighed in his heart that the system skills are really useful. Lecture completed. Evaluation, A. Reward, Lightning Release Lightning Clone. Lightning Attribute Chakra instantly appeared in Mu Yu's mind. The skills of Nature Change and various experiences of Lightning Release and Shadow Clone. Although it is not a particularly strong ninjutsu, Mu Yu, who has unlocked another chakra attribute, thinks it is not bad. After all, he has already shipped once in the morning. For the next half-month, Mu maintained this rhythm. If no one asked him to substitute for a class, he would study the theory of ninjutsu in the office. If someone asked him to substitute for a class, he would accept it. He would teach Shisui and Obito at home, and then practice chakra himself. Perhaps because the substitute class quality was too good, the students who had taught wanted to come again, and Mu had a good relationship with the teachers, so Mu became a well-known teacher in the ninja school. The students all thought that Mu was a perfect teacher who was interesting in teaching, gentle in treating others, and handsome in appearance. The teachers also felt that Mu was a good colleague who was sincere and kind to others. As the center of the topic, Mu did not have too many ideas. He just established the character he wanted to establish. Now he was guessing why the masked ninja standing in his yard came. "Sorry everyone, I encountered something, so the update is late." Then Danzo told Mu not to be proud, to continue to develop in the ninja school with this momentum, to pay close attention to Uchiha Shisui in the class and to try to pay attention to other Uchiha students. Finally, Danzo painted a big pie for Mu. If Mu can maintain this performance in the future, he will help Mu to be promoted to a special jonin and hold an important position in the ninja school. After reading it, Mu ignited a flame in his hand and turned the two scrolls into ashes together. Special jonin, hold an important position, hehe. Mu smiled. If it were the original owner, he might be motivated by Danzo's reward and pie, but Mu. The rewarded fire escape was the Ha-Long fire, which he had already learned, and he had no desire to be promoted to a special jonin. So Mu had no fluctuations in his heart, he just wanted to laugh. When Mu was preparing to practice with his original body and reading a book with his clone, he suddenly found that he had finished reading all the books about ninjutsu at home. He thought for a moment and prepared to go to the library in Konoha to borrow some books to read. There is a big library in Konoha, which has all kinds of books and materials, even ninjutsu, which was established during the second generation. Of course, there are only some ordinary ninjutsu of D and C levels in it. It is impossible to find any forbidden or high-level ninjutsu in it, and the borrowing price of ninjutsu is not cheap. However, it has nothing to do with Mu, because he is not going to borrow ninjutsu, but to find information related to ninjutsu and sealing techniques, and to narrow it down, it is related to binding curse seals. The ninjutsu obtained from lectures is faster than practicing by himself. He wants to try to study whether he can break the tongue disaster seal on his body. Although this curse seal is not as disgusting as a bird in a cage, it is not comfortable to have a curse seal placed on the body by others. Walking on the streets of Konoha, watching the pedestrians coming and going, Mu was a little dazed. It has been more than half a month since he traveled to Naruto, and this is the first time that Mu has come out to go shopping in his original body. Usually, he has to go to buy vegetables with his shadow clone. Because of his special identity and the danger of this world, Mu always feels insecure. After cheating for more than half a month, Mu had learned a little more ninjutsu and had more chakra. Only then did she feel a little more confident and felt that she would not die from unknown AoE. When she arrived at the library, Mu took out her ninja notebook and handed it to the ninja on duty. It recorded some basic information of Mu, such as her name, ninja number, etc. This library is only open to ninjas. The ninja on duty looked at it and nodded to Mu to go in. Just as Mu was about to look for information, a familiar figure came towards her. It was also a man with blonde hair and a gentle smile on his face. Sensing Mu's gaze, Minato Namikaze also looked at Mu. The two nodded slightly, and then Mu went in and out of the water gate. Name, Minato Namikaze. Chakra, 40,000. Potential, S. Evaluation, killing a jonin is like killing Kun. If you look at him for a second, he will explode. Miyu's face did not change on the surface, but she was extremely surprised in her heart. It was the first time he saw over 10,000 chakras, and it was 40,000, which was equal to 86-year-old Shisui. The evaluation was also frighteningly high, as if he could kill any jonin at will. At this time, Minato did not have the name of Yellow Flash. In the eyes of the public, he was just a powerful jonin. His master, Jiraiya, was more famous and one of the popular candidates for Hokage. However, Miyu thought about it and felt that Minato's evaluation was not wrong. He was proficient in Flying Thunder God. It is not difficult for Minato to kill ordinary jonin. This kind of fast ninja is too powerful to bully weaklings. It would be great if Minato already had a son in the jonin school. Miyu said regretfully in his heart, so that he could find a chance to get close to Minato. In fact, he wanted to make friends with Minato, because Minato's sealing skills were not low, and he was a little greedy for Minato's sealing skills. The curse seal is essentially a sealing technique, which is one of its branches. If he had a sealing master like Minato as a consultant, it would be much easier for him to break the seal of the root of tongue disaster. As for Kushina, the identity of the Jinchuriki was too sensitive, and Miyu didn't want to cause trouble for himself. After taking 2 books related to sealing techniques and 3 unimportant books, Miyu left the library after completing the registration and payment. In the southern mirror forest of Konoha, Miyu was leading his disciples to practice before the exam. You two have not forgotten what you said before, you must pass the theoretical exam tomorrow. Miyu reminded Obito and Might Guy. Of course, if I fail, you will punish me as you do, Mr. Miyu. Obito said confidently. Although he spent most of his time practicing ninjutsu and only occasionally talked about theory and did papers, just now they did the papers of previous years and Obito got 30 points. According to his previous experience, this score is already several points higher than the passing score. The passing score of the ninja school is half of the average score, and the average score is generally more than 50, so he is very stable. That's right, if I fail, I will run around Konoha 800 times. Might Guy shouted very imposingly, and he just got 30 points. Not only must I pass the theory, I must get the first place in actual combat. After receiving Miyu's teaching for more than half a month, Obito felt that he could beat his previous self. I will not give up the first place. Might Guy expressed his dissatisfaction. Miyu smiled and said nothing, but he knew the overall strength of the 4th grade and knew that the two of them might not be able to get the first place, because there was a Hyuga clan student in class 1 of the 4th grade who was quite strong. Although that student has only a potential, Obito and Might Guy have not yet realized their potential. Obito has not opened the Sharingan, and Might Guy has not mastered the 8 gates. But Miyu couldn't say, after all, the level was too low and there were too many unexpected things. Miyu glanced at Shisui who was reading quietly. He was sure that Shisui's results were absolutely the first in the whole grade, and he was the first in both theory and practice. If he could play across grades, Miyu could only say that he might be the first in the whole school. I don't know if the system will give rewards to the teacher if I do well in the exam. Miyu guessed in his heart. Chapter 14. The last one will eventually counterattack. It's my first exam, I'm a little nervous, I don't know if the questions are difficult. I hope it's not difficult. If I don't pass, I'll be beaten when I go home. It shouldn't be that bad. Didn't teacher Miyu also do mock exams for us? It's still easy to pass. Maybe because it was the first time to take the exam, many students in the 1st grade classroom were a little nervous. Worried that the questions were too difficult and worried that they would be scolded if they didn't pass the exam. Hongdu Izumo, are you nervous? Gang Zisha asked Shinayu Izumo. What's there to be nervous about? It's just a small test. Look how easy I am to pass it. Hongdu said with a smile. Of course, you are not nervous? This is different from usual. The results will be announced at that time. Shinayu Izumo replied. I am a little nervous too. I only scored 80 in Mr. Hanyu's mock test last time. The real test should be a little harder. I should only score 60 or 70. Gang Zisha nodded. My mock test result is a little better than yours. I scored 87. I also feel that this time it may be 60 or 70. Shinayu Izumo said with a bitter face. No, did you all score so high? Hongdu was a little confused. She was full of confidence and only scored more than 60 in the last mock test. The mock test results are all fake and cannot be counted as true. Shinayu Izumo sighed. Try hard to get a better grade, so that the average score can be higher. I heard that if the grades are too bad, the teacher may be changed, and it will not be teacher Mu by then. Gang Zisha told the gossip he heard. Change teacher? You can change other teachers, but teacher Yu can't be changed. Hongdu didn't want Mu to leave. Although she was the head teacher, Mu only taught more classes in class 1. Not all classes were taught by Mu, there were several other teachers. Well, other teachers' classes were too boring, only teacher Yu's classes were interesting and easy to understand. Shinayu Chuyun agreed. Why don't we tell the whole class about this news and motivate everyone? Shinayu Chuyun thought of a good idea. He saw that in novels, morale must be boosted before a big battle. Hongdu thought this was a good idea, and then stood on her seat and announced the news to everyone. Hongdu's words caused a commotion in the classroom. Mu was their most beloved and respected teacher. Everyone, try your best to do well in the exam. If teacher Mu leaves and a boring teacher like the physical training teacher comes, it will be terrible. Gang Zisha took the opportunity to speak loudly. Try your best to do well in the exam and never let teacher Mu be replaced. I've said straight out that I'll look down on anyone who fails this time. Teacher Mu has said it so well. Shisui didn't participate, it didn't matter, he would take action and directly win the first place in the whole grade, and students with such results would naturally not change. Everyone be quiet, the exam time is coming soon, everyone just do your best. Mu's voice suddenly appeared and the classroom became quiet instantly. Everyone looked towards the place where the voice came from, and saw that Mu didn't know when he walked to the door. I believe everyone can get a good score. Mu said with a smile, without staying too much, and soon went to the class he was going to invigilate. So many students want to work hard to get a good score so that he can continue to teach, Mu is naturally happy. However, Mu can only say that they are worried in vain. Even if they change teachers, they will look at the whole semester and the whole school year. And the mock test paper that Mu gave them is actually more difficult than the real test paper. Walking into the classroom of Class 2, Grade 4, Mu went directly to the podium and announced, "Everyone be quiet, the exam is about to start." Teachers are randomly assigned to invigilate, and he happened to be invigilating Class 2, Grade 4. Teacher Mu. Many people in Class 4-2 greeted Mu, and Mu smiled and nodded in response. Not only was Obito and Might Guy his students, but this class was also one of the classes he taught most often, so everyone was familiar with him. In addition, with the comparison of Akatani Isao, everyone liked Mu more. Teacher Mu is watching here, you must pass this time. Might Guy took a deep breath, looking as if he was facing a great enemy. If Might Guy had to choose, between the two options of taking a theoretical exam and fighting a formal genin, Might Guy would rather choose to fight a formal ninja. He will graduate next year, and fighting a formal ninja, he might have a burst of energy and win, but there are some theoretical subjects that he can't do even if he gets angry. Rin, just wait and see. This time I promise to subvert your perception of me. Obito said proudly in a low voice. You will definitely pass this time, right? I believe you can do it, Obito. Nohara Rin encouraged with a smile. Although Obito has said this countless times and has never succeeded, Nohara Rin is still willing to believe in Obito and give him encouragement. Try to do what you can do correctly, check it several times, and leave the difficult questions to the end. Nohara-rin reminded Obito softly. As a good friend, she really hopes that Obito can get rid of the title of the last place. Yet. Obito nodded in agreement. Soon, another invigilator came into the classroom. It was Kimura Sugito, a teacher in the same office as Miyu. Two teachers invigilated in one examination room. When the bell rang, Miyu and Kimura Sugito distributed the test papers together. Then the two of them invigilated together, one quiet and one active, and occasionally sat on the podium to chat for a while. Teacher Iktani is also very uncomfortable. I guess the bonus for this semester is on the line, with two last-place students. Kimura Sugito sighed softly. It's hard to say. Maybe they can pass the exam if they study hard this semester. Miyu smiled and shook her head. Miyu felt that Obito and Might Guy's performance this time should be enough to surprise a lot of people. They haven't passed the theoretical exam for 3 consecutive years. If they could have passed, they should have passed it long ago. The higher the course, the harder it is. Kimura Shanran thought Miyu was too optimistic. Fortunately, they will graduate after this school year, otherwise. Kimura Shanran thought that if such a student fell into his hands, it would be a real pain. After a brief chat, Miyu continued his inspection. He missed going to class a little. Because of the exam, the entire ninja school was suspended for 3 days. The first day was various theoretical exams, the second day was practical combat, and the third day was also practical combat, and the ranking of the grade was determined. For him, the 3-day suspension of classes meant that he practiced several fewer ninjutsu and refined dozens of chakras less. Fortunately, the apprenticeship was still usable after the return. After the theoretical exam, Miyu gave Obito some shurikens, which exploded a little, exploding 50 chakras. When the time comes, just wait for teacher Miyu. I will definitely defeat them all with the shuriken you gave me and take first place. Obito said gratefully. The practical test is about to begin. Chapter 15 Obito who is not optimistic. At the number 16 training ground, Miyu is taking roll call before the test. Because it is a test for the whole school, and the practical test requires space, the school playground obviously cannot accommodate so many people, so the test is taken directly at the training ground. After confirming that all the candidates have arrived, Miyu and Kimura Shanran announced the start of the draw. The rules of the practical test are very simple. First, the students are called according to the class roll call list and asked to come up to draw lots. Then the opponent is determined by the draw number, number 1 versus number 2, number 3 versus number 4, and so on. I am number 1, Lin, what number are you? Obito couldn't wait to find Nohara Lin after drawing the lot. I am number 10, so in this case, Obito, you are the first one. Nohara Lin replied. It doesn't matter which game, I will definitely win anyway. Obito is very confident, he believes that everyone will be shocked by his current strength. After practicing with Miyu for a month, Obito feels that he has made new gains every day. Now he has left himself a month ago far behind. After asking Nohara Rin, Obito asked Might Guy's number again. Number 40. Might Guy replied. In this case, we can probably only meet at the end. Obito didn't expect Might Guy to be the opposite of himself. Don't lose before me, Obito. Might Guy gave a thumbs-up cheer for Obito. I should say this, I'm Uchiha. Obito didn't know whether Might Guy was doing this intentionally or unintentionally. Why did it sound so provocative? Where do you two get the confidence from? The classmate next to him complained, how could the two last-place candidates meet at the top? The first battle is about to begin, please ask candidate number 1 Uchiha Obito and candidate number 2 Uchiha Taihuo to prepare for the exam. Miyu glanced at the time and announced that the exam officially began. Obito didn't argue with those who complained about him, and quickly walked to the square open space with white lines to prepare for the exam. Uchiha Taihuo also quickly walked into the exam space and looked at Obito. Although both of them are Uchiha, they are of the same age and classmates, but they have basically never spoken. There is no bloody plot, it's just that both sides are not interested in each other. Uchiha Taihuo thinks Obito is a bit stupid, his strength is not good enough, and he is often late. He has never seen such a bad Uchiha. Obito felt that Uchiha Tetsukai looked cold and difficult to get along with. Both sides are Uchiha, this is interesting. The amused person could not help laughing. They are all from the same ninja clan, whoever loses will be embarrassed. What's the fun of this? Besides Uchiha Tetsukai winning, Uchiha Obito can't win. The people next to him thought that this was a battle without any suspense. You know, Uchiha Tetsukai was always the first in the class in the second and third years except for being suppressed by Kakashi in the first year. And what is Uchiha Obito's level? He never passed the theory test, and the actual combat was just mediocre. He still beat Uchiha Tetsukai. The amused person thought that it seemed to be true. Uchiha Tetsukai could be said to be a standard Uchiha ninja, excellent in both actual combat and theory. Except for the perverted Kakashi who graduated from the first year, no one in the class could match him. It is really difficult for Uchiha Obito, the last one in the Uchiha clan, to defeat Uchiha Tetsuka, an excellent Uchiha. Obito, be careful. Nohara Rin said worriedly. She felt that Obito's luck was really bad. Originally, with Obito's strength, he was not at the top of the class, but he would not be eliminated in the first round. But when facing Uchiha Tetsuka, a tough guy who has always been the first, Nohara Rin just hoped that Obito would not show off his strength to avoid injury. Mentally, she supported Obito to win, but the reality was that there was a clear gap in strength between the two sides. Almost everyone is not optimistic, but the victory under such circumstances is even more refreshing. Might Guy crossed his arms and had a hearty smile on his face. Unlike others, he believed that Obito could win. The movement of Class 2 of the 4th grade even aroused the curiosity of other 4th grade classes around, and many people came over to take a look. The practical test is relatively free, as long as you don't leave the training ground. But seeing that it was Obito and Taihuo, many people lost interest. They were all in the same grade, and had taken practical exams together for several years. Everyone knew which class was better. Uchiha Taihuo fighting Uchiha Obito, isn't this pure bullying? What's the point of watching it? Only some people who wanted to see Uchiha Taihuo's strength stayed. The two stood opposite each other and made a seal of opposition with each other. This is a necessary process for fighting in a ninja school, which is to tell the other party that I am going to attack, and after the fight, you have to make a seal of reconciliation, symbolizing that everyone is still a good partner. Begin. Muyu saw that the two were ready and announced the start of the battle. As soon as Muyu finished speaking, Uchiha Taihuo quickly took out 3 shuriken from the ninja tool bag and threw them at Obito, locking Obito's head, body, and feet respectively, and then rushed towards Obito at a high speed. Obito also took out 3 shuriken and threw them quickly. 6 shuriken collided with each other and fell to the ground with a crisp metal collision sound. The Uchiha clan's shuriken throwing is indeed extraordinary. Even Uchiha with ordinary talent like Uchiha Obito has a good shuriken throwing skill. Kimura Shanran commented. It takes good accuracy to intercept shuriken with shuriken. Because the venue is not large, Uchiha Taihuo quickly approached Obito and threw a right hook quickly. Obito was not afraid at all. He clenched his fist and fought with Uchiha Taihuo. The two sides fought back and forth, and the venue was dusty and very fierce. Hey, this Uchiha Obito is so good at physical skills. The people who came to watch the excitement were surprised. Uchiha Obito, who was called the tail of the Uchiha clan, actually fought back and forth with Uchiha Taihuo. Everyone outside the class was surprised, not to mention the class. Everyone in the class looked like they had seen a ghost. Shouldn't the normal process be that Obito was kicked away by Uchiha Taihuo and killed instantly? Obito has really become much stronger. No, Harolin opened her mouth slightly, a little unbelievable. She always thought that Obito was just showing off like before, but she didn't expect that he really became stronger this time. Uchiha Obito is still a little bit behind. Kimura Shanran shook his head and said. As a chunin, he could see much more than the students. He is indeed lacking in physical skills. Miyu nodded. After all, there is only 1 month, how can we take care of both in all aspects? Obito mainly practiced fire ninjutsu in this month, and under Miyu's teaching, the nature of the change has made great progress compared with before. As Kimura Shanran said, Obito was gradually beaten back. I said it, how could Uchiha Obito be the opponent of Uchiha Taihuo? The person who had just complained about Obito breathed a sigh of relief. If Obito beat Uchiha Taihuo, wouldn't it show that he had no vision? However, he thought it would be better to cancel Obito's nickname of Uchiha's tail in the future. This performance still called him tail, which was a bit unsure of his own weight. Obito found an opportunity to use Uchiha Taihuo's fist power to temporarily distance the two, and then quickly began to seal. He practiced fire ninjutsu for so long not to fight passionately with Uchiha Taihuo. Don't think this chapter is stupid, it's because Obito behaves so arrogantly that others complain about him. On one side is a ferocious fire dragon with fangs, and on the other side is a fierce flaming fireball. The two ninjutsu are about to collide. I really envy them. They have already learned attack ninjutsu. Many students watching were a little envious. Some of them have not even mastered the three-body technique, let alone learning new ninjutsu, and there is no way to learn it. No, you call this the tail end? Students from other classes were surprised. They originally looked at Uchiha Taihuo's strength, but found that Obito could actually use such a decent fire escape ninjutsu. How can this level be called the tail end? It's almost the same as an excellent student. But I feel that Uchiha Taihuo is still a little stronger. His fireball looks much bigger than Uchiha Obito's fire dragon. Someone commented. He thinks that in a ninjutsu battle, the bigger looking fireball will definitely win. As expected of an Uchiha, I didn't expect that this Uchiha Obito was quite capable. Even if he wasn't as good as Uchiha Taihuo, he would have the hope of getting first place in my class with this strength. It's a pity that his theoretical score was too poor. Kimura Shanran sighed while grading the two. Those students from wealthy ninja clans are different. He was secretly happy when he learned the three-body techniques well during his student days. Relying on his physical skills and the ninjutsu he showed, even if he was eliminated in the first round, he would give Obito a high score. Just when the two ninjutsu were about to collide, the fire dragon suddenly rose upwards, without colliding with the fireball, but continued to bite Uchiha Taihuo. And Obito quickly moved, dodging the fireball while controlling the dragon fire. Uchiha Taihuo didn't expect Obito to be so unethical and not to continue the ninjutsu duel with him, but he had no choice for a while, because the fireball couldn't turn. Seeing the fire dragon approaching, Uchiha Taihuo wanted to dodge but found it was too late. He could only bite his teeth and take it hard, ready to be injured. At this moment, Miyu, who had been prepared for a long time, took action. He used the instant body technique to come to Uchiha Taihuo's side and took him away, took him out of the battlefield and put him down. Thank you, teacher. Uchiha Taihuo thanked Miyu. If Miyu hadn't taken action, he would have been injured. Miyu nodded and announced the result of the battle. In the first game, Uchiha Obito won. Some of the students watching hadn't reacted yet. The situation changed too much in just a moment. Originally, they were all ready to watch the fire escape duel, but suddenly Obito played a trick and ended the battle in an instant. If the teacher hadn't taken action, Uchiha Taihuo might have been injured. This Uchiha Obito should not be underestimated. Some of the students watching looked at Obito with fear. Uchiha Taihuo's one-person high fireball did look impressive enough, but it was actually not easy to hit under normal circumstances. Obito's high-long fire technique is different. Although the attack range is not large, it is very flexible and easier to hit the opponent. Good job, Obito. Nohara-rin congratulated Obito with a happy face. She was really happy for Obito. He defeated Uchiha Taihuo head-on in the practical exam. Even if his theoretical scores were poor, no one would give Obito the title of the last. Ninjas must rely on their strength after all. As soon as Obito came over, he heard Nohara-rin's praise. In an instant, a smug smile appeared on his face, and he said proudly, "Hehe, I said it's okay." At this time, Obito was extremely grateful to Miyu. He knew why all these changes were caused by him becoming Miyu's disciple and receiving Miyu's careful teaching every day. If it were the old him, he would probably be beaten by Uchiha Taihuo with a few punches in the physical skill duel and lose his direction. Disciple Uchiha Obito's trust level has been raised, and the current trust level is 3. When Miyu was reading the list of candidates for the exam, a message popped up on the system. He glanced at Obito, who was smiling and talking to Nohara-rin. It seems that being in love is not without benefits. Miyu thought to himself. The trust level is very difficult to raise, because even if you raise one level, the increase is huge, which can double the benefits and enhance the effect of returning the apprenticeship. Don't think that the chakra returned by the apprentice to the master is not much before, because Shisui and others have not yet reached the period of rapid growth in strength. If it reaches that period, Shisui will increase 10,000 chakras, and one higher trust level, which means 10,000 more chakras. Miyu expected that one trust level 3 would appear within a semester. Obito's promotion to level 3 in 1 month was an unexpected gain. The next battle was not as intense as the first one, and there was basically no need for the teacher to save the situation. Miyu sat on the chair and scored the students according to their performance, chatting with Kimura Shanran. If it weren't for the exam, Miyu would have wanted to walk around and use the appraisal to see if there were any geniuses that were missed. He has 4 positions for disciples, but only 3 are currently used, and 1 is vacant. Without knowing whether he can add more positions for disciples, Miyu is not going to use this quota for people with potential below S. The higher the upper limit of disciples, the more rewards he can get in the future. There are many geniuses in Konoha, and the ninja world is very large. There is no need to rush to fill the positions. 1 more disciple will not bring any improvement in a short time. Miyu opened the panel and took a look at his attributes. Name, Hanyum. Age, 18. Chakra, 5300. Skills, Water Style, Water Break Wave, Fire Style, Great Dragon Fire Technique, Water Style, Water Array Wall, Wind Style, Suppression. Evaluation: you have mastered many ninjutsu, including advanced ninjutsu, which enables you to deal with various situations. Ordinary jonin are not your opponents. In fact, he improved his strength quite fast. He increased his chakra by 1000 points in 1 month. His ninjutsu also increased from only 2 ninjutsu to dozens, including the powerful ninjutsu Water Break Wave. Just looking at the panel, he could beat the first time he came here. 1 morning passed, and the first 2 rounds of battles were over quickly. However, Might Guy was not able to clear his name like Obito, because his opponents were relatively ordinary. Although Might Guy solved them cleanly, it was not to the point of subverting everyone's image. However, Miyu knew that this was a matter of time, because the practical test within the class would end in the afternoon, and then both sides would decide the first in the class. Chapter 17: Might Guy's Rectification. At noon, in the office, the teachers discussed their experiences in the exam. The Hyuga in Class 1, Grade 4 is so powerful, worthy of being a ninja of the Hyuga clan. Almost no one in Class 1 can last a minute under him. Iketani Yang said with some envy. I guess he will be the first in the grade again in this practical battle. Iketani Yang wished he was the head teacher of Class 1, grade 4 instead of class 2, so that he could easily get the bonus and have money to go to a high-end restaurant to have dinner with his blind date. But this is impossible. With such good grades, it is naturally impossible to change teachers. Not necessarily. I think Uchiha Obito in your class is also quite strong. Maybe he can compete. Kimura Shanran interrupted. Ike Gaiyang showed a puzzled expression and asked. Shugato, you said the wrong name, right? It's Uchiha Taihuo, right? His strength is really good. How could I say the wrong name? It's Uchiha Obito. Kimura Shanran said that he was very young and didn't have Alzheimer's disease, and he was talking about Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito? Impossible, how can he be so strong? Ike Gaiyang looked at Kimura Shanran suspiciously, suspecting that he was fooling himself. Uchiha Obito is a well-known Uchiha tale. How could he have such a nickname if he is really strong? Can I still lie to you? Uchiha Obito's first opponent is the Uchiha Taihuo you said, and he won very easily. Kimura Shanran continued. Seeing that Ike Gaiyang still didn't believe it, Kimura Shanran directly pulled out Muyu and said. Teacher Muyu and I are invigilating together. If you don't believe me, ask him. Ike Gaiyang looked at Muyu. Muyu nodded and said, it is indeed the same as what Mr. Kimura said. Uchiha Obito defeated Uchiha Tetsuka in the first game. Hey, that's really strange. Ikegami scratched his head, feeling incredible. He believed what Muyu said. After all, it was Mr. Muyu who was recognized by all the teachers only 1 month after joining the company. It was too reliable. Why can he beat Uchiha Tetsuka? Ikegami couldn't figure out why it turned out like this. Where is the last one who was supposed to be the last one? How could he beat the first one in the class before? It can't be that a mysterious teacher came from the sky to teach advanced ninjutsu secretly. Looking at Ikegami's performance, Muyu thought to himself, you are so confused just because Obito showed his strength. If Might Guy shows his strength again, you have to suspect that he is under an illusion. Ikegami won this wave. Muyu estimated that his bonus should be saved. Muyu thought about it and realized that Chi Gyong did not win by sheer luck, he also made some efforts. Because Ichigo often asked him to substitute for classes and helped him recruit disciples to win rewards, he also made some contributions. In addition, he did treat him to meals a lot, so he was considered to be a good person. Teacher Hanyu's class is really good. Ueda Aya, who had been silent, spoke up. She was invigilating the first grade class of Muyu. The overall level of the three-body technique feels almost the same as the second grade I taught. Ueda Aya sighed. Especially there is a super genius named Uchiha Shisui, who reminds me of Hitaki Kakashi a few years ago. He must be the first in the first grade this time. Can he be compared with Hitaki Kakashi? Is it so exaggerated? Ichigo Aya looked surprised. It doesn't matter if he is the first in the grade, but it is terrifying to be on par with Kakashi. You know, Kakashi is a recognized super genius in the ninja school in recent years. His subsequent performance is also very impressive. He was directly promoted to Chunin 1 year after graduation. It's so exaggerated. He is not at the same level as other first-year students. Ueda Aya nodded and said. This is too good, Mr. Hanyu, you are so lucky, you can get the award easily. Ikegami Yang looked envious. Why didn't he have this kind of luck? He would be satisfied if he could keep the bonus. What luck? It's Mr. Hanyu's teaching that's the overall level. You can't say that all the talented people go to Mr. Hanyu's class. Ueda Aya corrected. She didn't think that the strength of Class 1 was due to the many geniuses, but Muyu's excellent teaching level. Otherwise, why would the students in the classes that were substituted hope that Muyu would come more often? That's not the case for 1 or 2 classes, all the classes that were substituted received good reviews. It's just a slip of the tongue. Of course I know Mr. Hanyu is good, my group of students wish I was busy every day and Mr. Hanya would go to class. As he spoke, Ikegani Yang was a little depressed. He only let Mu substitute for him occasionally, and he taught most of the time, but the students liked Mu more. It's okay, it's all because the students worked hard enough. Mu said modestly. After chatting with colleagues for a while, Mu quickly started practicing calligraphy until the afternoon exam began. It was still the number 16 training ground, but there were fewer people than in the morning. Because the exam does not force students who have already lost to continue to participate, they can decide whether to come or not. As time passed, the battles continued one by one. Nohara Lin, who was not very good at fighting, was eliminated in the first round in the afternoon. And Might Guy, who could deal with any enemy cleanly, was finally noticed by everyone. So Might Guy's physical skills are so strong? His speed is too fast. He defeated Daisuke with one kick. The onlookers were surprised. What a big change! I remember that I could only say that I was okay in the 3rd grade, not so strong. A student who knew Might Guy was a little confused. Maybe he practiced harder during the summer vacation and the new semester. He could only think of this possibility. The last battle, number 1 Uchiha Obito versus number 40 Might Guy, please prepare to start the battle. Mu announced the list of the last battle of the class practical exam. Might Guy and Obito looked at each other after hearing this, and quickly walked to the examination venue, ready to start fighting. Guy, I won't give you this first place. Obito glanced at Lin standing outside, and his fighting spirit was instantly full. In front of Lin, he really didn't want to lose at all. Me too, since we want to be the strongest, we must get all the first places we can fight for. Might Guy replied with high spirits. They really let them last. The students who had complained about the two before felt a little painful on their faces. They felt it was outrageous. The 3rd grade was still the two tails, who would have thought that the 4th grade would be so powerful all of a sudden? Who would dare to think so before the exam started? They all thought that Uchiha Taihuo would be the first in the class in actual combat. They didn't dare to imagine what these two people would be like during the holidays and the new semester. After the pre-fight harsh words, Might Guy and Obito didn't say anything. The two stood opposite each other and made the seal of opposition. Begin. The collection growth is not good, I am going to change the name to Naruto, I can become stronger by teaching. What do you think? Chapter 18 Mastering the Nature of Water Attribute Chakra Changes. When Mu announced the start of the exam, Obito began to retreat quickly, while retreating and performing ninjutsu. He knew that Might Guy was good at physical skills, so he naturally would not fight with Might Guy in physical skills. Clone Jutsu. Puff. After the ninjutsu was performed, 2 clones that looked exactly like him appeared beside Obito. The 3 Obitos kept running in a cross position, trying to confuse Might Guy. Konoha Whirlwind. But Might Guy's speed was faster than Obito imagined, and he caught up in an instant. A very fast whirlwind kick instantly kicked the 2 clones away, and Obito's body was also kicked back more than a meter. What a powerful force! Obito's arm trembled uncontrollably. He used his arm to resist the kick, and now his arm was aching. Might Guy took advantage of the situation and immediately stepped forward to force Obito to continue fighting him in close combat. But in a pure physical confrontation, Obito was no match for Might Guy and soon fell into a disadvantage. Who do you think will win? The students watching the discussion of the final winner began. Might Guy, it seems that Uchiha Obito will be defeated soon. A student analyzed the situation on the scene. Not necessarily, when Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Taihuo fought before, he was also at a disadvantage in the physical competition, but he still won with fire escape in the end. Some people also think that Obito, who has mastered the powerful fire escape, has not yet exerted his strength. After all, Obito actually defeated the former number 1 Uchiha Taihuo, and his record is still very good. Teacher Mu, who do you think will win? Kimura Shanran suddenly asked. Might Guy? Muyu thought for a while and answered. Yes, although Uchiha Obito has mastered the powerful fire escape, this exam venue is not suitable for him to perform. Kimura Shanran agreed. Muyu nodded. In fact, the strength of the two is not much different. But Obito is currently like a turret mage who doesn't have much melee ability and can't cast spells without chanting. It's hard to beat Might Guy, a high-speed warrior, in such a flat land. Sure enough, the next moment, Obito was caught by Might Guy and kicked away with a Konoha whirlwind. Might Guy wins. Muyu announced the final results of the exam. The student who just thought Obito would win couldn't help but cover his forehead. He felt that Obito never disappoints in disappointment. When you think he will lose to Uchiha Taihuo, he wins. When you think he will win against Might Guy, he loses. Might Guy, you are so good, how do you exercise? A classmate couldn't help but ask Might Guy for tips on becoming stronger. How do you exercise? I get up at about 5:30 in the morning and run around Konoha to class, and then practice physical skills on wooden stakes all night. On weekends. Might Guy thought about his daily schedule and answered. Goodbye. The student who asked the question was impressed by Might Guy when he heard that he got up at 5:30 in the morning. He didn't want to listen anymore after he mentioned that he practiced physical skills on a wooden stake all night. He felt that even a formal ninja wouldn't practice like this every day. Are you okay, Obito? Lin walked to Obito and asked with concern. Obito patted the dust off his body and said easily, it must be nothing. I lost this time, but I will definitely win next time. In front of the girl you like, you have to pretend that you are okay. However, Nohara Lin is not so easy to fool. She grabbed Obito's arm, rolled up her sleeves, and saw a few bruises, so she glared at Obito and said, do you think it's useful to be brave? The injuries you suffered will not recover because of being brave. Hurry up and go to the infirmary to apply medicine. Lin said and took Obito to the infirmary. Obito said that he was okay, but he didn't resist and followed Lin. His mouth was a little rebellious, but his body was really honest. After the first place in the class, the practical test on the second day ended here. Tomorrow's test is that each class will send the top 2 students in the class to take the practical test to determine the first place in the grade. After the test, Might Guy is ready to say goodbye to Muyu and go home. He wants to tell this good news to his father, Might Guy. Might Guy can already imagine the scene of his father crying and shouting about youth in his mind. However, Muyu did not let Kai leave immediately. Instead, he took Kai to an uninhabited place on the pretext that he had something to give Kai. Muyu smiled and said, Kai, congratulations on getting the first place. After that, Muyu took out a booklet and handed it to Might Guy. This is a manual for physical training that I wrote recently when I was free. There are also some of my ideas for the subsequent development of Konoha Tornado. Just treat it as a gift for your first place in the class. Might Guy saw the manual, but he also noticed Muyu's hand holding the manual. Muyu's hands looked clean on the surface, but the sharp-eyed Might Guy found some light grey spots on Muyu's palms, like ink marks that he had tried hard to wash but didn't wash clean. After looking at the contents inside, Might Guy instantly understood everything. This was not written casually when he had nothing to do. I'm afraid it was written for him with great effort. Even if he didn't get the first place, he would give it to him for other reasons. The ideas about the subsequent development of Konoha Tornado in it made Might Guy feel that this was tailor-made for him. If he didn't spend time on it, Might Guy wouldn't believe it. Teacher Muyu, I will never let you down. I will definitely become the strongest physical ninja in the future. The emotional Might Guy was moved to tears. Muyu took out a piece of paper to wipe Might Guy's tears, patted Might Guy's shoulder and smiled. It's good that you think this way. For a teacher, the best reward is for his disciples to become stronger. When he said this, Muyu's expression was extremely sincere. Yet, Might Guy nodded heavily. At this moment, his belief in becoming stronger was even stronger. Looking at Might Guy, who was gradually going away, Yu looked at the system message and smiled. You gave the disciple a manual for physical training. Because the disciple was very grateful, he was rewarded with a big critical hit and gained the mastery of water attribute chakra nature change. The trust level of the disciple Might Guy was increased. The current trust level is 3. Good luck. Yu felt the extra memories in his mind and was in a very good mood. Generally, the rewards returned by teaching disciples are related to what the disciples are good at. For example, Shisui and Obito have more explosive fire escapes, and Kai has more explosive physical skills. However, there are also accidents, and sometimes there are irrelevant rewards. Compared to a certain physical skill proficiency, a chakra attribute proficiency is undoubtedly much better. Yu is very satisfied. If there are more of these things, maybe he can develop his own bloodline limit. As for the trust level increase, that is an extra surprise. Yu feels that in the future, good quality things still need to be planned before sending them out, so as to stimulate the emotions to the maximum, so that it is easier to get good things. For example, this time, if it is given to Might Guy in an ordinary way, it is estimated that it will only be a small explosion, such as a proficient level of ninjutsu and taijutsu. But when Might Guy is excited about getting the first place, it is sent out, and Might Guy is inadvertently allowed to see the indelible ink marks on his hands, and finally say some chicken soup. The effect is completely different. Giving gifts when he gets the first place will remind Might Guy of Yu's teachings to him. Without Yu's teachings, can he get the first place? Initially stimulate emotions. Let Might Guy see the ink marks on his hands again, know the difficulty of this gift, and imagine Yu's efforts, amplify the emotions, and finally add some chicken soup, and the emotions will explode instantly. The exam will be over tomorrow, and the results will be out in 2 days. Yu was still wondering whether the system would issue exam rewards. In theory, the teacher should be rewarded for the student's excellent performance. Chapter 19 Early Graduation. The exam on the third day was much faster. After all, there were only 2 people from each class, and there were only 8 classes in one grade in the ninja school. Today was the same as the second day, and non-examinees could choose not to come. However, many students came to watch the exam today, wanting to see who would be the first in the 4th grade. Am I dazzled? Isn't that Uchiha Obito? Why is he standing on the side of the examinees? Someone asked in confusion. You didn't pay attention to the news of Class 2 yesterday? Asked the person next to him. Well, we were unlucky yesterday and met the strongest player in our class in the first round. We went home if we lost. That's normal. Uchiha Obito has become very strong now and defeated Uchiha Taiho in their class. The students watching were discussing the contestants from each class with relish. Sometimes there will be arguments about who is stronger. At this time, even those who had previously complained about Obito and Might Guy will try their best to defend Obito and Might Guy. After all, they are representatives of their own class. This time, I guess only Shisui will be the first in the grade. After watching the first round, Yu felt that Obito and Might Guy were in jeopardy. The soft fist of Hyuga Kamen is well practiced, and with the advantage of the Byakugan, it is difficult for Might Guy to win, not to mention Obito. Yu can only say that the ninjas of the Hyuga clan still have a lot of advantages in the early stage. The Byakugan is not as difficult to open as the Sharingan, and the family-inherited soft fist is also a very good physical skill. The time they have been training with him is still too short. Now their strengths are not long enough and they still have many shortcomings. With the passage of time, they entered the last 2 rounds of battle, Obito vs Hyuga Kamen, Might Guy vs a ninja from Class 3 of Grade 4. As Yu expected, in front of Hyuga Kamen, Obito was beaten by the soft fist and couldn't find the north before he even used a ninjutsu. In the final, Might Guy's performance was much better than Obito's, but his moves were completely seen through by Hyagakemon's Byakugan, and he still couldn't escape the outcome of losing. Obito was a little depressed after losing the game. He was still thinking about competing for the first place, but he didn't expect to not even make the top 2. Miyu happened to pass by, so she comforted him, "Don't always think about your failure. You should think about how much you have improved compared to the last time, and work hard for the next time." After Miyu said this, Obito felt much better instantly, because in his last third-year final exam, his class ranked only 20th, but this time he was almost in the top 2 in the grade. According to this calculation, his progress is too great, and the first place is just around the corner. Then Miyu passed by Might Guy again. Unexpectedly, Might Guy also looked a little depressed. Miyu originally thought that with Guy's will, he shouldn't care about winning or losing. After thinking about it carefully, Miyu found the reason. It may be because he gave him the physical training manual yesterday, which made Might Guy feel that he was shouldering Miyu's expectations. Failure always runs through life. This is life. Don't let a failure knock you down. Miyu comforted. Might Guy's body was shocked. When it comes to failure, he has a lot of say. In the first entrance examination, he almost missed the ninja. Then he challenged Kakashi and was killed in one move. He ranked last in all courses and was called the tail end. Although he is only 8 years old now, Might Guy has experienced too many failures. He seems to have understood what his father Might Guy said, that youth will never fade. "I understand, Teacher Miyu." Might Guy's eyes became more determined. What he should do is not to think about his gains and losses in frustration, but to work hard to train to win the next battle until he becomes the strongest. Miyu nodded with relief, and then started to pass by Shisui. When Miyu found Shisui, Shisui was surrounded by a group of students asking questions. Seeing Miyu coming, the students greeted Miyu one after another. "Teacher Hanyu, I got second place in the grade. Is there any reward?" Hongdu said with a smile as she walked to Miyu's side. Miyu smiled and touched Hongdu's little head, thought for a while and said, "Please, how do you like eating dumplings?" "Yes, Mr. Hanyu is the best." Hearing that there are dumplings to eat, Hongdu immediately turned into the number 1 Miyu. "Shisui is the first in the grade and hasn't asked for the reward yet. Hongdu, you are too impatient." Gang Zisha on the side couldn't help complaining. "It's not that I really think Hongdu is impatient, but I'm just a little jealous of Hongdu. I'm afraid that my brother will not do well in the exam, and I'm also afraid that my brother will do too well in the exam. Now Hongdu is too good in the exam." Miyu smiled and sent all the students away, and then took Shisui to the commercial street. "How do you feel?" Miyu asked. Shisui thought about it and said honestly, "Very ordinary, there is not even anyone who needs me to fight with all my strength. It's normal. After all, with your strength, there are not many people in the 4th grade who can match you, let alone the 1st grade." Miyu praised generously. "Then Teacher Miyu, do you think I should graduate early?" Shisui looked into Miyu's eyes and asked. Miyu's eyes were a very special color, the same blue as the sky. "Graduate early? Because I heard that there were some talented seniors who graduated quickly because they felt that they could not learn anything in the ninja school." Shisui replied. Miyu shook her head and said, "I don't recommend you to graduate in the 1st year. You should at least wait until the 2nd or 3rd year. Your strength may be very outstanding among your peers, but after leaving school, your opponents will not only be your peers, especially now that a war may break out at any time. If you think that the courses in the ninja school are meaningless, you can use the shadow clone to help you go to school, and then the main body can practice according to my instructions." Miyu gave a suggestion. Although Shisui survived the 3rd Ninja World War safely in the original work and earned the name of Shisui who could move instantly, there was no Hanyu Miyu in the original work, so it was hard to say what the butterfly effect was. Miyu still hoped that Shisui would stay in the ninja school for a few years. If you can't even kill a chunin in 1 second, what's the point of graduating? If it were him, without the strength of a jonin, he wouldn't feel safe walking on the streets of Konoha. Hearing Miyu's suggestion, Shisui's eyes lit up and nodded, feeling that Miyu's suggestion was very good. Then Miyu took Shisui to buy a bunch of dumplings and returned to school. Before the afternoon class, every student in the first grade class received a portion of dumplings. Miyu would not really give it to Hongdu alone, but after all, she agreed, so Miyu gave Hongdu an extra portion of dumplings. Teacher Hanyu is the best in the world. Hongdu expressed her satisfaction. If there were a few more dumplings, Konoha might have another Hanyu Shint in the future. Other students also expressed their gratitude, and their already high goodwill increased again. The efficiency of the ninja school was very high. The results were sorted out and announced 2 days after the exam, which also verified Miyu's guess. Chapter 20. The smile will not disappear, it will only shift. Izumo, good morning. Early in the morning, walking to the ninja school, Gangzisha greeted Shinayu Izumo, who met by chance. Well, good morning. Shinayu Izumo responded. Gangzisha put his arm around Shinayu Izumo's neck, locked Shinayu Izumo's neck, then let go and smiled. Why do you look so listless? Shinayu Izumo sighed and said, Zisha, have you forgotten that today is the day to announce the results? Yet, didn't you perform well in the exam, Izumo? Gangzisha remembered that Miyu said yesterday that the results would be released today. Yes, I feel that the scores may be very low. Shenyu Chuyun looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, looking a little sad. It's okay, I didn't perform well either, and I guess I'll be the same as you then. Gangzisha patted Shenyu Chuyun's shoulder and comforted him. Then the two walked towards the ninja school together, and just when they were approaching the ninja school, they met Hongdo. Izumo, Zisha, good morning. Hongdo greeted the two happily. Hongdo, good morning. The two responded. Why do you look unhappy? Did you have a nightmare last night? Hongdo asked curiously. No, because today is the day to release the results. Gangzisha sighed. We didn't do well in the exam, and I feel that the scores will be very low. Hehe, is that so? I feel that I did very well in the exam, and maybe the scores are quite high. Hearing this reason, Hongdo smiled proudly. Then I can ask Mr. Hanyu for a reward again. Although I haven't seen the scores yet, Hongdo feels that I can open champagne. After all, Gangzitai Shinayu Izumo's theoretical scores are very good. She scored better than them, so she must have a high score. I really envy you, Hongdo. You are second in the practical grade, and you also scored well in theory. Shinayu Izumo expressed envy. Hearing Shinayu Izumo's praise, Hongdo couldn't help but swell up even more. She walked with the wind, like a big sister. Then the Hongdo trio also met Shisui and other students in their class when they entered the school. How did you do in the exam, Shisui? Hongdo asked curiously. Just average. Shisui replied calmly. Hongdo couldn't help but look forward to her own score. Shisui's exam was average, so could she be the first? It's still unlikely to be the first, but there should be one in the top 5? Hongdo hadn't gotten so mad that she lost her mind. Her scores in exams were just average. When she walked to the notice board, it was already surrounded by a bunch of students, and there were voices discussing scores everywhere. The scores in this class are too high, many are in the 70s and 80s. There is another one with full marks, and it seems that he is the first in actual combat, which is really terrifying. It is worthy of being the class led by teacher Miyu. Make way, make way. Hongdo, who was eager to know her own results, was in no mood to pay attention to what others were saying. She took the lead and rushed in with Gangzisha and Shenyu Chuyun, and found the score sheet of Class 2. 80 points. Great! Hongdo saw her name and the 80 behind it at a glance, and cheered happily. But soon she noticed a problem. Why did the ranking seem to be wrong? Zisha, Chuiyun, did you find your scores? Hongdu asked hurriedly. Yes, I found it, 92 points. Gang Zisha nodded and said. How much, how much? Hongdu suspected that she had heard it wrong. 92 points. Gang Zisha repeated. Konoha swear words. Hongdu slapped Gang Zisha's shoulder heavily, and her two big brown-gray eyes looked at Gang Zisha in disbelief. You didn't do well in the exam, and you got 92? You call this a bad test? Hongdu couldn't help asking. It was just luck. I thought I didn't do well, but it turned out to be okay. Gang Zisha said with a smile. How about Azumo? How many points? Gang Zisha asked. 97. Shinayu Azumo replied with a smile. How much? Gang Zisha felt that he had heard it wrong, it was almost full marks. 97. Shinayu Azumo repeated. This time Gang Zisha heard it clearly, the smile on his face gradually disappeared, and the smile on Shinayu Azumo's face became more and more intense. I was so lucky to comfort you early in the morning, but you did so well in the test, almost full marks. Gang Zisha directly locked Shinayu Azumo's neck with his arm and took Shinayu Azumo out. Seeing this familiar scene, Hongdu decisively joined the fight, and secretly punched Gang Zisha from time to time. These two people are so hateful, they did so well in the test and still deceived her feelings. After studying hard for a month, the disciple Uchiha Shisui achieved perfect results in the academic assessment and received rewards, Chakra plus 300, Ninjutsu Proficiency Scroll. Ninjutsu Proficiency Scroll, upgrade any mastered ninjutsu to proficiency level. After studying hard for a month, the disciple Uchiha Obito achieved good results in the academic assessment and received rewards, Chakra plus 150. After studying hard for a month, the disciple Might Guy achieved good results in the academic assessment and received rewards, Chakra plus 150. As Mu expected, the exams really have rewards, and they are much richer than the lecture rewards. In these 3 days, he could not talk about 600 chakras even if his throat smoked. Only 20 chakras for a B-level evaluation. This is because Obito and Might Guy are too bad at theory, and they are not the first in actual combat, otherwise the rewards would be higher. Mu suddenly had the urge to ask the school to take more exams. Ninja schools usually have only 2 exams in a semester. If there were 10 exams in a semester, he would be flying to the sky. This idea was abandoned by Mu in a flash, because he knew that if he did so, he might not get any reward. When he usually took exams in class, they were considered exams, and he didn't see the system give him any rewards. Moreover, Mu felt that his proposal would not be accepted by the school. 10 exams in a semester would be a big hassle for not only students but also teachers. Mu thought about it and used the Ninjutsu Proficiency Scroll. There are 3 semesters in a year, and 2 exams in each semester, which means that he can get 6 Ninjutsu Proficiency Scrolls in a year. Anyway, he can get it later, so he might as well strengthen his strength first to prevent accidents. Mu used the Ninjutsu Proficiency Scroll on Water Break Wave, and many memories of practicing Water Break Wave and various techniques instantly appeared in his mind. Although Mu now has a lot of ninjutsu, Mu believes that the most powerful one is still Water Break Wave. In the office at noon, Mu became the center of discussion. How do you teach, Mr. Hanyu? The theoretical scores of this student are too outrageous. The average score is several tens of points higher than that of other classes. Kimura Shanran couldn't help asking. Yes, Mr. Mu, do you have any tricks? Although the 2 in my class barely passed this time, it's hard to say next time. Iketani Yang said. Might Guy and Obito really shocked him this time. Not only did they take the top 2 in the class in actual combat, but they also passed the theory. When Mu wanted to say something, a teacher entered the office and said to Mu, Mr. Hanyu, the principal is looking for you. The network cable seems to be disconnected because it is too hot, so the update is a little late, sorry. Also, thank you to the book friends who rewarded me. I will post the specific names of thank you in the next chapter. This chapter was posted too quickly. Chapter 21 The Third Hokage. Please go to the principal's office as soon as possible. Principal. Ueda Aya exclaimed softly. There are no powerful teachers in the ninja school, they are basically ordinary chunin, but the principal of the ninja school is not simple. There are currently only 2 principals in the ninja school, one is the 2nd generation Hokage Senju Tobirama, and the other is the current 3rd generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although he is the principal, it is not easy for teachers to meet Sarutobi Hiruzen, because he only comes when school starts. In a word, Sarutobi Hiruzen usually does not come to school, but handles official business in the Hokage building. This is exactly why Ueda Aya exclaimed. Sarutobi Hiruzen actually came to the principal's office and summoned a teacher alone. It was so rare. Okay, I'll go there right away. Miyu nodded, and then said to the teacher in the office with an apologetic look. Excuse me, everyone. I'm going to the principal's office. I'll talk about the lecture when I come back later. What's there to be embarrassed about? Teacher Hanyu, go quickly, don't keep the 3rd generation waiting for a long time. Ikegami Yang said, with an uncontrollable envy expression on his face, and his eyes were almost like lemons. He has been teaching for several years and has never received such treatment. Not to mention being summoned alone, he has never entered the principal's office. However, Ikegami Yang was not jealous when he thought of Miyu's teaching level and student quality. The average scores of other classes in the 1st grade were around 40 or 50, but Miyu's class directly rushed to more than 70, leaving other classes behind. The actual combat scores were generally higher, and they also won the top 2 in the grade. Uchiha Shisui, who ranked 1st, was even recognized as a super genius. Ichia Yang asked himself, can he lead such a class? No. After Miyu finished speaking, he turned and went to the principal's office. The principal's office is on the top floor of their teaching building, that is, the 5th floor, and Miyu's small office is on the 2nd floor. Looking at the sign of the principal's office next to the door, Miyu knocked on the door of the office. Come in. A middle-aged man's voice with a rather majestic tone came from inside the door. Miyu opened the door and walked into the office. Miyu glanced casually. The layout of the office was very monotonous. The bookshelves and desks were by the window, and there was a set of tables and chairs near the door. And Sarutobi Hiruzen was not as old as the beginning of the anime plot. His hair and beard were still black, and there were not too many wrinkles on his face. His eyes were full of majesty, giving people a sense of majesty without anger. Maybe because he was in the ninja school, he did not bring the Hokage hat. It's Mr. Hanyu, right? Please sit down. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not act like a Hokage. He stood up and walked to the table and chairs near the door, smiling and motioning Miyu to sit down. Sandame Hokage. Miyu said with respect, and sat down without being pretentious. In his previous life, the reputation of the 3rd generation was not good. For various reasons, many things became his conspiracy. He didn't know what kind of person the 3rd generation in front of him was, but as a teacher in a ninja school, his superficial work had to be in place. Even if he cursed in his heart, he had to smile on his face. Hanyu, you are a person with teaching talent. Sarutobi Hiruzen praised with a smile. I heard about your class's results. The average theoretical score is 20 to 30 points higher than other classes. In terms of actual combat, the top 2 places in the grade are also taken by your class. The invigilator said that the mastery of basic ninjutsu such as transformation and clone techniques is better than other classes. It is also the students' own seriousness. I just teach them as much as I can. The rest depends on their efforts. Miyu thought for a while and said. He was modest, but not completely modest. First, he said that there were also students' own reasons, and then he said that he tried his best to teach and pointed out his own efforts. Teach as much as I can, well said. Sarutobi Hiruzen was very satisfied with Miyu's answer and sighed. If there are more teachers like Hanyu who are dedicated to educating students in the ninja school, there is no need to worry about the training of the younger generation. Miyu did not respond to this sentence, but just looked like he was listening carefully. If you admit it, wouldn't it mean that other teachers are incompetent scumbags? If you don't admit it, it means that other teachers are not serious. Based on the performance of Class 1, Grade 1 this time, I will help you decide on the title of Excellent Teacher for this semester. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile. Miyu showed a surprised expression on her face, and then thanked Sarutobi Hiruzen with a touching face. However, Mr. Sandame, this is not a good idea. After all, it has only been a month. I am afraid that it will damage your reputation if it is spread out. Miyu said with a worried look, worried that this will affect the reputation of the third generation. Excellent teachers are originally given to teachers with excellent performance. If other teachers can also lead such a class, I will give it to them as well. Sarutobi Hiruzen said domineeringly. The third generation continued to make a promise and said, if Mr. Hanyu maintains this teaching quality in the next year, I will promote you to a special jonin and serve as the deputy monitor of the ninja school teacher class. Thank you for your cultivation, but as a teacher, my responsibility is to teach good students. I always keep this in mind. Miyu said sincerely. He thought that Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen were indeed taught by the same teacher. They both drew the same picture, and both were promoted to special jonin. However, it was a pity that Miyu really hoped that his students would improve compared to the position of special jonin, because this would make a lot of gold coins. Looking at Miyu's sincere feelings, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had seen countless people, was sure that Miyu was telling the truth, and he admired Miyu more and more. Teacher Hanyu, I want to talk to you about some private matters next. I don't know if you are willing to listen. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly asked. Miyu nodded, thinking about what the three generations were up to. I have a little son named Sarutobi Asuma, who just graduated this year and became a genin. He is still very immature in all aspects, which is a headache for me. I want to hire you as a tutor to teach him. Sarutobi Hiruzen sent out invite. Based on the teaching level that Miyu has shown so far, Sarutobi Hiruzen feels that it is no problem to teach Asuma, a newly graduated genin. This is also a test of Miyu's ability. If the performance is really good, it is worth it for him to come forward and ask Danzo for someone. Whether it is an excellent teacher or a special jonin, he uses them to improve Miyu's favorability and pave the way for the future. For Sarutobi Hiruzen, these are just a matter of words, so he is happy to make this move. Sandame-sama, I need to think about this carefully. Miyu thought about it and did not agree directly. This was a bit beyond Sarutobi Hiruzen's expectations. He did not expect Miyu to refuse. Because I have to go to class on weekdays, I definitely don't have time from Monday to Friday, and on weekends, I also have to think about how to start teaching next week. I can only agree if the teaching quality of both parties is guaranteed, so let me think about it. Miyu explained. The Sandame was stunned for a moment, then laughed and praised Miyu as an excellent teacher again, and then said that there was nothing else to do and you can go. Before leaving, Miyu gave the third Hokage an appraisal. Chapter 22 The Strength of the Peak Third Hokage. Name, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Chakra, 170,000. Potential, S. Evaluation, High Ninjutsu Talent, good at combination ninjutsu. Single nature ninjutsu may not be comparable to bloodline limit. If I use 5 kinds of high-level ninjutsu with different natures at the same time, how will you deal with it? The peak third Hokage. Seeing the string of zeros in chakra, Miyu was surprised and envious when he walked out of the office. After all, this is a full 170,000 chakra, 130,000 more than the last time he saw Minato. However, Minato is only 18 years old now, and it doesn't make much sense to compare a middle-aged ninja at the peak with a growing ninja. How should I write the report after I go back? Surprised, Miyu was already thinking about how to write the report to Danzo. Not having time to think carefully is just an excuse. Although he is not idle, he is not so busy that he can't spare a little time to teach Asuma in a week. Miyu could feel that the third generation was trying to win his favor, otherwise he wouldn't have said that he was an excellent teacher and a special jonin. But the third generation's sincerity was too little, there was no benefit, just empty promises. If the third generation had directly revealed his root identity when he entered the office and asked whether he wanted to follow him, Miyu would have definitely kicked Danzo out and followed the third generation. But now the third generation didn't reveal his identity, and it was obvious that he was still hesitating. The old scumbag was acting like a jerk. If he agreed directly, Danzo wouldn't get any good, so he might as well find an excuse not to give an answer for the time being and throw the question to Danzo. As for whether the third generation didn't know his identity, Miyu could only say that it was not impossible, but it was unlikely. After all, the root was not a respectable existence. If the third generation didn't even know that the root ninja entered the ninja school, he would have been a Hokage and principal in vain. After returning to the office, the teachers asked Miyu curiously. "Teacher Hanyu, what did the third generation ask you to do? Is it a reward?" Ueda Aya asked curiously. "It should be, after all, the test results are so good this time, and it's a new teacher. Teacher Hanyu is too strong." Ikumi Yang sighed, he was convinced by Miyu. "It can be regarded as an affirmation of my teaching results." Miyu sat down and took out a pen and paper, then thought for a while and said, "When can I be affirmed by the third generation?" Kimura Shanran only felt that the gap between people was really big. He still remembered Miyu's immaturity when he first came, and he didn't expect that he would surpass his predecessor in teaching achievements so quickly. "Just do your best to teach students," Miyu said while practicing calligraphy. "Teacher Miyu, can you please help me take the get out of class this afternoon? I have something to do." Ikumi Yang poured Miyu a glass of water and said, "Sure, I'm free in the afternoon." Miyu nodded and agreed. "Teacher Hanyu, I finally understand why those students like you." Ikumi Yang hurriedly thanked. "By the way, Sujito, lend me some money, I'll pay you back when I get paid." Then Ikea Yang said to Kimura Shanran. Originally, he wanted to borrow from Miyu, but he felt embarrassed when he thought about how many times he had asked Miyu to substitute for him. "How much do you want to borrow?" Kimura Shanran asked. He and Ikea Yang were old friends, so it was okay to borrow some money. 80,000 taels will be enough. Ikea Yang thought for a while and said. 80,000 taels, what are you going to borrow it for? Kimura Shanran's hand that was about to take out the money paused. The monthly salary of the teachers in their ninja school is only 100,000 taels, and Ikea Yang is borrowing more than half of it directly. Although it's not that you can't borrow it, you have to ask clearly. Miyu also looked at him sideways. The setting of Naruto is that 1 tael is equal to 10 yen, so Ikea Yang is borrowing 80,000 taels directly, which is equivalent to borrowing 800,000 yen. It may not be a big deal for those powerful ninjas, but it is still a lot for the Chunin teachers. Dating, I can't treat people to ramen. Ikea Yang explained. You don't spend all your salary on dating, do you? Kimura Shanran looked at Ikea Yang with a look of vengeance. What do you mean by all? If you use it for a date, then it's not for your own use. I didn't eat anything. Ikea Yang tried to defend himself. Stop talking nonsense. If you were alone, would you be willing to go to those high-end restaurants to eat? Ueda Aya complained. She had reminded Ikea Yang a long time ago, but she couldn't persuade him. She doesn't like you at all, she just treats you as a meal ticket. Ueda Aya tried to wake up Ikea Yang. How is it possible? She called me Ikea brother the day before yesterday. Ikea Yang retorted with a look of infatuation on his face. 80,000 taels a time, I call you too, believe it or not, I can call you bankrupt. Ueda Aya said expressionlessly, calling you brother won't lose a piece of meat. You. Forget it, I'll lend it to you, remember to save some money for yourself. Kimura Santo sighed and finally lent the money to Ikea Yang. Hearing that Kimura Santo was willing to lend money, Ikea Yang didn't care about the weird Ueda Aya, and hurriedly thanked Kimura Santo and left the office. Miyu thought that if Naruto also had short videos, it might be popular to shoot Ikea Yang's office routine into a series of videos, so that there would be no shortage of money. After complaining inwardly, Miyu quickly calmed down to practice calligraphy, and didn't stop writing until the class was about to start. As soon as Miyu walked into the classroom, the students in the classroom began to get excited. Great, it's teacher Miyu who's here to teach the ninjutsu class. My transformation skills were much more refined after the last class with teacher Miyu. I hope to focus on the clone technique this time. Miyu took a quick look. Great, Obito didn't come again. 5 minutes after Miyu started the class, Obito rushed into the classroom. Seeing Miyu standing on the podium, Obito was a little dumbfounded. He thought that he was not late every day. Why did he feel that every time he was late, it was Miyu's substitute class? Wouldn't this lower his image in Miyu's heart? Teacher Miyu, Obito wanted to explain something. Sit down. Miyu motioned Obito to sit down, and then began to teach the clone technique according to the requirements of most students. Damn teacher Iktani, why didn't you inform Miyu earlier that teacher was coming to substitute? Obito clenched his fist and complained. During the break, Miyu called Obito and Might Guy out and asked about the test results. Passed. Obito and Might Guy said together with their heads held high. Miyu asked them in detail and found that they were really stuck in the passing score. The average score was 60, and they just scored 30. I don't know why, but this time the score is better than before. Originally, 25 points would be enough to pass. Obito scratched his head and said, he also felt that it was very extreme. It may be because Miyu teacher came to substitute for the class. Might Guy said. Even someone like him who has a hard time learning can clearly feel the gap between Miyu and other teachers. Ah? Then won't it be higher next time? Obito was dumbfounded. If it is higher, he won't be able to do it. Passing is my most basic requirement for you. If you can't do it, then you have to follow my arrangements. Miyu smiled kindly. If it's not enough to pass, the reward will probably be even lower. Looking at Miyu's smile, Obito and Might Guy remembered the horror of being dominated by the exam again. They shuddered for a moment and then quickly said that they would pass next time. Miyu returned home, wrote the report, and submitted it. Not long after, the root sent a reply. I gave up. I was typing, and suddenly the school said that the freelance certification I got before was not valid. I had to get a new work certificate. It was a waste of time, so the update was late. Chapter 23 Little Sun and Red Pepper. There were 3 scrolls in front of Miyu. He opened them one by one. The first scroll contained money. Miyu counted it and found that there were 200,000 taels in total. Miyu put the money away. Money is a thing that is better in any world. Ninjas are also big spenders. Whether it is various ninja tools or secret medicines needed for training, they are very expensive. Then he opened the second scroll, which was a sea-level ninjutsu, fire style, flame bullet. This is a ninjutsu that Miyu has not drawn yet, but Miyu has mastered many fire techniques. Escape, both large-scale and flexible, no need to waste time practicing this fire bomb. Miyu picked up the last scroll and opened it. This was Danzo's reply to the report. Danzo first praised Miyu for her work completion. She became an excellent teacher so quickly and was praised by the third generation, so he was very satisfied, gave her a reward and hoped that Miyu. Skipping Danzo's Pua paragraph, Miyu went straight to Danzo's requirements. Become Sarutobi Asuma's tutor, gain his trust, and become someone he respects. This was Danzo's reply to Miyu's report. Miyu put away the ninjutsu scroll and burned the other 2 scrolls. Although he didn't practice it, it was free from Danzo after all, so it would be a pity to burn it. Danzo, this old guy, is not giving up on the position of Hokage. Miyu sighed. It is obvious that Danzo has some ideas about the youngest son of the third generation. But Miyu doesn't care. At most, he can take a few hours on the weekend. It won't affect him. Should we sell the house in the main city? Miyu thought of something. The original owner did not live near the sparsely populated southern forest at the beginning. In fact, he had a house in the main city of Konoha, which was left to him by his parents. However, in order to conceal his identity, he got a house in the southern forest. Although he didn't live there much, but the original owner would go back every year to clean the house in the main city. Miyu thought that since he didn't live there, he might as well sell it. He remembered that the location of the house was not bad, and it might be worth a lot of money, and then he could use the money to buy secret medicine for cultivation. Although there was help from the system, the improvement was better. Thinking of this, Miyu got up and went to the main city of Konoha, ready to look at the house and clean it up so that he could sell it. Miyu found the house according to the original owner's memory. When he was about to take the key to go in, he found that a blonde figure just walked out of the house next to him. "Hello, are you the new resident?" Namikaze Minato greeted curiously. He bought this house for several months, and it was the first time he saw someone enter the house on the right. Namikaze Minato thought a new neighbor had moved in. When Miyu turned around, Namikaze Minato looked at the blonde hair and blue eyes, and instantly remembered that he had met Miyu in the library before. It's not that he has a super memory and remembers everyone he meets, but Minato also has blonde hair and blue eyes, plus the gentle smile on Miyu's face. Minato feels like he has met another version of him, so he is impressed. "No, this is my home, but for some reasons, I moved out later and rarely come back." Miyu greeted with a smile. He thinks that it's good to keep the house without selling it. Before, he was worried that he couldn't get close to Minato and get the knowledge of sealing techniques for free, but now he's here, they are neighbors, and according to reason, Minato moved in later. "Minato, I'm here to see you." At this time, a vibrant female voice sounded. "Hey, Minato, you didn't tell me that you have a brother who looks like you." Kushina looked at Miyu, who also had blonde hair and blue eyes and a gentle smile on her face, and couldn't help but joked. In terms of overall facial features, the two are actually not alike, but the same dazzling blonde hair and that kind of smile really gave Kushina a sense of brotherhood. "Excuse me, this is my girlfriend. As you can see, she is a little too lively. Please forgive me," Minato said to Miyu with an apologetic look. "This is my neighbor." Minato wanted to say Miyu's name, but found that he didn't know his name yet. "My name is Hanya Miyu." Miyu introduced himself. "Hello, my name is Uzumaki Kushina, your name is quite nice." Kushina hugged Minato from behind and stuck her head out to introduce herself. "Hello, my name is Namikaze Minato." Minato pulled Kushina off him with a smile on his face and said, "Thank you, your fiery red hair is also very beautiful." Miyu praised while opening the door. Kushina's eyes lit up instantly, and she raised her thumb and said, "Okay, you have a good eye." She felt that Miyu could talk. When Miyu opened the door, the smoke and dust hidden in the gap also filled the air. Miyu glanced inside. It was not particularly dirty, but it was too dusty because no one had lived there for a long time. "I'm sorry, I'm afraid I can't entertain you." I have to clean up first. Miyu turned around and said. Then we won't bother you. Seeing this, Minato took Kushina back home. Miyu looked at Kushina's departing back and gave an appraisal. Name, Kushina. Chakra, 150000. Potential, SS. Evaluation, good at sealing techniques, with a huge amount of special chakra that ordinary people can't reach. Miyu could only say that it was enough to make him jealous. As for the chakra, there were also question marks in parentheses. This was the first time Miyu saw it. He thought that Kushina should have become the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and the Nine Tails inside had not been identified, so it was a question mark. Kushina's potential is indeed a bit scary. The double S potential is the highest potential that Miyu has seen so far. But combined with the original work, Miyu guessed that at least one S was brought by the Nine Tails in the body. Without the Nine Tails, Kushina would drop to S potential. Otherwise, with the potential of double S, there is no need for the Nine Tails. Kushina can develop normally and kill people directly. The third generation and Minato only have one S. Miyu used the multiple shadow clone technique to create 10 shadow clones, and then let the clones start cleaning the house. Miyu once again sighed at Tobirama's genius, who could actually develop such a convenient ninjutsu as shadow clone. After cleaning the house, Miyu bought some daily necessities and put them in. He was not in a hurry to visit Minato's house to exchange feelings. He planned to stay here occasionally and become friends with Minato naturally. He opened the window and began to enrich the training plan for his disciples while feeling the evening breeze. Might Guy and Obito, who did not get the first place in the grade, both need targeted intensive training. As for Shisui, Miyu plans to improve his chakra control ability, which will not only improve his current combat effectiveness but also lay the foundation for learning illusion in the future. Thanks to Moshang Liugzhou Qingchen Sun Ba Mu Jiao sent €14108 for the 100 rewards. Thanks to Degree Plus or Minus for the 100 rewards. Thanks to Dastw for the 100 rewards. Chapter 24 New Training begins. The next day, Miyu went to the Hokage building after class in the morning. Sarutobi Hiruzen is the third Hokage after all, and it is impossible for him to wait for his reply in the school office every day, so Sarutobi Hiruzen told Miyu that if she wanted to be a tutor, she should go to the Hokage building to find him. Miyu was stopped at the Hokage's office, but Miyu had expected it, and said directly that the third Hokage asked him to come and he was let in. Miyu rang the bell, the wooden door of the Hokage's office. "Sir, I've thought about it." Miyu pointed out her identity and purpose. "It's Hanyu, come in." The voice of the Sandai came from the door. Miyu opened the door and went in, and was surprised to find that there was not only the Sandai inside, but also Minato. Minato was also a little surprised to see Miyu come in. He didn't expect that the new neighbor we met yesterday would be able to meet in the Hokage's office today. "This is Mr. Hanyu from our ninja school. He has a very strong teaching ability. Even I can't help but want to ask him to be Asuma's tutor." The Sandai put down his pipe and introduced with a smile. Then the Sandai noticed the expressions of the two and asked, "Minato, do you know each other?" Minato nodded and said, "We are neighbors. Hanyu's house is next to mine." "That's really fate. Hanyu and Minato can communicate more. You are both outstanding ninjas in your respective fields." Sarutobi Hiruzen praised. "No, I just tried my best," Miyu said modestly. Minato also said modestly and left. He had a good impression of Miyu, but the Hokage's office was not a good place to chat. Miyu had the same idea. The place was not suitable, so he did not communicate with Minato too much. "Sir, I thought about it seriously after I went back. If I arrange my time reasonably, I can spare a few hours to teach Asuma on the weekend." Miyu gave his answer. "Okay, with you, Hanyu, to teach, I don't have to worry about the growth of Asuma." Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile, and his words showed his trust in Miyu. I will try my best to live up to your expectations, sir, and teach Asuma with all my strength. Miyu showed a grateful expression, indicating that he would definitely take the tutoring job seriously. The follow-up was a more clear discussion of salary. The third generation was quite generous and offered a price of 2,000 taels per hour. He taught for 8 hours on 2 days of the weekend and was paid once a week. Miyu set the time to start at 1 o'clock in the afternoon and end at 5 o'clock. Today is Friday. Miyu has no classes in the afternoon, so he went directly to the river where he usually practices. Shisui was practicing fire escape with Miyu's shadow clone there. Since he won the first place in the grade without any pressure in the exam, Shisui followed Miyu's advice and used the shadow clone to go to school, and then came to Miyu to practice during school hours. After Miyu arrived, he cancelled the shadow clone. After Shisui noticed that Miyu's real body had arrived, he temporarily stopped practicing and greeted Miyu, saying, "Teacher Miyu." Miyu nodded, took out a square towel and handed it to Shisui, smiling, "Take a break and wipe the sweat off." Shisui thanked him, took the square towel and wiped the sweat off his forehead and neck, and sat down with Miyu under the big tree. Miyu gave Shisui an appraisal. Name, Uchiha Shisui. Chakra, 580. Potential, SS. Compared to a month ago, chakra has improved a lot. On the one hand, it is because the training intensity has increased, and on the other hand, Shisui's body is gradually developing, and the growth rate will be faster in the future. What makes Miyu a little dissatisfied is that this panel is too simple, and you can only see chakra and potential. After a while of rest, Miyu said, "Shisui, starting from today, the training plan will be changed. Start practicing the instant body technique and enhance chakra control ability." Since Shisui can break the name of the instant body Shisui in the Third Ninja World War, Miyu thinks it is okay to teach Shisui some instant body technique first. Yet, Shisui nodded without raising any objections. After a month of learning, he has great confidence in Miyu's teaching ability. Instant body technique is not the name of a ninjutsu, but a large category of ninjutsu. As long as the technique can achieve the instant body effect, it can be called instant body technique. If you think it's a bit advanced, the time-space ninjutsu like Flying Thunder God can also be considered as the instant body jutsu, and the lightning chakra mode that activates the body to increase speed can also be considered. However, Miyu naturally doesn't know Flying Thunder God and the lightning chakra mode. The instant body jutsu he mastered is the most common instant body jutsu. It is to make a seal to gather chakra in the legs and then explode, strengthening the body to achieve the effect of high-speed movement. The disadvantage is that if it is used too many times, the leg muscles will be fatigued and injured. Although it is just an ordinary D-level physical skill, it is very practical in battle, whether it is a surprise attack or a retreat. Shisui's talent still did not disappoint Miyu. Although he has not yet opened the Sharingan, his strong talent allowed Shisui to learn the instant body jutsu directly after Miyu completed a demonstration and explanation. When the ninja school was over, Might Guy and Obito soon came to the training place. "Don't rush to practice, I have made a special training plan for you for 2 months. Miyu called Might Guy and Obito who were preparing to practice. Hearing Miyu's gentle voice, Obito thought that Miyu was going to teach something new. He looked at Miyu expectantly and asked, "Teacher Miyu, are you going to teach me some new powerful ninjutsu? You haven't even mastered the Dragon Fire and Fireball, what's the point of teaching you new ninjutsu?" Miyu shook her head. "What kind of special training is that?" Hearing that there was no new ninjutsu to learn, Obito was a little disappointed. "It will allow you to defeat the Hyuga Fire in the next final exam. You need to strengthen your training in Taijutsu," Miyu said with a smile. "Obito, your Taijutsu is too weak. Let alone Hyuga Kamen, even if you fight with the current Kai can make you unable to use any ninjutsu, so you must strengthen your training in Taijutsu." Hearing Muyu's words, Obito wanted to say something, but found that he could not refute it, because he lost the battles with Hyuga Kamen and Might Guy just as Muyu said. Although the battles of ninjas sometimes seem to be no different from the battles between mages, if you really want to treat yourself as a turret mage and don't practice taijutsu, this is the fastest way to die on the battlefield. Generally, strong ninjas have more or less taijutsu. As for Kai, what you have to do is to strengthen your strengths. You have to become faster, so fast that even if Hyuga Kamen's white eyes see your movements clearly, he will not have time to dodge. It is true that the Byakugan has a strong observation ability, but Might Guy does not need to be faster than the Byakugan. He only needs to be faster than Hyuga Kage's reaction. From now on, you two will practice for half an hour for every hour of training. You can only use taijutsu, not ninjutsu. Ah, you can't use ninjutsu. Obito was dumbfounded. He couldn't beat him, and he couldn't use ninjutsu. Isn't this just a pure beating? If you don't want to be defeated by Hyuga Kage next time, then don't use ninjutsu. Muyu replied. Obito thought about the boasting in front of Nohara Rin, and even though he had foreseen the miserable training life in the future, he could only nod with tears in his eyes. A new round of training began. Muyu wondered if the reward of increasing the disciple's strength could be triggered after this special training. It had not been triggered once yet, and she didn't know to what extent it would be improved. Chapter 25 Potential needs to be stimulated reasonably. On Saturday morning, Obito, Shisui, and the other two began to train according to Muyu's requirements. Obito first learned the basic moves of taijutsu from Muyu. After practicing for an hour, Muyu asked Obito to rest, handed him a bottle of water, and wiped his sweat. Obito suddenly felt something was wrong. Although Muyu was a good teacher, he would not be so considerate under normal circumstances. It was possible to hand over water, and at most a towel would be provided to wipe the sweat. Obito, I think you still have a lot of potential that has not been stimulated. Muyu said with a smile as she covered the bottle of water that Obito had not finished drinking and put it on the ground. No, I think my potential has been completely stimulated by you, teacher. Obito felt that he had just wiped the hot sweat off his forehead and then broke out in cold sweat again. You still underestimate yourself. Muyu shook her head and said. How about this, when fighting with Kai, as long as you get hit once, then do one more question during the break. I think this should be able to completely stimulate your potential. Even if it doesn't work, then doing more questions will improve your theoretical grades. Teacher, this is not good. If I get hit hundreds of times, I don't care about doing questions, but I'm afraid you'll be tired of setting questions. Obito said as if he was thinking about Muyu. Obito was also forced into a corner, and his speaking skills improved as he was quick-witted. For Obito, it would be better to have a passionate fight with Might Guy than to do exercises and papers. I'm glad that you're worried about the teacher's health, Obito. Muyu showed a relieved expression. Just when Obito thought he was going to survive, Muyu changed the subject. I guessed that you are such a good kid, so I prepared a lot of questions for you in advance. You don't have to worry about not having questions to do. Muyu took out a stack of test papers with a smile, indicating that there were enough questions. Is it enough? If not, I'll ask the shadow clone to give you some more. Muyu asked with a smile. Enough. Obito shook his head and waved his hands frantically. He looked at the stack of questions in Muyu's hand and it was almost gone. It was obviously sunny today and Muyu's smile was warm, but Obito just felt a chill rushing from the soles of his feet to his forehead. Muyu's way was not working, so Obito decided to save the country in a roundabout way. Since he couldn't avoid doing questions, he would do less. Thinking of this, Obito quickly winked at Might Guy, indicating that he would add some water later. Might Guy saw Obito's gesture, showed his shining white teeth, smiled easily and gave Obito a thumbs up. Kai, if you don't hit it at once, then do 50 questions. One less question for each hit, and you can reduce it by 40 at most. Miyu continued. Might Guy's face suddenly changed, and he gave Obito a thumbs up again with a serious face. Do your best. Don't do such things. Obito held his head with both hands and wailed. He could already see a large number of questions coming towards him. For the sake of youth, we must do our best to reduce the number of questions to a minimum. Might Guy felt that he was already on fire. Obito didn't want to do the questions, and he didn't want to either. In the following battle, Might Guy punched hard and directly burst out at 120% speed to chase Obito. Obito, who didn't want to do the questions, also had his potential burst out. After being hit more than a dozen times, his steps became much more agile. Miyu looked at the two of them and nodded with relief. Isn't there still a lot of potential that has not been stimulated? When both of them were out of strength, the battle was over. Obito was hit more than 30 times and needed to do more than 30 questions, while Might Guy only needed to do a dozen. Miyu felt that the effect was very good. If they continued to practice like this, maybe in less than 2 months, Hyuga Kamen would not be their opponent. It's a pity that Nohara Rin is not talented. If Nohara Rin was also accepted as a disciple, it would be easy to stimulate Obito. Miyu thought too. In order to keep a low profile, he was reluctant to train with non-disciples. In fact, there is a better candidate, that is Kakashi. Nohara Rin can only stimulate Obito alone. If Kakashi is also there, then Obito and Might Guy will be stimulated together. Kakashi is talented enough, but it is a pity that Kakashi is unlikely to become his student, because Kakashi was promoted to Chunin 2 years ago. Miyu has been training with them until noon, and ate lunch with the 3 of them. In the end, 2 shadow clones were left behind, and Miyu's body went to the home of the 3rd Hokage to start tutoring. Maybe because he was still at work, Miyu did not see Sarutobi Hiruzen, but only saw a middle-aged woman with a single ponytail, that is, Sarutobi Biwako, the wife of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Biwako-sama. Miyu greeted. You are the teacher Hanyu mentioned by Hiruzen. Sarutobi Biwako recalled the appearance described by the 3rd Hokage and asked. Miyu nodded. Asuma is waiting for you in the backyard. Sarutobi Biwako pointed the direction for Miyu, and then reminded. Asuma is a bit rebellious, please bear with me, Mr. Hanyu. If he is really undisciplined, just tell me. I will, but I have some special skills to deal with rebellious students. Miyu smiled and replied, then walked in the direction pointed by Sarutobi Biwako. When she walked to the backyard, Miyu saw a child of about 9 years old, holding a piece of grass in his mouth, lying against a tree with a rogue look. Miyu gave an appraisal first. Name, Sarutobi Asuma. Chakra, 1100. Potential, A+. Noticing Miyu's arrival, Asuma spit out the grass in his mouth, and asked directly without standing up. Are you the Hanyu Miyu who is going to teach me? Without waiting for Miyu to answer, Asuma quickly said. I say, if you can't make me surpass the old man, the 3rd Hokage, then just leave, it's boring. Asuma felt that he had to give this tutor a little power and then take the initiative. Just when Asuma was thinking about how Miyu would respond, Miyu shook her head and said. Of course not. Then go. Asuma waved his hand and lay down. He didn't believe that Miyu would just leave like this. Okay, I'll leave now, and tell Master Biwako that you don't need a tutor. Miyu turned around and prepared to leave. Seeing that Miyu really looked like he was going to leave, Asuma had a question mark in his heart. What kind of a ghost is this? Why didn't you play by the rules? Shouldn't he be persuaded to stop making trouble with kind words? Why did he just leave? Hey, don't leave yet. Asuma stood up and called Miyu. The teacher was angry and left before he even started teaching. He will definitely be criticized by his mother later. Thanks to Laone Wijuo for the 100 rewards, Abe for the 500 rewards, and Shen for the 100 rewards. Chapter 26 What to do if the teacher is too rebellious. You want me to leave, but you also want me to stop. It's hard for me to deal with this. Miyu looked at Asuma with a smile. Can't you discuss it with me? Why don't we each take a step back? I don't want such high demands, and then you have to listen to me during class. Asuma discussed with Miyu. It's not that he doesn't want to be taught, he's just a little rebellious, he doesn't want to accept his father's arrangement. No, it's not your problem that you have high demands, it's my inability to meet your demands, so I'll leave. Miyu turned around and left after listening to Asuma's suggestion. Okay, don't listen to me, don't leave yet. Asuma saw Miyu was about to leave the backyard and hurriedly called him again. He was also convinced by Miyu. Then can we have class? Miyu asked with a smile. To deal with a rebellious student like Asuma, you have to be more rebellious than him and defeat magic with magic. Forget it, that's it, what do you want to teach? Asuma was at a loss for a while. In his imagination, he should be the one to persuade him to quit, and then Miyu would discuss with him, and he should take the initiative. Although he was indifferent to his identity and even a little disgusted, he had to admit that the identity of the son of Hokage did provide him with a lot of convenience. Miyu looked around and said, let's go outside for training. It's not very convenient here. Miyu and Biwalake took Asuma out for training and brought him to a small forest with a river. Let's test your chakra control ability first. Try climbing a tree. Miyu found a tall tree and said to Asuma. Climbing a tree? That's easy. I'll climb it for you to see. Asuma rolled his eyes and smiled. He thought of a good idea. He walked to the thick and tall tree. He didn't use chakra, but used his hands and feet to climb to the top of the tree like a flexible monkey. Asuma showed a smug expression and shouted, look at how fast I climb the tree. Of course he knew what Miyu meant by climbing a tree, but he just didn't want to cooperate, on purpose. Using Crystal Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was watching how Miyu would teach Asuma, was silent and rubbed his forehead helplessly. Although his nickname was Monkey before, he had never done this before. What was he doing? You climb very fast, and your limbs are strong. Miyu was not as angry as Asuma imagined, but instead praised with a smile. Then Miyu found a relatively slender tree, cut off the branches of the tree, and poured oil on it, looking at Asuma with a smile and said. Just now, just treat it as a warm-up, and start climbing the tree formally. Asuma looked at the bare thin tree like a stick, with oil still flowing on it, and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Such a tree, no matter how good he was at climbing, he couldn't climb up with his bare hands. It doesn't matter if you can't climb up. Admitting your own shortcomings is also a manifestation of courage. Miyu said leisurely. Who can't climb up? Don't underestimate me. Asuma, a 9-year-old kid who just graduated, couldn't stand this stimulation. He directly attached chakra to his feet and walked steadily to the top of the tree. The control ability is pretty good. Miyu nodded, not too surprised. Then Miyu took Asuma to the river. Since climbing trees is no problem, let's try to walk on water. Miyu pointed to the river and continued to test Asuma's chakra control ability. After all, except for some gifted people, ordinary people have only so much chakra, and improving the utilization rate is a good way to enhance strength. If you can stand on the water for 10 minutes without falling into the water this time, you can train whatever you want in the future. Miyu took out a condition to motivate Asuma. You said this, don't regret it. Asuma said with a happy face. He was still thinking about how to deal with this hateful teacher, but he didn't expect Miyu to take the initiative to give him a flaw. It's just treading water. It may be difficult for other newly graduated genin, but it's normal for Asuma. Asuma gathered chakra on his feet with confidence, walked to the river, and walked leisurely on the river. The river was not big, only 20 meters wide. That damn old man has too strong control desire. He has already graduated and become a ninja, but he still wants to find a tutor. Asuma muttered. He was looking forward to his return home to tell the third-generation tutor that he had agreed to his free training. Suddenly, Asuma felt something was wrong. He looked down and found that the originally calm river surface suddenly became turbulent. Water escape, water dragon bullet technique. Asuma looked again and found that it was Miyu who performed water escape ninjutsu on the shore, creating a water dragon that shuttled back and forth in the river, making the river water turbulent. Ah, what are you doing? Asuma almost lost control and fell into the water. He couldn't help but say, I'll help you simulate the battle scene. The river water won't be as calm as usual during the battle. Miyu said with a smile. By the way, I'll practice water escape myself. There are rivers and trees here, which is a good environment for practicing water escape. Of course, if you think it's not possible, Asuma, I can stop. After all, admitting one's own shortcomings is also a manifestation of wisdom. Miyu used the same trick again. Asuma swallowed what he wanted to say. He just wanted to prove that he could do it. He didn't need a tutor or the arrangement of the third generation to do this. Of course, he couldn't admit that he couldn't do it. So Asuma concentrated on controlling his chakra to prevent himself from falling into the water. But chakra control is not something that can be improved instantly, and the sudden waves also test his body skills. Asuma persisted for 5 minutes with difficulty, but finally fell into the water accidentally and was instantly picked up by Miyu. It seems that your chakra control ability needs to be improved, and you can't start free training. Miyu said with a look of regret. If you hadn't used water escape to interfere, how could I fall into the water? Asuma retorted somewhat unconvinced. Do you expect the enemy not to use ninjutsu to attack you during the battle? Miyu said lightly. No, I want to do it again. Asuma became more and more angry as he thought about it, and decided to prove himself. It turns out that you may not be able to solve math problems when you are anxious, but fighting may indeed cause a burst of energy. This time Asuma persisted for 7 minutes, and was 3 minutes away from completing the 10-minute achievement. After resting for a while, Asuma couldn't wait to call Miyu to come again. The third time he persisted for 7.5 minutes. Finally, Asuma successfully persisted for 10 minutes when the sun was about to set. I succeeded! Asuma shouted excitedly, and then he lost control of his chakra and fell into the water and drank a mouthful of river water. When Miyu picked Asuma up, Asuma's face was still full of excitement. Then I can practice whatever I want to practice. Asuma wiped the water stains off his face and said happily. Who told you? Miyu looked at Asuma with a strange look on his face. Asuma's smile froze, and then he asked, Didn't you say that you can practice freely if you persist for 10 minutes? Yes. Miyu nodded, and then said, But I said this time, that is, when you did it for the first time, you didn't succeed the first time. Asuma recalled, it seemed to be true. Then what was he trying so hard to persist for? The physical fatigue and the severe mental trauma made Asuma almost fainted. He was fainted by the rebellious teacher. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who peeked from time to time, also touching his beard. He felt that Miyu's teaching ability was indeed strong. In the afternoon training just now, Asuma's body movements and chakra control abilities were trained. I must fight back tomorrow. Asuma secretly swore in his heart. He felt that he had been tricked all afternoon today. Chapter 27 What to do if the teacher is too cunning. After completing the tutoring task, Miyu did not return to the South Forest, but went to the house in the main city. Miyu simply fried 2 dishes to solve the dinner and went out for a walk. After all, friendship cannot be waited for at home. Miyu walked for a while and finally met Minato and Kushina in a nearby park. The two were sitting on a park bench, chatting in the evening breeze. Hanyu. Minato greeted Miyu after seeing him. Are you also here to walk in the park? Minato asked. Miyu nodded, sat on the chair next to him and said, I just finished my meal, so I'm going to walk to digest it. Hanyu, I heard from Minato that you are a teacher at the ninja school. Kushina asked curiously. In her circle of friends, no one has ever been a teacher at a ninja school. Well, I just started this year. Miyu replied with a smile. You just started this year, so Hanyu must have taught a very good class. Minato said with some surprise. Kushina looked at Minato with some confusion. Yesterday in the office, the third generation said that Hanyu's teaching level is very high, and he wants to ask Miyu to be their family tutor. Minato explained. You just started this year and got such an evaluation from the third generation, so your teaching results must be particularly outstanding. Wow, did the third generation old man praise you like this? Kushina was also a little surprised. Although she had a general impression of Sarutobi Hiruzen, she still recognized Sarutobi Hiruzen's vision. No, it's also because the students themselves have worked hard enough. Miyu said modestly, and then said. Namikaze Jonin is amazing. He has become a Jonin at a young age and has become an important fighting force in the village. Hehe, that's right, our Minato is the strongest. Kushina said in agreement. But I am also a Jonin. Kushina laughed. Miyu showed a surprised look, and then praised, the Uzumaki Jonin is also amazing. Hanyu, you are really good at talking. Kushina liked Miyu more and more. Otherwise, her sister Uchiha Mikoto would have been married, and she would have to introduce her to Miyu. Look, what a good man, as handsome as Minato, and capable enough to be praised by the third generation. The three chatted for a while, and then Miyu took the lead to say goodbye and leave. It's not a big deal if he stays too long for two young lovers to take a walk together. He should be moderate and slowly establish his personality. The next day, Miyu still trained Obito, Might Guy and the other two until noon, and then went to Sarutobi Hiruzen's house in the afternoon to teach Asuma, and took Asuma to the riverside yesterday. Too tired today, I don't want to train. Asuma started directly, leaning against the tree, looking ready to sleep. He had secretly made up his mind in his heart that no matter how Miyu stimulated him, he would not be moved. Want to sleep? Miyu smiled at Asuma. That smile was very gentle and healing, much better than his old man, but Asuma had a bad feeling. Yes, I didn't sleep well last night, can't I? Asuma said stubbornly. To Asuma's surprise, Miyu nodded and said. Yes, today the sun is shining and the breeze is not noisy. It is indeed a good day for sleeping. Then Miyu stretched and leaned against the tree, saying with a relaxed look. It's really good to be a tutor. I can sleep while lying down, and when I wake up, I have earned 100,000 taels. After that, Miyu closed her eyes and leaned against the tree, looking like she was ready to sleep. Wait, what 100,000 taels did you say? Asuma's eyes widened instantly and asked Miyu. Why are you making so much noise? Are you going to sleep or not? Miyu didn't even open her eyes, looking like she was about to fall asleep. Don't sleep yet, what 100,000 taels are you talking about? Asuma shook Miyu's body. What can it be? Of course it's the money for your lessons. Miyu opened her eyes and began to talk nonsense seriously. Do you think I'm working for free? Even the Hokage has to pay for a tutor. My fee is very high. I charged you 25,000 taels per hour. Of course, it's 100,000 taels for 4 hours a day. Is your mouth made of gold? You charge so much. Asuma was shocked to learn that Miyu could get 25,000 taels for staying with him for 1 hour. You should know that his monthly pocket money was only 50,000 taels when he was in school, and his pocket money was still a lot. And Miyu only needs to teach him for 2 hours to get his monthly pocket money. You can go to the ninja school to inquire about the name of Hanyu Miyu, and you will know if it is worth the price. Yu said calmly. But why haven't I heard of your name? Asuma felt like he was being fooled. Because I joined after you graduated. Yu said and closed his eyes again, ready to go to bed. Seeing Yu going to sleep again, Asuma was instantly heartbroken. This ISA tutor who pays 25,000 taels an hour. Don't sleep, let's start practicing. Asuma shouted hurriedly, fearing that Yu would fall asleep and he couldn't wake her up. Didn't you say you didn't sleep well yesterday and you were tired and wanted to sleep? Are you not tired now? Yu opened her eyes and smiled at Asuma. Looking at Yu's expression, Asuma knew he was deceived. This guy didn't sleep at all. But he had no choice. This was a tutor who paid 25,000 taels an hour. If Yu really let him sleep here, not to mention that Asuma couldn't sleep now, he couldn't sleep at night either. I've rested well, let's start practicing. Asuma said with a dark face. He was going to complain to his mother when he got back. Isn't it a waste of money to hire such an expensive tutor? It's not like there's no Jonin teacher. Well, today we're still training chakra control. Today's goal is to stay on the water for 15 minutes. Yu stood up and smiled. The training was the same as yesterday. Asuma was trying hard to stay on the water and not fall into it, while Yu used water escape technique on the shore to interfere. Today, Asuma was as motivated as yesterday, but yesterday's motivation was to slap his old father in the face, and today's motivation was the sky-high tutoring fee that Yu said. During dinner in the evening, Asuma complained directly to Biwako, saying that Sarutobi Hiruzen was spending 25,000 taels per hour to hire a tutor. Biwako was also shocked by the sky-high tutoring fee, 100,000 taels for 4 hours. You should know that the reward for some B-level tasks is only 100,000 taels, which is equivalent to a single person doing a B-level task in 4 hours. Hey? Are you talking about Hanyu? How is it possible? His tutoring fee is 2,000 taels per hour. Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned for a moment, then said with a smile. 2,000 taels. Asuma looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with suspicion. Of course it's 2,000 taels. Where did you hear 25,000 taels? Sarutobi Hiruzen said affirmatively. Looking at his old father's face, Asuma knew that he had been deceived by Yu. Damn Hanyu Yu! Asuma roared in his heart, then turned his grief and anger into appetite, eating big mouthfuls, thinking that he must not fall into Yu's trap again next week. Sorry everyone, this chapter was written in a hurry, and the quality may be a little bad. I will revise it later when I have time. Something happened at home in the evening, and my grandma passed away. Chapter 28 Training Mission. Monday, Class 1, Grade 1, Ninja School. It was not yet class time, and there were only half of the students in the classroom. Zisha, when will you introduce me to that cute girl you mentioned before? Shinayu Izumo couldn't help asking Gang Zisha. Gang Zisha held Shen Yu Chuyun's neck and said viciously. How dare you ask me to introduce you to a girl? You pretended not to do well in the last exam, but you actually did so well. It's fun to play with your brothers, right? Shen Yu Chuyun cried out that he was wronged, saying that it was an accident and he was just a little bit lucky, and he was only 5 points higher than Gang Zisha. Gang Zisha then let Shen Yu Chuyun go, but he also said that it was a bit difficult to introduce a girl. Because his hateful cousin recently told Mai Huai some of his unspeakable things, so he didn't have the face to face him for the time being. How can there be such a traitor, an evil thief? Shen Yu Chuyun showed indignation. You are exaggerating. Hongdu next to him complained. And why do you want to meet girls? Am I not a girl? Hongdu asked in confusion. Shinayu Chuyun and Gang Zisha were silent, staring at each other for a while, and finally Shinayu Chuyun said. Hongdu, this is hard to explain to you, but you just need to know that we are brothers. Girl? If Hongdu hadn't said it, Shinayu Chuiyun would have really forgotten that Hongdu was a girl. However, which girl would stand on the table and shout to the whole class? Hongdu's behavior was more boyish than them, so how could Shinayu Chuiyun think of Hongdu as a girl? At this time, Mu Yu walked in. "Teacher Hanyu, do you think I look like a girl?" Hongdu asked directly. Mu Yu smiled and nodded and said, "Of course, I'm still a very cute girl. Apart from words and deeds, little Hongdu is still a very cute girl." Hearing Mu Yu's reply, Hongdu was very happy and made a face at Gang Zisha and Shinayu Chuiyun. Shinayu Chuiyun, Gang Zisha. Which girl would ask such a question directly, and make a face after it was over? Soon, the morning's ninjutsu theory class was over. Lecture completed. Evaluation, A. Award, Magic Tree Binding. Mu Yu immediately had a memory of learning this B-level illusion and the techniques for using it. Another illusion, so there are 2 illusions for Shisui. Mu Yu nodded secretly in his heart. In addition to this magic tree binding, he also obtained a Naraku knowing technique through lectures. The effect of the tree binding is to make the opponent feel like he is entangled in a tree, unable to move, but conscious. It is usually used to ask questions to obtain information. The Naraku knowing technique allows the opponent to see the scene that he fears the most. There was no class in the afternoon, but the teacher of Class 6 of Grade 4 asked him to substitute for the class. In Class 6 of Grade 4, Mu Yu found 2 ninjas who appeared in the plot. Name, Shiranui Genma. Potential, A. Name, Ebisu. Potential, B. This time I am teaching ninjutsu. Because of the special period, the 4th grade is already the graduating class, so Mu Yu taught the clone technique. Just test this. It turns out that what they said is true. This Hanyu teacher is really good at teaching. It turns out that the clones that were separated don't seem to have this problem. Fortunately, the ninjutsu teacher is sick today, otherwise I can't attend Hanyu teacher's class. Can I transfer to Hanyu teacher's class? If I am taught by such a teacher every day, I will not worry about not being able to master these 3 basic ninjutsu. I'm afraid it won't work. Hanyu teacher seems to have only taught a 1st grade class. Having systematically learned how to become a teacher, with the blessing of teaching skills, and a lot of ninja knowledge in his mind, the difference between Mu Yu's teaching quality and that of ordinary Chunin teachers can be clearly felt. The students of Class 6 of Grade 4 finally understood why those classes taught by Mu Yu would respect Mu Yu so much. It was really amazing. The students' large amount of praise did not make Mu Yu feel complacent. Because he knew that there were many reasons for this, and one of the biggest reasons was that the educational environment of the ninja school was a bit distorted. What kind of ninja would come to be a teacher in a ninja school? Mu Yu doesn't know what will happen in the future, nor what happened in the past, but in the current ninja school, only ninjas who feel that their strength can only stop here will come to be teachers. The teacher's salary is enough to live a comfortable life in Konoha, but there is a big gap to support the ninja's training and becoming stronger. So this leads to the fact that the ninja school teachers are generally average in strength and have no ambition. If they were ambitious, they would have been working hard to earn money and practice every day, and would not become ninja school teachers. Such teachers, except those with a strong sense of responsibility, how could they seriously study teaching, and most of them just muddle through. Mu Yu has reason to believe that the Konoha high-level officials also know the situation of the ninja school, and even considered it when it was established, so there is such a thing as a team leader. After graduation, students will receive re-education in small classes. However, this has nothing to do with Mu Yu. After all, he is just a small teacher, and he can only guarantee the quality of his own teaching. Lecture completed. Evaluation, A. Award, Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique. Mu Yu discovered that he and the Great Fireball were also very compatible. This was the 3rd time he had obtained the Great Fireball. Feeling the continuous cultivation memories in his mind, Yu felt that his great fireball should have reached the proficiency level of the system. After school, Yu and his disciples gathered at the training site as usual. Teacher Yu, this is my once-in-a-lifetime request, please agree. Before the training started, Obito immediately ran to Yu and bowed with his hands together to ask. How can I agree if you don't even tell me your request? Yu replied. He didn't know what Obito was doing for a while. I would like to ask you to teach me a powerful fire-style ninjutsu, so that I can win the first place in the junior ninjutsu competition. Obito said his request. Actually, Obito had participated in this competition before. He thought that he could easily win the first place after mastering the Great Fireball. He never expected that he would meet the super genius Kakashi and lose the first place. Recently, Obito saw that this competition was being promoted again. He decided to invite Kakashi to participate in the competition together and the two sides would decide the winner. However, Obito was very unsure. Although the Great Dragon Fire technique was practical, it did not have enough visual impact. His Great Fireball, which was pronounced as Great Fireball and written as Small Fireball, was even worse. But it didn't matter. Obito believed in Yu's strength. Disciple Uchiha Obito set training tasks. Training tasks: win the first place in the youth ninjutsu competition. Rewards: depends on the completion of the task and the increase in strength during the task. 3 pop-up windows appeared on the Yu system panel. Don't worry, it will be updated stably, just like usual. Chapter 29 Mastery Level Ninjutsu. Yu looked at the 3 sudden messages and fell into thought. He didn't expect that the master-disciple system actually had a function like training tasks. Then why didn't it appear when he made the training plan before? Is it only triggered by disciples? Even if it can only be triggered by disciples, some tasks should have been triggered before, such as Obito wanting to get the first place in actual combat. Yu guessed that this kind of training task may have many restrictions to trigger, and it may also be related to the trust level. Since it was the first time to trigger it, he couldn't determine all the conditions. The only thing that was certain at present was that the disciple who triggered the task must have enough desire for the task target. Looking at Obito's eager and expectant eyes, Yu was very sure of this. Teacher Yu, just promise me this time. After getting the first place, I will definitely double the tasks you assign, and I will listen to you in any training plan in the future. Obito pleaded. He still can't forget that he lost to Kakashi badly in front of Lin on the day of the competition. Okay. Yu nodded helplessly. Teacher Yu, you are really the best teacher in the world. Obito was very excited when he saw Yu agreed. Let's save the good words for after we win first place. Yu put 2 fingers together and tapped Obito's head. Hehe, I'm telling the truth. Obito laughed. He has been studying for several years, but he still doesn't know what is a good teacher. Yu has a good temper, her lectures are not boring and easy to understand, and she is also very good to students. If a teacher like this is not a good teacher, what is he? Then what ninjutsu are you going to teach me, Teacher Yu? Obito asked curiously. Fire style, Great Fireball technique. Yu said. I know the Great Fireball. I used it in the last competition and only got 20 points. Obito scratched his hair helplessly and said. In the previous competition, he used the Great Fireball and got 20 points to temporarily rank first. As a result, Kakashi came up and showed his earth escape and ground movement, controlling the entire venue to rise and fall, and directly got 30 points. Don't you want to be powerful? Among the fire styles you can learn now, the Great Fireball is the most powerful. Yu said, and then walked to the river and began to quickly make hand seals. Fire style, Great Fireball technique. Yu condensed a large amount of chakra, and at the moment of spewing, it all changed its nature and turned into flames, spewing out blazing flames continuously. A huge amount of flames formed a huge blazing fireball 10 meters high. In front of such a huge fireball, even the 1.8 meter tall Miyu seemed small, not to mention Obito, Shisui, and others, who were even more shocked. It's even stronger than the last time I saw it. What is the strength of teacher Miyu? Shisui thought of his memory of the first time he went to Miyu's house. That time he accidentally saw Miyu practicing ninjutsu, which was also a huge fireball, which was very shocking, but this time it was even more shocking than the last time. Shisui instantly felt that Miyu's strength was unfathomable, and it might not be using all her strength now. Is this a huge fireball? Looking at the huge fireball in front of him that was taller than his house, Obito was dumbfounded. Compared with Shisui's huge fireball, it could still be considered a small fireball, and compared with Miyu's, it was just a tiny spark that came from nowhere. Obito found it hard to believe that Miyu had just used the same ninjutsu on him. It's really big. If you encounter such a ninjutsu, you have to be faster and stronger. Might Guy sighed as he looked up at the fireball. The huge fireball hit the river, evaporating a lot of water. In an instant, bursts of white mist gushed out and enveloped the surroundings, and quickly dissipated after Miyu used the wind escape. Miyu exhaled lightly, smiled at Obito and asked, "How is it? Is the power of the fireball enough?" Enough, it looks too powerful." Obito nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. If the fireball he could use was a quarter of the size of Miyu, he should be able to win the game. Miyu thought to himself that it was of course powerful. The attack just now was very pretentious and consumed a lot of chakra, directly burning him 1,000 points of chakra. It is impossible to use a fireball of this size in normal battles, because it is indeed a bit difficult to hit people in battles of the same level. Miyu remembered that in his previous life, it seemed that someone who was bored had done some statistics, and then surprisingly found that in more than 700 episodes, no matter who used the fireball, no humanoid creature had ever been hit. With such an exaggerated record, it's no wonder that it is called a technique that can't hit anyone. "Then you give it a try," Miyu said to Obito. "Okay." Obito nodded, walked to the river, quickly formed a seal and blew out a flame. However, the embarrassing thing is that Obito's fireball is only the size of 2 human heads, which is a world of difference from the fireball that Miyu just cast. Obito is fine, even a small one. "Kai, please spare me." Obito interrupted the casting directly, indicating that he didn't need his strange comfort. "Do you know why your fireball is so different from mine?" Miyu asked. "Because I'm not proficient in it," Obito said uncertainly. "There are 3 aspects. The first is that your chakra control ability is too poor to make good use of the limited chakra on your body. The second is that your nature change training is too poor, and you can't transform a large amount of chakra into flames at the same time. The third is that you are not proficient in your fireball," Miyu concluded. Miyu immediately took out a booklet and handed it to Obito, saying, "This is some of my experience in practicing the nature change of fire attribute chakra. You can solve the problem of nature change by reading, memorizing and practicing more according to this manual." Obito's foundation is much worse than Shisui's. Miyu basically helped Obito to rebuild his foundation in the first month, and taught him how long Huo by the way, so he never gave Obito the nature change manual. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of a training task, Miyu would have given it to him next semester. After all, Obito really couldn't learn too much at once. "You gave your disciple the fire attribute chakra nature change training manual." Because the disciple was very grateful, he was rewarded with a big critical hit and obtained fire style, head hard work, mastery. Miyu didn't expect Obito to be so powerful, and directly gave him a mastery level fire style. The Tokoku is not just an ordinary fire escape technique. It is a B-level fire escape technique performed by Kakuzu's fire mask. It is extremely powerful and can be used in conjunction with the wind escape technique he drew before, which can instantly create a sea fire that burns down a forest. A large number of training memories appeared in Miyu's mind. In an instant, Miyu had an illusion that he seemed to be a ninja who had been practicing Tokoku silently in an unknown corner for 30 years. In 30 years, he only practiced one ninjutsu and practiced this ninjutsu to the point where he could use it as easily as his own arm. I will definitely read it every day. Obito held the manual in his arms as if he had found a treasure. One more thing, first practice chakra control ability. Miyu said with a smile. After Obito completed the basic tree climbing and water treading training after that, the enhanced treading water training program he invented on Asuma came in handy. Although Obito didn't know what Miyu was thinking, he recalled the painful time at the weekend and knew that it was probably a very torturous and very effective training program. But now he could only hold his chest high and take it hard, because this time he asked for it himself. It will be pushed tomorrow, and it's time to decide the fate of this book. Chapter 30 Attempt at the Training Mission. Miyu first asked Obito to try climbing a tree. There are not many other things in the forest of the east border of Konoha, but there are many trees. Trees more than 10 meters high can be seen everywhere, and there are also many taller ones. Miyu randomly pointed to a 20-meter high tree and asked Obito to try to condense the chakra under his feet and climb it. Obito nodded, then took a deep breath, condensed the chakra under his feet and rushed up. Obito rushed to a position of about 10 meters in one breath, and then accidentally failed to control the chakra with his next step and stepped on the tree to leave a footprint and fell down. Miyu jumped up and caught Obito, nodding secretly in his heart. Although he couldn't reach the level of Asuma, he was still okay. At least he didn't fall down after walking a few steps. There's nothing much to say about this kind of training. It's just a matter of practicing. There are no special techniques. After Miyu demonstrated it to Obito several times, he left a shadow clone to watch and let Obito practice on his own. The main body went to find Might Guy, who was exercising his body. Among Miyu's 3 disciples, Might Guy's training program can be said to be the most boring. When Obito got tired of physical skills, he could perform a few ninjutsu to change his mood, while Might Guy's training was to exercise his body in addition to practicing Konoha Whirlwind. Exercising the body is not a matter of one day or one night. This is an aspect that Miyu's teaching skills can't help. His teaching skills can make Might Guy learn physical skills faster and spend less time to improve physical skills, but it can't accelerate the effect of Might Guy's training. The exercise effect of doing a push-up is still a push-up. When Miyu walked to Might Guy, he was doing push-ups with a stone as big as him on his back. "Guy, how is your Konoha Whirlwind training going?" Miyu asked. He wanted to test the triggering conditions of the training mission, and Might Guy, who was at the 3rd level of trust like Obito, was the best choice. Hearing Miyu's words, Might Guy stopped moving, kept his body still and replied, "It's a little faster than the exam, but not fast enough." After answering, Might Guy took the stone away and stood up, kicking a very fast Konoha Whirlwind at the wooden stake not far away. Miyu nodded. Compared with before, he had indeed improved a little, and his kicks were more sharp and decisive. It should be that he gained something from the battle with Hyuga Kamen. Exercise can't be effective so quickly, and the improvement of physical strength is at least in months. How do you think you can improve your strength? Miyu asked a question that made Might Guy feel puzzled. Of course it's practice. Might Guy directly said what he was thinking. He thought that Miyu's question was a bit strange. If you want to become stronger, you must practice persistently. Miyu shook her head and asked again, "Practice can make progress and is also the most important part of increasing strength, but are there any other ways?" Might Guy scratched his head, then thought of his improved Konoha Whirlwind and the practical test that every exam in the ninja school had. In an instant, a light flashed in his mind and said, "Fight." Yes, fighting is also an important part of improving strength. In fighting, you can better transform the results of practice into your own strength. Miyu smiled. The battle I'm talking about is not the battle between you and Obito before. That's not a normal battle. If you want to improve, you have to challenge the strong and fight the strong you want to challenge. Listening to Muyu's words, a person gradually appeared in Might Guy's mind. That person has white hair and wears a mask every day. He is a famous super genius in Konoha. There is no other name, that is Might Guy's lifelong enemy, Hitaki Kakashi. After learning from Muyu, Might Guy, whose strength has improved, has long had the idea of challenging Kakashi, but has been suppressing it. He wants to wait until he completely masters the Konoha whirlwind physical technique before challenging Kakashi. But now Might Guy has changed his mind. Will he be able to defeat Kakashi after completely mastering the Konoha whirlwind? Not necessarily. Will he be afraid of failure once? No. Then why not fight Kakashi and improve his strength better? Teacher Muyu, I understand. Might Guy said solemnly. Looking at Might Guy's face, Muyu probably knew that his guidance had worked. With Might Guy's motivation, he might go back to find Kakashi tonight. However, to Muyu's regret, there was no training task called defeating Kakashi. What other conditions are there? Muyu was a little confused. According to the original Naruto, Might Guy definitely has a great desire to defeat Kakashi. With the title of Super Genius and the identity of Nemesis, Might Guy has too many reasons to want to defeat Kakashi. Thinking carefully about the details of Obito triggering the training mission, Muyu found a problem. Obito's attitude is pleading, and his words express that he must have Muyu's help, and Muyu must teach him to be powerful. Fire escape can be completed. Does achieving the result include the necessary needs for the teacher? Muyu guessed in his heart. If so, it makes sense that Might Guy did not trigger the training task just now. Just now, Might Guy was at most ignited by him to challenge Kakashi, and he probably didn't think about what would happen without Muyu. With a rough guess, Muyu did not test it again. He would wait until Might Guy failed to challenge Kakashi before taking action. At that time, he would let the disciple who failed in the battle feel the warmth of the teacher. After finishing the teaching, Muyu went to the house in the main city. After eating, Muyu first went to the park where he met Minato and Kushina before. Luckily, Muyu met Kushina and Minato there again. Maybe people nearby like to come here, and the two were not surprised to see Muyu. By the way, you left too fast last time, and I forgot to ask something. Kushina suddenly remembered something and asked. Did you agree to be the tutor when the old man of the third generation asked you to be the tutor? Muyu nodded. I heard that the child seems to be a little rebellious. He doesn't listen to the old man of the third generation. Will he listen to you? Kushina asked curiously. Muyu smiled and told them how she trained Asuma. Kushina didn't know how Asuma felt when he was taught, but she was very happy to hear it. Especially when Asuma wanted to resist the next day but was fooled into practicing and exhausted, Kushina exclaimed that the shrewd old man of the third generation could actually give birth to such a stupid son. Minato was also surprised by Muyu's teaching ideas. He could make students who didn't want to learn cooperate to complete the training. Muyu didn't just talk about it herself, but also asked Minato and Kushina some things. The atmosphere of the chat was very harmonious. Muyu felt that if they got along for a while and became friends, he could inadvertently show his interest in the seal technique. The transition chapter is really hard to write. I deleted and revised 1,000 words from this chapter, so I posted it so late. As expected of my nemesis, you've accepted the challenge. I'll wait for you outside. Might Guy smiled brightly, his 2 rows of shining white teeth particularly dazzling under the light. Kakashi stroked his forehead speechlessly. He was a little suspicious whether his father had made a mistake. He actually thought that Might Guy might become stronger than him in the future and be a good opponent. But if Might Guy wants to fight, let him fight, it's good for him to see the gap between them. Kakashi quickly washed his body and put on his clothes and went outside. Let's fight it out. Might Guy got ready and shouted passionately. Are you going to compete in physical skills this time? Kakashi asked. Since the first grade, Might Guy has challenged him in various ways. The competition is not limited to fighting, sometimes it also involves shuriken throwing and the like. No, just use all your strength and treat this as a formal battle. Might Guy shook his head and said seriously. Are you sure? Kakashi asked again. If he used his full strength directly, he thought Might Guy would not have a chance to resist. He became a chunin 2 years ago, and Might Guy is still a student of the ninja school. Absolutely sure. Might Guy smiled brightly. Then you be careful. As soon as Kakashi finished speaking, he immediately took out 4 shuriken and shot them at Might Guy. Might Guy dodged the shuriken, but suddenly found that Kakashi had inadvertently approached him and swung his fist. Konoha whirlwind. Might Guy kicked out a whirlwind kick at high speed, and collided with Kakashi's fist, and both sides took a few steps back. Hey! Kakashi looked at Might Guy with some surprise. He didn't expect Might Guy to react so quickly and counterattack, and the speed of his kick was unexpectedly fast. Might Guy also challenged him once 2 months ago, and it was a physical skill competition. Compared with the last time, Might Guy has made obvious progress. How's it going, Kakashi? I've become much stronger. Might Guy laughed. I hope you can still laugh next time. Kakashi's eyes became sharp. Kakashi quickly made a seal and created 4 shadow clones. The shadow clones made a seal and used the clone technique to create a large number of phantoms. So many Kakashis. Might Guy was a little dumbfounded when he saw dozens of Kakashis suddenly appearing. Kakashi kept rushing towards Might Guy. Might Guy used Konoha whirlwind again. He kicked down more than a dozen Kakashis in one breath, but unfortunately they were all phantoms, and the remaining shadow clones of Kakashi took the opportunity to attack. While Might Guy was struggling to cope, a hand suddenly emerged from the ground and grabbed Might Guy's feet. Earth escape, heart decapitation technique. Might Guy instantly felt that his whole body was falling at a high speed, and when he reacted, only his head was left on top. The battle is over. Kakashi squatted and said to Kakashi's head exposed. Kakashi, you are worthy of being my nemesis, you are so strong. Might Guy sighed. In the battle with the student of the Hyuga clan, he could still fight back and forth, but he lost because the opponent's Byakugan inside ability was too strong. But in the battle with Kakashi, except for the initial physical skill confrontation, he soon fell into a disadvantage and was killed by Kakashi when he found an opportunity. It was a crushing battle, Might Guy could only say so. If you know I'm strong, you should practice more before coming to me. At least you should graduate first. Kakashi said bluntly. Okay, I'll come to you when I become stronger. Might Guy laughed. Kakashi felt that Might Guy seemed to be selectively deaf. Don't ignore the following words. Not wanting to ask whether Might Guy listened or not, Kakashi let Might Guy out and went home. Might Guy patted the dust on his body, looked at Kakashi's back and clenched his fists. We have to get stronger. This time, fighting with Kakashi with all his strength, Might Guy opened his horizons. To become the strongest, he still needs to go a long way. Might Guy has made up his mind. He will ask teacher Miyu tomorrow if he can help him formulate a more rigorous training plan. The next day, Ninja School. Next, I will talk about the key points of the clone technique. In the Ninjutsu class, Miyu talked about the relevant knowledge of hand seals to guide chakra and brought some 3 body techniques. Although there are only 3 ninjutsu to learn in the ninjutsu class, there are still many other theoretical knowledge related to ninjutsu. Teacher Hanyu, since the main goal of the clone technique is to create an illusion to confuse the enemy, can I combine the clone technique with the transformation technique to create an illusion that is easier to confuse the opponent than myself? Gang Zisha asked. Miyu thought about it seriously and found that this is really possible. Even someone in the original work has developed an upgraded version. That is Naruto's harem technique, clone, confusion, transformation, perfect fit. Because it is a shadow clone, it is still an upgraded version. You can try it. We now have so many ready-made ninjutsu to learn because of the hard work of our predecessors. Mu encouraged Gang Zisha's idea. But I suggest not to use it in actual combat before it is perfected. Mu reminded. If he really came up with the harem technique, it would be fine. If he came up with other weird things, Mu was worried that he would be beaten. Teacher, I understand. Gang Zisha nodded, ready to discuss with his two good brothers Shinayu Izumo and Hungdo later. I believe that by combining the wisdom of the three top strong men in the class, they will definitely develop a surprising ninjutsu. Get out of class is over. Mu announced the end of get out of class after the bell rang. Lecture completed. Evaluation, A. Award, Earth Escape Earth Flow Wall. Finally, it's Earth Escape. Mu was a little surprised. Although Earth Flow Wall is not a particularly strong ninjutsu, the system will add some property changes. Now Mu has mastered all the 5 basic property changes. After school in the afternoon, Mu met Might Guy on the way to the training place. The guess was indeed verified, but it was still a little beyond his expectations. Thanks to a degree sent degree A for the 500 reward, A superscript €3 3/4 degree 1000 reward, and plus or minus 108 for the 200 reward. Chapter 32 8 Gates. Disciple Might Guy sets a training task. Training task, get a training plan that can enhance strength. Reward, depends on the completion of the task. Looking at the training task that Might Guy revealed, Mu felt a little subtle. He originally thought that the task would be to defeat Kakashi, but it turned out to be a training plan. Can this be called a training task? Mu seriously thought about the causes and consequences of the training task and made some guesses. The disciple's thoughts determined the content of the training task. Obito felt that he could not win the first place in the youth ninjutsu competition at all, so only then can he have the training task of winning the first place. When Obito learned that the competition was held again, there were only 2 weeks before the competition started. With such a short time, Obito believed that he could only win the first place with the help of Mu. Although Might Guy wanted to defeat Kakashi, he was not in a hurry, and he did not have the idea that he had to ask Mu for help to defeat Kakashi. It may even be that because he had only known each other for a month and was the pure beneficiary, Might Guy would be embarrassed to trouble Mu too much. All kinds of reasons combined, and finally Might Guy's training task was very strange. Teacher, I'm sorry to trouble you with the training plan. Might Guy thanked him. How can this be a trouble? You are so active in wanting to become stronger. I am so happy that I can't wait. Mu touched Might Guy's head and said. Because for the teacher, the disciple becoming stronger is the best reward for the teacher. Mu's expression was very sincere. This is not acting, it is indeed Mu's true words. Hearing this again, Might Guy had some different feelings in his heart. Perhaps, he should rely on Mu more. The two went to the training ground together. Obito had almost completed the tree climbing training, and then he would practice treading water. Might Guy was still practicing to strengthen his body, repeating various exercises. Shisui followed Mu's shadow clone to practice illusion. Mu's main body was completing Might Guy's training task, that is, helping Might Guy to formulate a new training plan. This is not something that was written casually, there are many considerations. You can't just increase the amount of training to become stronger, you also have to consider the problem of physical endurance. After the sky gradually darkened, the three completed the training arranged by Mu, and Mu also completed Might Guy's new training plan. Mu called Might Guy alone and handed the training plan to Might Guy. Complete the training mission, get the reward of training secret medicine 20, chakra plus 150. Training secret medicine, effectively relieve physical fatigue, restore the body and eliminate hidden injuries. The mission was settled directly, and the reward was better than Mu imagined. After all, this mission was too simple, and Mu thought that a little chakra would be a profit. As a result, there were 20 training secret medicines, which was really a pleasant surprise. This made him look forward to what rewards Obito would get after completing the mission. After all, in terms of the difficulty of completion, Obito's training mission is much more troublesome than Might Guy. Miyu's mind moved, pretending to look for something in the ninja tool bag, took out a training secret medicine from the system space, and handed it to Might Guy. "It's for you, eat it." Miyu smiled. Might Guy should be the one who needs this the most among his 3 disciples, his training intensity is too high. "Thank you, teacher, what is this?" Might Guy took the secret medicine and asked in confusion. "It's good for you, eat it quickly," Miyu explained. Out of trust in Miyu, Might Guy ate the secret medicine directly. The next moment after swallowing the secret medicine, Might Guy felt his body warm up instantly, a warmth flowed through his limbs, sweeping away his fatigue, and instantly became energetic. "Is this a very expensive secret medicine?" Might Guy guessed. The pills given by Miyu were so magical that he felt much more relaxed after eating them. The so-called secret medicine is some medicine with special functions, which are generally made by special methods and specific materials. The more common and ordinary secret medicine is the Bing Liang pill that can restore a certain amount of chakra, and the price is relatively cheap. The more special and powerful the secret medicine is, the more expensive it is. Might Guy feels that the secret medicine he just took must not be cheap. "I've already eaten it, don't think too much." Miyu did not tell Might Guy the answer. He didn't know the price of the medicine. The medicine was given by the system. Whether Konoha sold it or not was another matter. Since he asked, he had a vague answer in his mind. "You gave the disciple a secret medicine for training." Since the disciple was very grateful, he was rewarded with a big critical hit and the reward of 8 gates, first 3 gates. Many memories of practicing the 8 gates appeared in Miyu's mind instantly. He could feel that he could open a certain limitation in his body. Although he could only open the first 3 gates, Miyu was very satisfied. With the memory of the technique, he could open more gates if he continued to practice. However, Miyu would not continue to practice the 8 gates. Spending time on other things would be more profitable. Might Guy only had an ordinary talent in ninjutsu, but his talent in physical skills was not weak. He had practiced for decades and opened the death gate. Might Guy could severely injure 6 paths Madara, while Might Guy didn't even kill all the 7 ninja swordsmen. It was just right for him to open only 3 gates, because the first 3 gates were the gates with the least impact on the body of the 8 gates. After the 3rd gate, the physical strength had very high requirements. "Teacher, I will definitely become the strongest." Might Guy was deeply moved and said with tears. In order to let him take the expensive secret medicine without burden, he was unwilling to tell him what he was eating. If he hadn't noticed it himself, Miyu might have told him that it was sugar beans. Miyu handed the handkerchief to Might Guy, who had developed tear glands, and smiled gently. "You will become the strongest, I believe." Even without his help, Might Guy would reach the top of physical skills through his own efforts. Miyu believed that Might Guy in this world would only go further. It should have increased a lot of trust. "I don't know when a disciple with trust level 4 will appear," Miyu thought as he looked at Might Guy's back. Today, Miyu did not go to the main city to meet Minato Kushina by chance, but chose to stay in the southern forest. "It has been more than a month since I traveled through time. Although I have the idea of developing the Raise Nan, I have never had the time." Recently, he has read a lot of books about seals and curses, which will take some time to absorb. He wants to release the Raise Nan during this time. With the detailed process in the original book and the mastery of form changes, it is not difficult for him to develop the Raise Nan. The main purpose of developing the Raise Nan is not to use it against the enemy, but to have other functions. Chapter 33, Perseverant Asuma. Teacher Miyu, when will the practice of nature change begin? I've been reading the manual you gave me every night lately, and I really want to practice it. Obito asked while walking on the stream. It's really boring to climb trees and step on water every day. And Muyu's manual on nature changes really inspired him, and he instantly felt that his fire escape was about to be good. You think stepping on water is boring? Have you practiced it almost enough? Muyu asked with a smile. Yet. Obito nodded quickly, he could already trot on the water. Well, I'll test your level and help you make stepping on water more interesting. Muyu quickly formed a seal and burst out chakra. Water escape, water dragon bullet technique. A huge water dragon quickly formed, and then rolled in the stream, making the calm water surface turbulent in an instant, and raising a big wave from time to time. Obito accidentally fell into the water and drank a mouthful of water. Muyu instantly pulled Obito out and said with a smile, "Look, you still haven't practiced enough." "Teacher Muyu, how can I withstand such a sudden move by you?" Obito complained. There was a classmate and a younger generation of the family at the scene, and he still wanted to save face. "Then you try again." Muyu smiled. Treading water is a test of the ninja's control over the continuous output of chakra. There are water dragon bullets to interfere and distract, and you have to pay attention to dodge the waves. In this case, you can still maintain a stable and continuous output, which shows that the chakra control ability is very good. Obito's mouth is very hard, but his strength is not strong. He fell into the water again after a few minutes. "The shoes I wore today are not suitable, which affects my performance." Obito spit out the river water in his mouth and explained, then put his shoes on the shore and walked barefoot on the water. Muyu smiled slightly and said nothing. After a while, Obito fell into the water again. "Oh, it should be because I read too late yesterday, which made me not energetic today. No wonder I made so many mistakes." Obito stretched his limbs, twisted his neck, rolled up his sleeves, and said with a serious look, "I have to be serious next time." Plop! The sound of falling into the water sounded again. After Muyu quickly fished Obito out, Obito's eyes were dull, his face lost expression, and he didn't speak again. "Brother Obito, it's okay, I know you want to learn to swim." Shisui comforted. Obito covered his face with his hands and said, "Shisui, you are busy, I will be fine by myself for a while." "Do you think you performed too badly?" Muyu squatted beside Obito, not looking at Obito, but looking into the distance. As the saying goes, there is no harm without comparison. When Obito had not yet started the training of controlling his ability, Shisui had already started. And Shisui made rapid progress. He skipped the tree climbing at the beginning, and the treading water was also easy. With Muyu's interference, he could last for a long time on the water. With the performance of Shisui, his cousin, Obito would always be stubborn. He admitted that he might not be as good as Shisui, but he shouldn't be that much worse. "In fact, I left last weekend afternoon because I went to the Hokage's house as a tutor," Muyu said. "The Hokage has a little son, you should know him, Sarutobi Asuma, only 1 year older than you." Obito nodded, he really knew him. "When he was treading water, I also used the water dragon bullet to interfere with him. He fell into the water at least dozens of times in the afternoon. Finally, on the last time, he lasted for 5 minutes. Asuma, he actually..." Obito didn't expect that Asuma, who was an excellent student in the ninja school, would be so miserable, and he actually persisted for an entire afternoon under such a miserable situation. Obito looked at Asuma with a new eye. He didn't realize that he was so perseverant when he knew him before. "Teacher, I know. I'm done with my rest. Let's start practicing." Obito took a deep breath and said in high spirits. If Asuma can persist, why can't he? His goal is to defeat Kakashi and take the first place in front of Lin. Eat something before practicing. Muyu handed Obito a portion of dango that he had bought before. "Well, thank you teacher." Obito shouted very energetically, quickly finished the dango and walked into the river. You gave your disciple red bean dango, and because your disciple was very grateful, you rewarded a critical hit and gained the skill chef. Chef, the food you made is so delicious that it can produce hallucinations. Hey, I actually got a skill, and it's still a daily life skill. Miyu was a little surprised. Although the rewards for teaching and learning are sometimes quite random, Might Guy can get the mastery of water property change, but he doesn't understand why Obito got a chef. But it doesn't stop Miyu from being happy, because from the skill introduction, this skill is very powerful. Cooking delicious food is a big plus. If he had this skill earlier, he could directly pretend that the cooking equipment at home was damaged, and then go to Minato's house to cook and show his extraordinary cooking skills. Maybe Kushina and Minato would take the initiative to make friends with him. It can also be quickly improve the disciple's favorability. Who doesn't like a teacher who has a high teaching quality and is also a great cook? After the disciples finished their training, Miyu returned to the main city of Konoha early. He wanted to try how delicious the dishes made with his new skills were. Miyu chose 2 dishes, one was fried rice with egg and the other was fried tempura. He had fried rice with egg before, and he preferred to eat things with eggs, but he had never made fried tempura. From the moment he picked up the egg, Miyu felt a sense of mystery. Although the steps were still the same as before, everything was very simple. Just right. After the egg fried rice was done, Miyu was a little distracted when he saw the golden grains and the faint golden glow. He wondered why he didn't put any fluorescent powder when he fried it. Miyu took a spoon and tasted it. The tenderness of the eggs, the elasticity of the rice, and the fragrance of the chopped green onions all burst out in his mouth. He had never eaten such delicious egg fried rice. Miyu even vaguely saw a strong chicken running and flying on the grass, so free and so refreshing. It's really delicious to the point of hallucination. Miyu shook his head and quickly woke up. Miyu changed to a frying pan and began to prepare to fry tempura. First make the batter, then heat the oil in the pan, stick the shrimps that have been processed in advance with the batter, and put them in the pan to fry. Soon, the outer layer of the tempura began to change color gradually, and a unique aroma of frying filled the kitchen and drifted away. Miyu picked up the tempura by feeling, put it on the plate, and brought it to the table. When Miyu picked up a tempura to try the taste, there was a knock on the door. Chapter 34. Did you add mushrooms to this rice? Minato, do you smell anything? Kushina, who was preparing to cook, suddenly smelled an extremely tempting aroma. Yes, a very tempting fried aroma. Minato nodded. Yes, such a tempting aroma, how is it made? Kushina sniffed the aroma in the air and couldn't help being curious. She also cooks and has made fried foods like tempura, but she has never had such a tempting aroma. Just by smelling the breath, she can imagine the perfect posture of the food being golden and crispy. No, I want to go out and take a look. Kushina said and walked out. She sniffed the fragrance in the air carefully and found that the source of the fragrance was the house to the right of Minato's house. Hey, isn't this Hanyu's house? Minato, come out quickly. Kushina waved to Minato in the room. If she remembered correctly, this house was the home of Hanyu Miyu, the teacher of the ninja school. Although they had only known each other for a few days, Miyu left a deep impression on Kushina. With blonde hair and blue eyes similar to Minato, she was very talkative and had strong teaching ability. Minato walked out, looked at the place Kushina pointed, nodded, and said, "Yes, it's Hanyu's house. Let's go visit the neighbors." Kushina took Minato and knocked on Miyu's door. Miyu put the shrimp she picked up into the bowl, then put down her chopsticks, walked to the door and opened the wooden door. As soon as the door opened, Kushina couldn't wait to ask. "Hanyu, are you making dinner?" "Sorry to bother you." Minato looked at Miyu's apron, which she had not taken off, and said apologetically. "It's okay. I've already finished and am about to eat." You're just in time, Miyu said with a gentle smile, and then invited the two into the house. Kushina followed the smell all the way to the dining table, and saw the slightly golden tempura on the plate, and her eyes lit up instantly. This was the smell. However, when she entered Miyu's house, Kushina discovered that there was also a smell of fried rice. Hanyu, you are still a hidden chef. I can smell the smell of this tempura next door. Kushina praised. I'm not a chef. I'm used to cooking because I'm often alone. Miyu said as she took out 2 water cups from the cabinet and poured a glass of water for Minato and Kushina. You can try it. I just made it. Miyu took out 2 sets of tableware and said. Is it okay? I see you haven't eaten it yet. Kushina stared at the tempura and said. She really wanted to try what the fragrant tempura tasted like. Let's eat now. Miyu smiled and picked up the tempura in the bowl and put it into her mouth. Thank you for troubling you, Hanyu. Minato thanked. I'm starting. Kushina put her hands together and said very ritually, then picked up the chopsticks and picked up the still steaming tempura and put it into her mouth. As soon as she bit open the crispy skin on the outside, the moist and tender shrimp inside instantly made Kushina's eyes widen. An even more magical thing happened. Kushina seemed to have come to the ocean in a trance. The surrounding was a mysterious and magnificent blue world, and she was a free and carefree fish, swimming happily in the sea all day long. Kushina woke up quickly and almost thought she had just been hit by an illusion. Then she thought carefully, there was no one at the scene who could make her fall into an illusion. Miyu, how did you make this tempura? Did you add mushrooms of strange colors? Kushina asked doubtfully. She heard that a ninja went to the forest to pick mushrooms in the summer, and when he entered the Konoha hospital, he was still saying that he had too many branches and leaves on his body, and asked if anyone could help him trim them. No, it's like this and that. Miyu briefly described her cooking process. Just then, Kushina noticed that Minato seemed to have eaten a mouthful of fried rice and didn't say much. She looked at Minato and found that Minato was in a daze, so she patted Minato. Minato, what's wrong with you? Kushina asked. Minato replied subconsciously, I'm eating wild vegetables. Where are the wild vegetables here? Kushina looked at the fried rice. There were only chopped green onions and no mushrooms except for the eggs, so she asked in confusion. Just after eating the fried rice, I seemed to have turned into a wild chicken living in the mountains. Minato explained. Kushina looked at the fried rice on the plate. The grains were full and golden, as if emitting a golden glow. Because she had been paying attention to the tempura, Kushina discovered that the fried rice seemed to be glowing. This is the best fried rice I have ever eaten. Minato said and couldn't help but scooped 2 spoonfuls into his mouth. Is it so delicious? You should try the tempura. Kushina said in confusion. Then Kushina ate the egg fried rice and Minato ate the tempura. The two of them showed expressions of shock and happiness again. Hanyu, have you developed a ninjutsu that can make the food delicious? This is so delicious. Kushina joked. If you ever have the idea of opening a restaurant, please let me know, Hanyu. Minato said seriously. He was not a materialistic person, but Miyu's fried rice and tempura gave him an experience he had never had before. If you like, you can come and visit more often. It happens that my place is very quiet. Miyu invited with a smile. I hope you don't mind the trouble. You can try Minato and my cooking in the future, although it's not as delicious as yours. Hearing Miyu's invitation, Kushina was a little excited. Then I'm looking forward to it. Miyu replied with a smile. After sending the two away, Miyu secretly thought that the new skills were indeed powerful, and they were almost eating each other's meals. Miyu took down some books from the bedroom on the second floor, and could gradually show her interest. With the encouragement of Miyu, and with Asuma as a friend to lead by example, Obito was full of energy. By Saturday, he would soon complete the training of control ability and start practicing nature change. At the weekend, it was time for Miyu, the tutor, to work again. "You liar!" Asuma scolded Miyu. Last week, in order not to waste the high tuition fees, he really practiced hard and was exhausted when he returned home. How hard and painful the training was, Asuma hated Miyu after getting the truth. "Oh, what did I lie to you about?" Miyu asked with a smile. "Your tutoring fee is clearly 2,000 taels per hour, but you lied to me that it was 25,000 taels. Seeing that Miyu didn't admit it, Asuma got even angrier. "Then did you lose anything? Did you really give me 25,000 taels?" Miyu continued to ask. "Of course, Asuma wanted to say something, but suddenly realized that he didn't lose anything. "Look, you didn't lose anything, and even made a profit. You thought you spent 200,000 taels, but in fact you only spent 16,000 taels and made 184,000 taels. You should thank me," Miyu said quickly. "I made a profit." Asuma thought along the lines of Miyu, and it seemed that he did make a profit. "That's fine, let's start practicing," Miyu said leisurely. "No, it's 120% wrong." Asuma felt something was wrong. Transition Chapter. Chapter 35 Smart Asuma. "No, even if the money wasn't given to you, it's ours. How could it be a profit?" Asuma sorted out his thoughts and then retorted. "Then you are really smart," Miyu praised with a smile. Although he was praised, Asuma felt an indescribable strangeness. "Anyway, go and resign from the old man. I don't need a tutor." Asuma leaned against the tree and started directly. "Since you don't want to be taught by me, then you can just not follow me, or say no to the third-generation adults," Miyu suggested. "Do you think I'm stupid? If I do this, won't the responsibility be all on me?" Asuma raised his head slightly and said proudly. "It doesn't matter to the third generation, but Asuma is more afraid of his mother Biwako's anger." Miyu nodded secretly in his heart. It was indeed quite naive. As long as he resigned on the grounds that Asuma did not cooperate, Asuma would still have to take the blame. But he had no reason to do so. After all, it was too easy to control a 9-year-old kid like Asuma. "Why are you so resistant to tutoring?" Miyu did not rush Asuma to start practicing, but continued to chat with Asuma. "You won't understand even if I tell you." Asuma shook his head and said, "As if you wouldn't understand until you are my age." "Why don't you understand?" "It's nothing more than you don't like your father's arrangement," Miyu said directly. Based on Asuma's identity and his own personality, it is easy to deduce the reason why Asuma would rebel. Asuma himself is talented. Compared with those cheating players, he is a genius. He should not be slack in practice. Miyu can see that Asuma has a good foundation. But because of his identity as the son of the third generation, his own efforts may eventually turn into a light-hearted sentence, worthy of being the child of the third generation. Efforts will be taken for granted, and not working hard will be criticized by many people. If it continues like this, it will be strange for Asuma and the third generation to have a good father-son relationship. After graduating and becoming a ninja, he felt that he had grown up, but the third generation actually hired a tutor. This obviously made Asuma feel that he was completely underestimated. You can only see the surface. Asuma still had that expression that you would not understand until Miyu said the next sentence. "Isn't it because of my hard practice that I had to? Is he a child worthy of being the third generation?" Miyu said with a smile. Asuma's face changed drastically in an instant, and he looked at Miyu with some fear. This was something he had never told anyone, and suddenly Miyu pointed it out, which made him feel as if his body was torn apart and his heart was looked at. "I don't understand what you are saying." Asuma was still stubborn. But his little hands, which had nowhere to put, had exposed his panic. "If you want to prove yourself, you should accept tutoring, strengthen your strength, and prove yourself with strength. Miyu continued. After all, you are really not excellent now. Miyu directly denied Asuma's strength. First, his heart was exposed, and then his whole person was denied. Asuma was anxious all of a sudden, and he argued. When I was in the ninja school, I was often the first in the grade. How could I not be excellent? Miyu smiled and said, do you believe that I can find a student who just entered the ninja school now, and you are not an opponent? Asuma was so angry that he laughed. If he found a graduate, he would not be afraid of Kakashi, who had just entered the ninja school. If you have the guts, go find him. If I lose, I will listen to whatever you say in the future. Asuma said harshly. Of course, if I win, you will resign. Asuma added. Then it's a deal. Miyu smiled. Then Miyu sent a shadow clone to bring Shisui over. Asuma looked at Shisui for a few times and felt that Miyu should not lie. He was indeed a kid who had just entered the ninja school. His name is Uchiha Shisui. He is a student in my class. He is 6 years old and just entered the first grade this year. His name is Sarutobi Asuma. He is a genin who just graduated this year. Miyu introduced the two to each other. Uchiha Shisui, right? I'll tell you, if you can't do it later, admit defeat quickly to avoid getting hurt. I won't show mercy. Asuma said. I'll pay attention to it, Sarutobi-senpai. Shisui said seriously. Begin. Miyu didn't waste time, and announced the start directly after the two of them got ready. As soon as Miyu finished speaking, Asuma rushed out in an instant, waving his fists quickly towards Shisui. Shisui greeted him calmly and started a close fight with Asuma. The two sides kept going back and forth, and Asuma didn't get the upper hand with his taller body. Asuma's face changed. After 2 moves, he found that Shisui was not simple, but he didn't expect it to be so difficult. Not only did he fail to gain the upper hand, Asuma was even stopped by Shisui because he was anxious to gain the advantage. Shui seized the opportunity and kicked Asuma back 3 meters with a Konoha whirlwind. However, Shisui did not pursue the victory, because when Miyu brought him here, he said to try to defeat Asuma in all aspects. A graduated genin was kicked back 3 meters by a student who had just entered the ninja school in a physical battle. Even though Miyu was the only one watching, Asuma felt embarrassed and his face turned red. Without thinking about why Shisui did not pursue, Asuma had only one idea in his mind at this moment, which was to defeat Shisui, save face, and prove himself. Fire style, great flame technique. Asuma quickly formed a seal, bursting with chakra, and spitting out a large amount of flames. Fire style, great fireball technique. Shisui also began to make hand seals, condensing a large amount of chakra in his mouth, and then exhaled it in one breath and transformed it into flames. The 2 fire escapes collided, and Shisui, who had more flames and a stronger fire, quickly overwhelmed Asuma's fire escape, and then continued to rush towards Asuma. Asuma was dumbfounded in the ninjutsu duel, and stayed where he was, watching the fireballs constantly coming towards him, without moving. He was wondering why he lost to a student who had just entered the ninja school, and it was such a miserable defeat. In the physical battle, he was kicked 3 meters away, and in the ninjutsu battle, he was directly suppressed. Is he really useless except for his identity as the son of the 3rd generation? Asuma had deep doubts about himself in his heart. The fireball gradually approached, and Asuma, feeling the temperature from the flames, woke up and moved to dodge, but with his speed, he was inevitably affected by the fireball. At this time, Miyu took action, chakra burst out, and quickly made hand seals. Water escape, water array wall. A thick water wall appeared in front of Asuma, blocking the huge fireball. Teacher. Please read on, pushing up. Chapter 36 Not as good as Miyu. Asuma, who was protected by Miyu's water escape, suddenly felt that he was really a nobody before. He was angry with Yu because of his dissatisfaction with the third generation and had never had a good attitude. As a teacher, Yu was very responsible. Even though he had been uncooperative and resisted Yu's training, Yu also cleverly let him complete the training he should have. Although the process was a bit irritating, it was also for his own good, wanting him to complete the training. Shisui, you go back first. Looking at the depressed Asuma, Yu knew it was his turn. Shisui nodded, said nothing more, and turned back to continue practicing. Yu walked in front of Asuma, patted the dust off his body, and helped him tidy up his messy clothes. Finally, Yu squatted on the ground, keeping the same height as Asuma, looking into Asuma's eyes. The two looked at each other. Asuma quickly lowered his head, and then whispered, "Teacher, I'm sorry. Tell me how you are sorry for me." Yu asked with a smile. "I shouldn't vent my resentment on others on you, and I shouldn't have been against you and refused to cooperate." Asuma didn't dare to look at Yu. "You are not sorry for me, you are sorry for yourself." Yu's expression gradually became serious. Yu asked, "Does your not training affect me?" Without waiting for Asuma to answer, Yu continued. "No effect, even if you don't train, I will always waste time with you, and I will still get a salary of 2,000 taels per hour. But you are different, if you train 1 hour less, your 1 hour will disappear, and you will get nothing. For such a rebellious teenager, you have to make the other party feel that everything you do is good for him, you are on his side, and he is making mistakes." Asuma hesitated to speak. The more Yu spoke, the more he regretted and felt that he was nothing. How much he was annoyed with Yu's behavior before, the more he liked her at this moment. It is no exaggeration to say that Asuma felt that Yu, a teacher who had only taught him for a few days, was much better than his father, the Hokage. Yu did not scold him for his training requirements, but praised him for his strong limbs. If it was Sarutobi Hiruzen, he would be so angry that he would blow his beard and glare and scold him. Before starting to preach, Yu also helped him to dust off his body and tidy up his clothes, and even kept his eyes level with him. Thinking of this, Asuma's eyes couldn't help but turn red. Why can a tutor who has only known him for a few days praise him generously, but when he gets the first place and returns home excitedly, he always fails to get praise from his parents? Is the first place he got from Asuma less valuable than the first place of others? Asuma felt more and more wronged, and couldn't help but think of being defeated by a student who had just entered the ninja school today. Many emotions accumulated together and finally broke out. Even if Asuma tried to control himself, he still let tears flow down drop by drop in the end. He tilted his head, not wanting Yu to see. But how could this be hidden from Yu who had been paying attention to Asuma? Yu did not act immediately, but waited for a while, waiting for Asuma to vent some emotions by crying, then stood up and patted Asuma's shoulder, took out a square handkerchief and handed it to Asuma. "Teacher Hanyu, you are so kind." Asuma took the square handkerchief and wiped his tears and choked up. "Unlike my parents, they would not be like this. That's because you only remember their bad things to you, and forget their good things. Think carefully, when you were a child, who was the one who never tired of coaxing you to sleep, who taught you to walk and run step by step, who checked whether you had covered the quilt in the middle of the night, who?" Yu said earnestly. "The third generation may be watching, so he can't just focus on improving his own favorability, but also have to mediate the relationship between father and son." Asuma was speechless. Yu said that he did have similar memories in his mind. "You can think about it in your spare time. Now you are ready to start practicing. Have you forgotten what you said before?" Yu saw that Asuma was tangled, so he talked about practicing. "Of course I haven't forgotten. From now on, I will practice whatever you say, Teacher Yu." Asuma wiped his face with a square towel and said. Now the image of Miyu in Asuma's heart has changed from a cunning and hateful adult to a perfect teacher who is really good to him. Continue to practice chakra control this week, and practice ninjutsu next week. Miyu briefly talked about the training arrangements. He will definitely not teach Asuma like he did to Shisui and others. First, Asuma's identity is sensitive. The third generation will either be watching him himself or may send someone to watch him, which may cause him to expose his strength. Miyu does not want to show strength that exceeds that of a chunin for the time being. The second reason is very realistic. Asuma is just a student, not a disciple, and it is not worth investing too much energy. As Miyu expected, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was in the Hokage building, was using the telescope technique to observe how Miyu taught Asuma. In terms of teaching children, Hanyu is indeed very good. Seeing Asuma's initial resistance and final respect, Sarutobi Hiruzen affirmed Miyu's strength as a teacher. He was not too surprised that Miyu could call Shisui. Because Shisui is a student in Miyu's class, even students from other classes like Miyu so much, it makes no sense that students in Miyu's own class would not like him. But he has such strength right after entering school, and his talent is even better than Jing. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought of his former teammate Uchiha Jing. That was an Uchiha with the will of fire recognized by the second generation. It seems that more attention should be paid. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of his pipe and thought. Shisui is the grandson of Uchiha Jing, and he is also very talented. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew about his existence before. He hoped that Shisui could become an Uchiha like Uchiha Kagami. Seeing Asuma start to practice, Sarutobi Hiruzen cancelled the telescope technique and began to handle official business. Until the evening, Sarutobi Hiruzen used the telescope technique to inspect Konoha, and then left the Hokage building to go home for dinner. At the dinner table, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked with a smile. Asuma, are you satisfied with your tutor? This is the one I carefully selected for you. Asuma's hands stopped eating, and he couldn't help but recall what happened today. Before today, Asuma would answer that Miyu was a bad teacher who cheated students. Teacher Hanyu is very good, much better than you. Asuma praised Miyu and didn't forget to step on the third generation while praising Miyu. Although he was enlightened by Miyu, his resentment towards the third generation would not disappear in a short time. What do you know, you little kid? I taught all three ninjas. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was questioned, said with a glare. It's obviously Aunt Tsunade who has extraordinary talents. Asuma retorted that although the three ninjas are famous, they all walked their own way. Sometimes, it is also a manifestation of wisdom for people to admit their shortcomings. Asuma said in the tone of Miyu. Sarutobi Hiruzen was speechless by his good son. If he admits, he is not as good as Miyu, and if he doesn't admit, he is not wise, right? Asuma was in a good mood when he saw his father hesitate to speak, and he had more energy to eat. Chapter 37 Nature Change Training. Teacher Miyu, how long did you last this time? Obito wiped off the water stains on his face and looked at Miyu expectantly. He felt that he had been on the river for a long time, maybe for an hour. You performed very well this time, and lasted for 20 minutes. Miyu praised generously. Ah? Only 20 minutes, I thought it was at least half an hour. Obito was a little disappointed. On the river, he not only had to keep the output of chakra at all times, but also pay attention to Miyu's water escape, observe the waves on the river, and be ready to dodge at any time, always ensuring that this state made him feel like a long time had passed. You have completed the chakra control training, and you can start the nature change training. Miyu said with a smile. Well, I'll go down right away. Obito has been practicing treading water recently, and subconsciously walked towards the river. After walking a few steps, he realized what Miyu said. Finally, I don't have to tread water anymore. Obito couldn't help but clench his fist and jump up to cheer. He calmed down after noticing that Shisui and Might Guy were looking at him. I've been treading water every day recently, and I'm a little used to the smell of the river water here. Obito couldn't help but complain. Treading water is not like climbing a tree. Climbing a tree is fine as long as you adjust yourself or Miyu catches it quickly. If you don't control treading water well, you'll have to drink a mouthful of water. Fortunately, there are not many people here, and the river water is clean and clear, without any strange smell. Then do you want to practice more? Miyu asked jokingly. Forget it, forget it. I want to take a detour when I see a river these days. The tortured Obito chose not to be stubborn this time. It's better to start the nature change early. There are only 14 days left before the competition. Obito felt that time was a bit tight. In addition to the nature change, he also had to deepen his proficiency in the Great Fireball. There will be enough time if you follow my arrangement. Miyu assured Obito. This is just training to participate in a folk competition, not to fight pain after training, so there is no need to practice the nature change too exaggeratedly. With the blessing of the professor's skills, plus Miyu's fireball has reached the proficient level, it is very simple for Obito to improve the fireball level. After all, it is related to the reward of the training task. Miyu has made a serious plan. Soon, Miyu's shadow clone brought a large wooden barrel. Miyu opened the barrel and took out an egg-sized ice cube and handed it to Obito. Put the ice cube on your palm, and then use chakra to change the nature to melt the ice cube. Miyu said the first step of the nature change training process. Nature change is a more difficult and advanced practice in the process of ninja training. Even if you have enough chakra, but your corresponding ninjutsu's nature change level is not enough, the power of ninjutsu will be limited. The nature change training of fire is a little more dangerous than that of wind, because the burning nature of fire may affect the caster. At first, Miyu wanted Obito to burn the leaves, but if Obito could not turn the leaves into ashes instantly, then Obito's hands would be burned by the burning leaves. So Miyu thought of ice cubes. Because of their low temperature, they would only melt into water when they encountered flames, and Obito's flames were not enough to burn the water in the ice cubes. It's so cold. Obito, holding the ice cube, took a breath of cold air. It was still spring, and the temperature was not high in the morning when the sun was not strong. Then release the chakra quickly. Miyu tapped Obito's head with 2 fingers together. Obito felt pain, shrank his neck, and then began to guide his chakra to gather towards his palm, and released it after changing its nature. When changing its nature, remember the characteristics of fire, burning and high temperature, let your chakra burn and increase the temperature. Miyu reminded. Obito stared at the ice cube in his hand, nodded, and silently recited the words burning and high temperature in his heart. 2 minutes later, Obito felt a stream of water appearing on his palm, and his face instantly showed joy. Teacher, the ice is melting. Obito said happily. Why don't you take another ice cube and hold it in your hand for a few minutes? Miyu said. Obito curiously threw away the ice cube in his hand, took another ice cube of similar size, and held it in his hand without using chakra. Then he was embarrassed to find that the degree of melting water was only slightly worse than before. The human body also has temperature. Holding this size of ice cube will in your hand, you don't need chakra to transform it slowly. Miyu explained with his forehead rubbed. Fortunately, the weather is not hot now. If it is summer, Obito would have to think that he is a genius in changing properties. Hehe, I always use my mouth when using ninjutsu. Now I am a little uncomfortable with using my hands. Obito scratched his head and explained. When changing properties, you must always remember the properties of fire. Miyu said while taking out a piece of ice as big as a human head and holding it in his hand. Sizzle. The moment Miyu finished speaking, a red light flashed, and the ice as big as a human head immediately turned into bursts of white smoke, and directly turned into water vapor and floated into the sky. High temperature, burning. Obito kept repeating these 2 words in his mouth, and then continued to condense chakra in his palms and release it. Soon, the morning was about to pass, and Obito already felt that his 2 hands were numb from the cold, and the skin of his hands became white and wrinkled due to long-term contact with water. Think about it carefully, the taste of river water is not bad. Obito regretted a little why he didn't agree to practice again with Miyu a few hours ago. This nature-changing practice is even more torturous than treading water. Don't practice yet, let's eat. Miyu stopped the 3 people, and then took out 3 lunch boxes and distributed them to the 3 people. Today's food smells so good. Might Guy opened the lid and smelled a fragrance that went straight to the soul, as well as the dazzling golden light in the lunch box. Teacher Miyu, this rice is not right, it's glowing. Might Guy was a little dumbfounded. It's just the reflection of the sun, eat it with confidence. Miyu smiled lightly. Might Guy took a spoon and took a bite, and his eyes burst into a gleam in an instant, and he waved the spoon very quickly to send fried rice to his mouth. Delicious! Delicious! Might Guy feels that he has never eaten such delicious food. You gave your disciple golden fried rice, and your disciple is very grateful. You will be rewarded with a critical hit and gain chakra plus 100. Miyu nodded secretly. The chef's skill is really powerful. Is Kai so tired from practicing today? Obito felt that Might Guy was a little exaggerated. Although teacher Miyu had good cooking skills, he didn't need to eat so quickly. It's really delicious. Obito changed his mind a little after opening the lunch box. It's not fried rice, but a home-cooked stir-fry. Obito first picked up a little vegetable, and then picked up a mouthful of rice and put it in his mouth. Delicious! Obito's eyes widened, and he felt a taste he had never tasted before bursting in his mouth. Then he ate the food like crazy, stuffing it into his mouth continuously until he tasted the chili in the dish. A horrible spicy taste burst out, and Obito seemed to have come to the crater of a volcano that was about to erupt, and the air around him was hot and dry. Chapter 38 Obito's Fiery Life. Obito looked up at the sky, and the black smoke that kept floating out of the crater covered the sky. Together with the black and grey land, he seemed to be in a monotonous world of only black and grey. It's so hot and spicy. Obito took a deep breath to make his tongue feel more comfortable. Boom! Suddenly there was a loud noise, and an indescribable horror of lava flames gushed out of the crater like a fountain and rushed into the sky. Hot black smoke, sky-high flames, dark red magma, the originally black and grey world had a dangerous red at this moment. Then the terrifying lava fell from the sky and submerged Obito, and Obito's eyes regained clarity. Spicy! 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 After regaining consciousness, the feeling of high temperature gradually weakened, but the spicy taste entangled on the tongue still did not disappear. However, Obito still did not stop eating. Although it was spicy, it was so delicious that he could not control it at all. High temperature, burning. Obito couldn't help but think of the inexplicable illusion, the flames erupting from the earth, the high temperature lava that melted him. Who? The next moment, Obito, who was breathing with his tongue sticking out, spit out a red flame directly from his mouth. Obito was shouting that it was spicy while spitting fire, and was still fanning his tongue with his hands, just like an acrobat performing fire-breathing stunts. Abba! Obito was a little confused. Stop the output of chakra. Miyu said calmly. Obito realized that he didn't know when to use chakra, so he cut off the chakra supply and the flame disappeared. Practice quickly while the state is not gone. Miyu took out a palm-sized ice cube and put it in Obito's hand. Remember the feeling just now, high temperature and burning. Miyu reminded. Recalling Obito's absent-minded look just now, Miyu probably guessed something. I didn't expect that the skill cooking with illusions could have such an effect. Miyu was also a little surprised. It seems that I have to make some more exciting dishes for Obito recently. Miyu said secretly. If a simple home-cooked stir-fry with chili peppers has such an effect, then it would be great if Obito eats mapo tofu every day. Wouldn't it be a rapid improvement? Teacher Miyu, look! Obito shouted excitedly at Miyu as he looked at the ice cube that was melting rapidly in his hand. Miyu nodded slightly after seeing it. The ice cube that was originally the size of a palm became smaller in 1 minute. Very good, keep it up, don't forget this feeling. Miyu nodded affirmatively, and did not forget to remind Obito not to drift. Yet. Obito nodded quickly, staring at the ice cube intently, and continued releasing chakra. He was very excited with the great progress. Sometimes, it is unbearable to practice boringly because there is no feedback. If every time he practices, he can make such progress, Obito thinks he may become a practice maniac. Obito, you should not hate spicy food, right? Miyu suddenly asked with a smile. Spicy? If it can be made as delicious as the one just now, it doesn't matter if it's a little spicy. Obito couldn't help licking his lips and missed the delicious meal just now. It was the first time for him to eat such delicious stir-fried dishes. Although the peppers in it were a little spicy, it was really delicious. Don't worry, it's guaranteed to be delicious. Miyu patted Obito's shoulder. You said it yourself. Obito, who was trying to melt the ice, suddenly had a bad premonition. Could it be? Obito couldn't help but feel a chill on his back even though he was holding ice in his hand. Teacher Miyu, I actually like fried rice too. Obito tried to save the situation. Well, chili fried rice, right? I'll make it for you. Miyu smiled gently. Can chili fried rice be made without chili? Obito asked eagerly. He had a very bad memory. That time he ate something very spicy, and then he knew what spicy was. If he ate dishes that Miyu said were a little spicy every day, Obito was afraid that he would not be able to come out after going into the bathroom. Chili fried rice without fried rice? I didn't expect you to have such a strong taste, but it's not impossible. Miyu was selectively deaf. Obito's eyes went dark and his legs went limp when he heard Miyu's words, and he almost fainted on the spot. He looked at Shisui for help. Shisui, who had just finished his meal and was still savoring it, noticed Obito's gaze and looked up at the sky, pretending not to see it. It's not that he, Uchiha Shisui, ignored the feelings of his fellow clansmen, but it was not easy to participate in this matter. After all, Obito's training efficiency did improve after eating. Maybe eating spicy food has a miraculous effect on the training of fire properties. Besides, Obito himself said it was delicious, and he just ate it while shouting that it was spicy. Of course, the main reason was that he knew that the result of saying it would be that he and Obito would eat together. Although Shisui didn't mind spicy food, he didn't want to eat spicy food every day, and he didn't have the need to quickly increase his nature changes. Obito looked at Might Guy. Might Guy noticed Obito's gaze, smiled, and gave Obito a thumbs up and said, "Youth should eat more spicy food." Obito. At this time, his hands were colder and his heart was even colder. What about the family brotherhood and the friendship between the master and the disciple? None of them could be relied on at the critical moment. Obito burst out chakra and melted all the ice on his hands in one breath, and adjusted his goggles with his hands. Teacher, I think it's too troublesome for you to make 3 dishes separately. It would be much easier to just make more of one dish and divide it into 3 portions for us. Obito said as if he was thinking about Miyu. Since that's the case, let's not have a good time, and die together. It sounds good. Miyu showed an expression of serious thinking. Of course he knew what Obito was thinking, but Miyu still chose a funny answer. Shisui's originally calm expression could no longer be maintained. He did not expect that this brother who usually behaved a little silly would have such a quick wit in dragging people into the water. Hot youth should be eaten by everyone together. Might Guy laughed. So he really thought so. Obito and Shisui thought speechlessly. Miyu thought about it and felt that it was not bad to be like this. Anyway, the taste was guaranteed. Obito and Shisui both had to practice fire escape, and Might Guy was willing to eat it. From this day on, Obito, Shisui, and Might Guy lived a hot life in the physical sense. So spicy, so delicious. Obito was crying because of the spiciness, but he still couldn't control himself and kept eating the mapo tofu in the lunchbox. So spicy. Delicious. Might Guy also ate the mapo tofu with tears in his eyes. The difference was that Might Guy was moved instead of crying because of the spiciness. Shisui, who was constantly exhaling because of the spiciness, silently pulled a short distance away from the two. The three of them went to the bathroom together, stood in, and came out together, bending over and holding the wall. At school, Lin saw that Obito always stuck his butt up for no reason, so she asked worriedly. "Obito, are you feeling unwell?" Obito showed a melancholy expression and said, "No, it's just a little side effect of hard training." "Lin, you can't imagine how much my fire escape has improved this time. I will definitely defeat Kakashi in this youth ninjutsu competition," Obito said confidently. One of the reasons why he could persist in hard training was to wash away the previous shame, defeat Kakashi in front of Lin, and win the first place. But Kakashi shouldn't sign up for the competition, he is already a chunin, and this competition is usually only participated by students of our ninja school. Nohara Lin said. She believed that Obito's strength had improved greatly through hard training, but Kakashi, who had become a ninja, would never participate in such a folk competition. Ah! Obito was dumbfounded. He always assumed that Kakashi would participate. Chapter 39, Hand Speed and Eyesight Competition. Obito was a little annoyed. If Kakashi hadn't participated, it would have been meaningless for him to get first place. What Obito wanted was to defeat Kakashi under the watchful eyes of Nohara Rin to avenge his previous shame and win first place. Without Kakashi, Obito wouldn't be too happy to win first place. His obsession with the first place in the junior ninjutsu competition was completely caused by Kakashi. In front of Nohara Rin, Kakashi won first place with a crushing score, allowing Obito to win the championship. The speech became a big talk. Obito has always remembered this incident, but he never had the ability to win before. Now he has the ability to win everything, but he finds that his opponent has jumped out, which makes Obito very unhappy. No, I have to let Kakashi participate in the competition. The more Obito thought about it, the more he felt that the competition without Kakashi would not work. You can go to Kakashi after school and ask him if he has any ideas about participating, Nohara Rin suggested. I can go with you. It just so happens that we haven't met Kakashi for a long time. Although the three of them have a good relationship, they have fewer opportunities to meet since Kakashi graduated. As students, she and Obito need to go to school every day, and Kakashi, as a ninja, also needs to do missions. Okay. Obito nodded and thought Nohara Rin's idea was good. Obito asked for a day off from Mu before school. He would not go to Mu after school today and solve Kakashi's problem first. After school, Nohara Rin and Obito went directly to Kakashi's house. Kakashi's home is not in the main city, but in the suburbs next to the main city. Although it is not prosperous, it is not as crowded as the main city. Nohara Rin and Obito have been to Kakashi's house before, and were even invited to eat. Looking at the large flat floor sloping roof house that came into view, the two knew they had arrived. The two were lucky. Kakashi did not do any tasks today. When they arrived at Kakashi's house, Kakashi was practicing in the yard. Kakashi held a silver-white chakra short blade and cut off the head and limbs of a scarecrow in 2 or 3 strokes. Seeing that a friend was coming, Kakashi exhaled lightly, put the chakra short blade back behind his back and asked, "Why are you here? We haven't played together for a long time. We all missed you, so we came to find you," Nohara Rin said with a smile. Obito was not as polite as Nohara Rin, and asked directly, "Kakashi, the junior ninjutsu competition is about to begin, do you want to sign up for the competition? Junior ninjutsu competition. Kakashi thought about it and found that this was a folk competition he participated in when he was bored at school. No, I'm not interested. Kakashi replied indifferently. In his opinion, that kind of competition is for children to play, and the reward for the first place is just a more exquisite kunao. Even when he was in the ninja school, he participated because he was bored, let alone now. Obito's face fell. Kakashi's refusal was too decisive. Why, didn't you participate before? Obito asked unwillingly. He really wanted Kakashi to participate in the competition. At that time, I was still a student of the ninja school, and now I am a chunin. Kakashi pointed to the ninja forehead protector on his head. Obito felt that Kakashi was hinting at something. He was a student then, and he is still a student now. What's wrong with being a chunin or not? There is no age limit anyway. Obito continued. Do you really want me to say that I am not interested in this kind of childish game? Seeing that Obito wanted to pester him, Kakashi said mercilessly. Obito blushed a little. What kind of game is this? It's obviously a youth ninjutsu competition. I will also participate in the competition. Kakashi, you are not afraid of losing to me, are you? Obito, who was a little anxious, also became more aggressive. Lose to you? Have you ever beaten me? Kakashi said expressionlessly. I. Obito searched his memory frantically in his mind, and surprisingly found that he did not beat Kakashi. Obito, who found this a grieved fact, couldn't help but blush again. Kakashi, don't be complacent. I am different now than before. Obito put his hands on his waist to show that he is no longer the same as before. Kakashi looked at Obito. He was wearing goggles and a sportswear. He had a silly smile on his face and his hands on his hips. He looked so silly. Kakashi said honestly, I didn't see it. Konoha is a foul language. Obito couldn't hold it in any longer. You guys, you're still the same after finally meeting each other. Nohara-rin smiled softly with her hands covering her mouth. This scene had been played out in front of Nohara-rin countless times. Obito liked to compete with Kakashi, but it was always Obito who suffered in the end. Obito took a deep breath and calmed down temporarily. He suddenly remembered his teacher Mu-yu. If it was Mu-yu, what method would he use? Obito fell into thinking. In order to make him practice more seriously, Mu-yu asked him to do one more question for every time he was hit. Although practice was difficult, doing questions was more uncomfortable, so he chose the lesser of two evils and practiced more seriously to reduce the number of times he was hit. The lesser of two evils. Obito suddenly had an idea and thought of a way. Kakashi, didn't you say I can't beat you? Then do you dare to bet with me? Obito said with a provocative smile. Kakashi's expression remained unchanged, and he said lightly. Bet on who will be the first in the competition? Do you think I will fall for such a stupid provocation? It's better to read more books than to participate in such a meaningless competition. Of course not, don't you think you are very powerful? Then how about trying your eyesight or my hand speed? Obito said. If you win, I will not talk about the competition and will treat you to 5 servings of ramen. If you lose, you just need to participate in the competition. As long as Kakashi does not agree, he will keep pestering him to participate in the junior ninjutsu competition, and then Kakashi will naturally agree to this simpler and faster competition. Kakashi did not rush to agree, but asked, how exactly is the competition? Obito picked a leaf from the tree next to Kakashi's house and put it on his palm and said, it's very simple. I will quickly switch the leaf between my left and right hands, and finally you have to guess which hand the leaf is on. Isn't it very simple? Kakashi thought about it and felt that Obito's hand speed could not be faster than his eyes, so he agreed directly. He knew Obito's temper and might keep pestering him until night. It's better to use this simple competition to let Obito know the gap between the two. Obito used his hand speed to the extreme, shaking his left and right hands wildly, and stopped after about 5 minutes. Right hand. Kakashi pointed directly at Obito's right hand where the blade was hidden. I really don't know where you got the courage to compete with me on this. Kakashi was a little disappointed. He thought Obito's hand speed was very fast, but the blade never left his sight. Hearing Kakashi's words, Obito laughed and asked, Kakashi, are you sure it's this hand? If you are sure, you can't change it. Want to cheat me? It's the right hand, open it quickly. Kakashi didn't change his mind because of Obito's smile. He just thought Obito was bluffing. Then I'll open it. Obito slowly opened his right hand. Today is a funeral, so I wrote this in a hurry. If you have any questions, you can ask. I will correct them later. Chapter 47 Attribute Ninja. When the right hand was fully spread out, there was only a little black ash on the hand, and there was no green leaf before. After the wind blew away the black ash, there was nothing left. Obito smiled proudly and said, Kakashi, it seems you guessed wrong. Kakashi narrowed his eyes slightly, grabbed Obito's left hand and opened it. As he expected, it was empty. He thought about it for a while and figured out the cause and effect. The nature of fire attribute chakra changes. Kakashi looked at Obito in surprise. He didn't expect that Obito not only had a preliminary grasp of the nature change, but also had the brain to set a trap for him. Although the former is a bit bizarre, it is not impossible. The latter really surprised Kakashi. Ha ha ha, Kakashi, you didn't expect it. The smile on Obito's face gradually became arrogant. It's really a bit unexpected. It seems that I've been slacking off recently. Kakashi's face returned to calm. Although he felt that Obito had grown a lot, Kakashi looked at Obito's arrogant face and didn't want to praise him at all. Damn Kakashi, what do you mean by that? Obito was a little unhappy. Losing to him means slacking off, doesn't that mean he is a loser? Kakashi said lightly, it means literally. You. Obito originally wanted to compete with Kakashi again, but then he thought that since he had achieved his goal, he should go back to practice. This time he beat Kakashi, but there is no such opportunity to take shortcuts during the competition, and what matters is hard power. Forget it, I'm in a good mood today so I won't bother with you. Remember to sign up for the competition. You won't deny your loss. Obito said. I'm willing to accept the loss. Kakashi gave the answer. Originally, he thought this game was meaningless, but seeing how much Obito had grown, Kakashi felt that he could give it a little bit of expectation. The goal was achieved, and Nohara-rin and Obito quickly said goodbye to Kakashi and left. Obito, how did you do that just now? It feels so amazing. On the way out, Nohara-rin talked to Obito about the gambling fight just now. After receiving Nohara-rin's praise, Obito instantly swelled up and laughed, ha ha ha, it's just a change in the nature of chakra, it's not that amazing. Because he was too proud, Obito didn't pay attention to the road and bumped into the telephone pole next to Kakashi's house. Damn Kakashi! Obito thought it was caused by the location of the electric pole at Kakashi's house. Kakashi, who was watching them leave. He took back the little bit of expectation in his heart. Isn't he completely unchanged? He is still as silly as before. In the ninjutsu class, after Miyu finished the lecture and demonstration, he let the students practice independently. If they didn't understand something, they could ask him directly. Miyu knew the gap between theory and practice. Most of the time, it is the brain that says it understands, and then the body tells it that you understand nothing. I'm used to using clones to split into my own appearance, and I feel uncomfortable with splitting into other images. Gang Zisha scratched his head and said. Why don't we ask Mr. Hanyu if he has any special skills? Shenyu Izumo suggested. Hongdo also nodded and said, if you have any questions, just find Mr. Hanyu. The three of them are working together to develop a new ninjutsu, combining clones with transformations, hoping to shock the whole school and achieve better results in the next final exam. The three of them reached a consensus and walked to Miu Yu's side to tell her their problems. Miu Yu thought for a while and said, "You can try to start with simple objects to get familiar with the feeling, and then gradually make it more complicated." Simple objects. Gang Zisha fell into deep thought. Hongdu saw the chair on the podium and pointed directly at the chair and said, "Then start with the chair. Let's start. Isn't it simple enough?" Gang Zisha looked at it and nodded. The structure and shape of the chair were indeed simple enough. After all, it was just a combination of a few pieces of wood and a piece of wood. So the three of them began to practice according to Miu Yu's suggestion, and the style of the classroom gradually became strange. There were some chairs with 3 legs, 2 legs, or even 1 leg in the classroom. It seems that chairs are not as easy as imagined. Shen Yu Chuyun scratched his head awkwardly. He made the one-legged chair. "Are you trying to make me laugh to death, Chuyun?" Gang Zisha pointed at Shen Yu Chuyun's one-legged chair and laughed loudly. Gang Zisha's movements attracted the attention of the students in the whole classroom, and then they were all amused by this magical chair. "Isn't your two-legged chair strange?" Shen Yu Chuyun said with a red face. Everyone looked at the chair next to Gang Zisha. There was 1 leg in front and 1 leg in the back, and it was on the same side. They couldn't help laughing again. "You two can't do it. You have to look at me, the second in the grade." Hongdu crossed her arms, and saw that her chair not only had 3 legs, but was also moving around her. Looking at this strange scene, the students in the classroom couldn't hold it anymore. As the school was about to end, the laughter even attracted students from other classes to come and watch. Amidst the laughter, the school bell rang, and Miu Yu also announced the end of Get Out of Class. Lecture completed. Evaluation, A. Reward, Palm Immortal Technique. A memory about the practice and use of Palm Immortal Technique entered Miu Yu's mind. "I'm lucky today." Miu Yu nodded secretly when she saw that the reward was Palm Immortal Technique. Palm Immortal Technique is not an ordinary medical ninjutsu, but a very advanced medical ninjutsu. There are not many medical ninjas in Konoha who master Palm Immortal Technique. Palm Immortal Technique can not only treat external injuries, but also internal diseases. It is very powerful in treatment. With Palm Immortal Technique, Obito can practice nature changes more safely, and he can be treated immediately if he is injured. Now the 7 attributes are complete. Miu Yu thought in his heart. The Palm Immortal Technique is a change in the nature of Yang Chakra. Because he did not master this attribute, the system gave him some nature change training memory as usual. In addition to the previous Yin Dun illusion, he has mastered the nature changes of 7 attributes. After school, Miu Yu usually practiced with his disciples. After the practice, he did not return to the main city, but stayed in his residence in the southern forest. Today is the day for him to report his mission to the root organization. Since Shisui's personality is different from that of ordinary Uchiha, Miu Yu reported truthfully in this regard, and Miu Yu used a little writing technique in other places. XXXX. For example, in the grade practical test, Hyuga came and defeated his opponent with ease, showing his genius. Obito and Might Guy won by chance, mostly due to luck. On the Asuma mission, Miu Yu said that he had been successfully recognized as a teacher by Asuma, and asked if he wanted to try to pull Asuma into the root organization. As long as Danzo didn't have Alzheimer's, Miu Yu believed that Danzo would not give him a positive reply. The reason for reporting in this way is nothing more than to let Danzo know that he completed the mission very well and had been recognized by Asuma, and to express his loyalty to the root. "I didn't sleep well yesterday. I had a funeral in the morning and made up for my sleep in the afternoon, so the update was a little late." Chapter 41, Training in Progress. The root organization moved very quickly. As soon as Miu Yu reported, a root ninja came to his yard quietly the next morning. "This is the order of Lord Danzo." The root organization ninja handed 2 scrolls to Mu. Mu nodded and took the scrolls. Mu first opened the scroll that assigned the task. As before, the root organization ninja did not talk too much nonsense, and left directly after delivering the things. After sensing the disappearance of the root organization ninja's aura, Mu walked into the house and began to check the contents of the scroll. It was almost the same as before. The first part was poor content, praising Mu for completing the task very well, not living up to the organization's training, but still needing to work hard. Mu mainly read the content at the end. Danzo answered Mu's question last time whether he wanted to pull Asuma into the root organization, that is, no. Danzo said that Mu only needed to teach Asuma normally and become Asuma's important teacher, and did not need to do other unnecessary things, and even told Mu not to expose abnormalities. This time the answer was similar to what Mu expected. Pulling Asuma into the root organization was like Danzo sitting in the Hokage's office, waiting for you to regret it. Although Danzo's root organization was not weak, it could only have the current strength by absorbing nutrients from the Anbu. It was too easy for Sarutobi Hiruzen, the real Hokage, to control the root. In addition, he had to keep an eye on the Uchiha students and evaluate whether they had a tendency to rebel against Konoha, and pay attention to the emergence of geniuses that could be absorbed by the root. As for the other scroll, it was a few high-level secret medicines that were difficult to buy, as a reward for Mu's excellent completion of the task. Mu put away the scroll with the secret medicine and burned the other scroll. In this world, a stable life has become a luxury. Mu swept the ashes into the trash can and looked at the yard with an indifferent expression. This kind of morning when there is a fully armed ninja standing in the yard life made him very uncomfortable. But Mu had no choice now. He had thought about whether to directly expose his strength while teaching Asuma, let Sarutobi see his value, and then switch to the 3rd generation, so that the curse seal problem could be solved. This idea was quickly rejected by Mu. He could switch jobs by being appreciated by Sarutobi, but he couldn't expose his strength. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't know his specific strength and the ninjutsu he learned. As long as he didn't expose the ninjutsu such as the water-breaking wave, it could basically explain it. But it was different with Danzo. The original owner was trained by Danzo and knew too much information. If he switched jobs by exposing his strength, Danzo might tell the 3rd generation about Mu and treat him as a spy. Mu believed that there were only 3 situations in which he could expose his strength. One was that Danzo was going to use him as a consumable, so he would find an opportunity to expose his strength. The second was to wait until his strength reached the level of the 3 ninjas, so that he could take action during the war and help Konoha in times of trouble. Even if he didn't know where he got his strength, Mu would only become a hero, not a spy. The third possibility is that he has the power to overthrow Konoha, and it doesn't matter whether he is exposed or not at that time. Mu adjusted his expression and went to the ninja school, walked into the office and the classroom with a gentle smile. When he doesn't have enough strength, he should be a gentle and warm man that everyone likes. On Saturday, Obito went to the training ground early to start training. Pick up a palm-sized ice cube and put it on your palm, condense chakra in your palm and start practicing the nature change. After about 10 seconds, the ice cube disappeared, and the watermarks on the ground were proof of its existence. Mu next to him nodded. 6 days ago, Obito's melting speed was not even as fast as the speed of ice cubes melting naturally. It was beyond expectations to practice to this level in 6 days. After all, he had never thought that he would have the skill of a chef before, and he didn't expect that this life skill could be used in the practice of nature change. Mapo tofu can be said to be a great contributor to his progress to this level in a short time. You have already mastered the trick of changing properties. The next step is to continuously increase your maximum output. Mu said, and took out a piece of ice as big as a human head from the wooden barrel and put it on the ground. Your next goal is to melt this piece of ice within 10 seconds. Miyu announced that the training has entered the next stage. Ah! This is too big. Obito scratched his head as he looked at the ice as big as a human head. This time it has increased too much. This time we are pursuing the limit of the instantaneous change of properties. You don't have to worry about the consumption of chakra. Use it as much as you can. Rest when you are tired, and continue to practice after resting. This stage requires time to grind. Unless you have the vitality and chakra like Naruto, you can unscrupulously divide a large number of shadow clones to gain experience. It can't be compared with Naruto, who is hanging on the wall, but compared with ordinary people, Obito is already good. After all, the teaching skills are somewhat useful, and there are special dishes to bless the state. When it was almost noon, Miyu asked the 3 disciples to stop practicing. You must be tired of eating the same dishes every day. Let's have hot pot today. Miyu said with a smile. Although with the blessing of skills, a student who has always been a beginner should also be happy to eat, but Miyu pursues a higher degree of trust, so he has to do better. Great, finally I don't have to eat that super spicy tofu. Obito jumped up excitedly. It's not that mapo tofu is not delicious, but eating it every day will make it extremely painful to go to the toilet. I only prepared the base of the pot. As for the ingredients, it depends on what you find later. Miyu continued. I want to eat fish. Obito took out a kunai and ran to the river to prepare to stab the fish. I'll help you. The enthusiastic Might Guy heard that Obito wanted to eat fish and sprinted into the water with a 100-meter sprint, causing a lot of splashes. Obito, who was looking for an opportunity to stab the fish, was directly drenched. Akai! Obito's fist hardened. The next moment, Might Guy floated up with 2 fishes and looked at Obito with a puzzled look and asked, Obito, you called me? Yes, I want to say that you are really nice, Kai, you are worthy of being a good brother. Obito looked at the 2 fresh fishes in Might Guy's hand, and his face changed instantly and praised. Shisui dug some wild vegetables and mushrooms in the forest. The 3 of them also worked together to kill a wild boar. Might Guy attracted attention, Shisui attacked Obito and assisted, and the 3 of them worked together to take down the wild boar. Miyu cooked the bottom of the pot first, and then processed the ingredients they sent. Several shadow clones were separated to divide the work and cooperate to quickly process the ingredients. In fact, the wild boar and fish were a little more troublesome, and the wild vegetables and mushrooms were washed and cut in half and then put in directly. There was no fire, and Obito put his hands down to act as a human heater, which was also regarded as practice. The 4 masters and apprentices solved their lunch in the forest with local materials. Although the process was not too complicated and the ingredients were only locally available, and they were not as delicious as Miyu's direct cooking, Shisui was very happy and felt very warm. This was a feeling he rarely experienced as he lost both his parents at a very young age. Disciple Uchiha Shisui's trust level has been increased, and the current trust level is 3. Miyu picked up the fish from the pot and ate it, and she also smiled. Chapter 42 Miyu is interested in the sealing technique. Miyu returned to the house in the main city on Saturday afternoon. After eating and drinking with each other for a few times, the relationship became familiar, and Miyu directly called the 2 to his house before cooking. Hanyu, what are you going to cook today? Kushina asked curiously. Kushina has never eaten the same dish repeatedly in the few times she ate at Miyu's house. The variety is not a big deal, the key is that Miyu can cook deliciously, which makes Kushina admire and envy. Mushroom soup and stir-fried mushrooms. Miyu pointed to a plastic bag full of mushrooms next to the sink and said. At noon, Shisui and his friends had too many ingredients, all kinds of fish and wild vegetables, and even killed a wild boar together, so Miyu took the uneaten ingredients home. Apart from anything else, wild mushrooms are really fresh, but they must be cooked thoroughly, otherwise food poisoning will be suffered. Diarrhea is a small matter, and lying on the board is also possible. Are these wild mushrooms picked in the forest? Kushina looked at the mushrooms of different sizes and types, and it didn't seem like they were bought. This reminded her of the teasing she had made to Miyu when she first ate at her house. Did they add some strange colored mushrooms to make her hallucinate? If there really were those mushrooms in the food, plus Miyu's cooking skills, wouldn't it be like being under an illusion when she ate it? Miyu nodded and said, I had a picnic in the forest with a few students at noon today. I made too much food and didn't finish it, so I took the extra home. Hanyu, you also took students on a picnic? Kushina asked with some envy. She had been in the ninja school for 6 years and had never seen a teacher who was so nice and took students on a picnic. Those students and I have a good relationship. Miyu explained. Hanyu, do you want to help? I'll wash the vegetables. Minato, who was embarrassed to eat for free, took the initiative to help. Then Namikaze, help me wash the mushrooms. I'll deal with the wild boar meat first. Miyu didn't hesitate and directly assigned Minato a job. If you are too polite all the time, it will not be conducive to the improvement of friendship. Relationships can only be improved through give and take. Because there are 3 people eating, in addition to mushroom soup and stir-fried mushrooms, Miyu is also going to make a braised pork belly. In his previous life, he didn't know why he wanted to vomit when he ate fatty meat, but he could accept the fat in braised pork belly, and even thought that braised pork belly with fat and lean meat was more delicious. Braised pork belly with preserved vegetables is a dish he likes very much. But there is no preserved vegetables at the moment, so he can only make braised pork belly, not braised pork belly with preserved vegetables. What about me, what should I do? Looking at the backs of Minato and Miyu, Kushina scratched her head. Why did she feel that they were 2 brothers who had a good relationship and cooked together, and she became an outsider? There is no more space here, just sit down and wait for dinner. Miyu replied. This is not a restaurant kitchen. 3 people working together will only make things more complicated. 2 people are just right, and there is not much need for help. So the bored Kushina sat on the chair in the living room, and she casually picked up a book on the low table. Hey! Kushina was a little surprised to see the title of the book on the cover, and it was a book about sealing techniques. What is sealing technique? Yuzuru, why are you still reading this kind of book? The name is not good, it's better to. Kushina paused, because she turned the page and saw the words Uzumaki Ashina. Ahem, this book is not bad, Miyu, you can take a good look. Kushina coughed twice and reorganized her words. Well, I have read it several times. Lord Uzumaki Ashina is worthy of being the ancestor of Konoha's sealing techniques. Even someone like me who doesn't understand sealing techniques at all can gain a lot after reading it. Miyu answered while processing pork. Of course, this is the patriarch of our Uzumaki clan. Kushina said proudly. But Miyu, are you still interested in sealing techniques? Kushina asked curiously. Very interested, I feel that sealing techniques are very mysterious and powerful. Miyu said with a look of longing. From the perspective of improving strength, the sealing technique is indeed a good choice. Minato nodded and said. The 3 of them talked about the sealing technique until the meal was finished. Among them, Miyu listened most of the time, and occasionally expressed some new ideas, which made Minato and Kushina feel more accomplished. Kushina first tried the braised pork, which she had never eaten before. It was amazing after eating it. The soft, glutinous, and non-greasy taste made Kushina take a big mouthful of rice. This is too delicious. Why haven't I seen such a delicious dish before? Kushina fell in love with the taste of braised pork at once. If you want to learn, I can teach you. Miyu said with a smile. It's a deal. Minato and I will buy the food for you tomorrow night. Kushina nodded quickly. After speaking, Kushina glanced at the plate of stir-fried mushrooms, and then found that most of it was gone. Minato kept eating while they discussed teaching how to cook. I haven't eaten yet, Minato, please leave some for me. Kushina didn't care about anything else and started eating immediately. The first bite also successfully amazed Kushina, it was so delicious. After eating and drinking, the three of them went out for a walk together. While walking, they couldn't help chatting. Miyu talked about some interesting things during teaching, and Shuimen and Kushina also told some strange stories about their missions. With 2 days left before the competition, Miyu began the final training for Obito. If you want the ninjutsu to look more powerful, in addition to the change of nature and chakra, you can also make it look more powerful by changing the form Miyu said. But there are only 2 days left. Is it too late to practice the form change? Obito scratched his head and said. Of course not, Miyu said directly. Obito did not have such a strong talent in ninjutsu. But you don't need to control the form change, you just need to master my improved Great Fireball In order to let Obito get the first place and maximize the reward for the training task, Miyu was very painstaking. He specially modified the Great Fireball to make it look bigger, but in fact there was not so much flame inside, and the power remained the same. In short, it looks bluffing. Anyway, there is no fighting in the youth ninjutsu competition, just one person releases a ninjutsu to see who gets the higher score. Teacher Miyu, you are my six-path sage. Obito felt that the first place was a sure thing when he heard Miyu's words. Kakashi had no chance of winning against himself, who was taught by teacher Miyu. After all, you have said such a request for a lifetime, so as a teacher, I must do my best. Miyu said with a smile, intentionally cultivating Obito's consciousness of asking the teacher for help. Hee. Obito smiled embarrassedly. Practice hard. Miyu knocked on Obito's head. Yes. Obito started practicing immediately. He couldn't wait to defeat Kakashi in front of Nohara-rin and take the first place. Chapter 43 The game begins. In the evening, Uchiha clan land. Obito, don't eat so fast, be careful not to choke. Hearing his grandmother's words, Obito slowed down his rice and explained. Grandma, a friend asked me to go out to play. Which friend? Is it Xiaolin? Obito's grandmother looked at Obito with a smile and asked. Since Nohara-rin often comes to play with Obito, Obito's grandmother also knows Nohara-rin. Yeah, but there are others too. Obito replied while eating. The junior ninjutsu competition will begin tomorrow. He has been practicing hard all day today, which makes him exhausted. Maybe because he and Kakashi will become competitors tomorrow, Nohara-rin invited them to play together tonight and relax. Because of Kakashi, Obito also invited Might Guy to join him. I'm full. After eating, Obito wiped his mouth and prepared to go out in a hurry. Obito's grandmother followed him to the entrance and said with a smile, Come on, Obito, I still want to see my great-grandson. Obito almost fell to the ground with a somersault, turned around and shouted with a red face, Grandma, I'm still in school. Although he did have some ideas in his mind, he was too young now. Everyone agreed to meet on the street south of the main city. When Obito arrived, he found that the other three had already arrived, and he was the last one. I ran into an old lady who needed help on the road, so I was a little slower. Obito explained. You are really prone to running into old ladies, it's like this every time. Kakashi felt that this was a bit outrageous. I don't know, but when I see an old lady who needs help, I can't just ignore her. Obito felt a little wronged, because he did help the old lady on the road. Okay, it's okay. It should be that Obito is too kind and has a pair of eyes that are good at finding people in need of help. Nohara-rin walked between the two with her hands behind her back and smiled gently. After solving this little episode, the four of them walked on the street together. There are so many people, Kakashi, how about we compete to see who can get through the crowd faster? Might Guy couldn't help asking as he looked at the densely packed people on the street. Excuse me. Kakashi refused decisively, leaving no illusions for Might Guy. This challenge was too stupid. There is an event on the street here today, so many people are here. Nohara-rin explained. Then Nohara-rin led the three to the event site. The whole street was full of vendors, brightly lit, and people and yukatas walked together. Look, this goldfish is so cute. Nohara-rin found a stall for catching goldfish and waved to everyone with a smile. Little sister, do you want to try it? You only need 10 taels to buy a net. The stall owner tempted. 10 taels. Nohara-rin showed a thoughtful expression. 10 taels is nothing, but a net may not work. This kind of paper net is too easy to break. I'll try. Obito volunteered to step forward and handed the boss the money for a net. Obito directly set his target on the most active and best-looking fish. As a result, he didn't catch the fish after 2 or 3 times, but the net broke. Come again. Obito was not discouraged and tried again, but still failed. Until the 9th time, Nohara-rin directly stopped Obito and said, "Forget it, let's go somewhere else. 80 taels is enough to buy a bowl of ramen. But we've tried so many times, and we're more proficient than before. Wouldn't it be a shame to end it now?" Obito said hesitantly. "Let me try, too." Might Guy, who had never played before, rolled up his sleeves and prepared to catch the fish with all his strength. The stick tied to the finger net broke directly. "Let me do it," Kakashi said calmly, handed the 10 taels to the boss, and caught a goldfish with a net. "Here you go." Kakashi handed the fish that the boss had packed to Nohara-rin. Nohara-rin smiled happily, "Thank you, Kakashi." Then he added, "Thank you too, Obito and Guy." Obito, who had a bitter face, smiled foolishly. Then the 4 of them played around together, using shuriken to poke handles and identify the clones. After playing until there were fewer pedestrians on the street, they prepared to buy some octopus balls and go home. "Kakashi, you just wait and see tomorrow, I will definitely be the first this time." Obito took a bite of the octopus balls and didn't forget to say something harsh. "If you want the first prize, I can give it to you after I get it." Kakashi was very aggressive at this time. The 2 of them said harsh words to each other, which made Might Guy's blood boil. If there was a youth physical competition, he would definitely invite Kakashi to compete. The next day, because it was Sunday, there was no school. The competition started in the afternoon, and Obito went to practice for the last time in the morning. The venue for the youth ninjutsu competition was a commercial street in the main city of Konoha. Obito heard that it was held by an old ninja store manager to encourage students in the ninja school. Later, everyone saw that it could attract traffic, so they pooled money to hold it every year. "Obito, which ninjutsu are you going to use in the competition this time?" Nohara-rin asked. "Great Fireball Jutsu." Obito didn't keep it a secret, but told Nohara-rin directly. "Aren't you going to use the Great Dragon Fire Jutsu that you used in the practical test before?" Nohara-rin was a little puzzled. The last time Obito lost to Kakashi, he used the Great Fireball, with a full score of 30 points, which was 9 points lower than Kakashi. This time is different from the last time. Now my Great Fireball Jutsu is very strong. Obito showed a confident look. He believed that his Great Fireball would definitely shock the audience. "Well, then I'm looking forward to your performance." Nohara-rin smiled gently. "Obito, come on, as my nemesis, that man is not so easy to defeat." Might Guy crossed his arms and said with an unfathomable look on his face. "You want me to leave?" Kakashi, who was silent on the side, said. "Why are they discussing how to beat him in front of him?" "Kakashi, what ninjutsu are you going to use?" Nohara-rin asked with a smile. "I haven't thought about it yet, I'll just use one at random when the time comes, maybe I'll use the earth flow wall." Kakashi thought for a while and said. This is not a pretense, because he has mastered quite a few ninjutsu, and he can really use them at will in this kind of competition. Obito looked around and found that he saw many acquaintances from the ninja school, and also saw 2 ninjas wearing forehead protectors. There are a lot more people this time than last time. Obito recalled the last competition and said. Because the rewards have increased, this time the first place will not only have an exquisite silver-plated kunao, but also a bonus of 8,000 taels. Nohara-rin said. 8,000 ryo. Obito opened his eyes wide, and he was more determined to win the first place. This is 8,000 ryo, whether it is to treat Lin to a meal or to give a gift, it is very calm. The game begins, please invite contestant number 1 to perform. Chapter 44 Ninjutsu Talent. Very good, thank contestant number 1 for his clone technique performance, his score is 8 points. Next, we invite contestant number 2 to perform. Teacher Miyu, why do you want to watch this kind of competition? It feels like a waste of time. There are not many official ninjas in this kind of competition. Asuma saw the poor clone technique of the contestants on the stage as soon as he arrived at the scene, and asked in confusion. Miyu said with a smile, Asuma, have you forgotten your last battle with Shisui? Never underestimate anyone. Asuma was speechless all of a sudden. If Miyu hadn't comforted him in time during the battle with Uchiha Shisui, he might have been beaten into autism. It's good to know more about the strength of peers in the village. Miyu said casually. The main reason was that he was afraid that Obito would fail, so he would feel more at ease if he saw him live. Asuma looked around and felt that he saw some familiar faces. Kakashi is here too, isn't he participating in the competition? That's really a bit of a bully. Asuma soon found Kakashi and his group. He and Kakashi were friends, and he knew how perverted this guy was. He graduated at the age of 5 and became a chunin at the age of 6, and his talent was extremely terrifying. While others were still learning to make hand seals and practicing the 3-body technique, Kakashi had already started practicing various ninjutsu and cultivating the nature of change. Not only Kakashi, Asuma also saw Uchiha Shisui who had defeated him before. Asuma was looking forward to the match between Uchiha Shisui and Kakashi. The 2 perverts could play by themselves. Please invite contestant number 2, Gang Zisha, to the stage. The host called the name of the second contestant with enthusiasm. Gang Zisha walked onto the stage immediately after hearing it. Zisha, come on! Shinayu Izumo cheered for his good brother. He felt that his training was not good enough, so he did not participate in the competition. Hongdu was interested in participating, but she had something to do today and could not participate. Gang Zisha, which ninjutsu do you want to perform? The host bent down and asked with a smile. I want to perform a ninjutsu between me and my friend. I developed a confusing technique with my friends. Gang Zisha said proudly. Kamizuki Izumo in the audience smiled proudly. He also contributed to this ninjutsu. You really can't underestimate the new generation. Although our contestant Gang Zisha is young, he has already started to develop new ninjutsu. The host couldn't help but praise. Excuse me, what grade are you in the ninja school now? The host asked. Gang Zisha answered honestly, 1st grade. Incredible. The host was very surprised. First-year students haven't studied for more than 2 months. It's considered a good learning to be able to use the 3-body technique. The audience in the audience also felt incredible, especially the other 2nd and 3rd grade students, who felt that they had learned in vain. And Miyu had already vaguely guessed what ninjutsu Gang Zisha would perform, but she didn't know to what extent he had completed it. The host stepped back and said, next, please enjoy the confusing technique of Gang Zisha. Gang Zisha quickly formed a seal to guide the chakra. With a puff, white smoke flashed, and a chair taller than Gang Zisha appeared on the stage. Silence. The scene fell into a dead silence. Everyone looked at the chair taller than Gang Zisha with a question mark on their faces, wondering what it was. The host thought that he had hosted the competition for 5 years and would not be at a loss for any ninjutsu, but today he lost. He was stunned for a while and did not go on stage immediately. Ahem, Gang Zisha, your ninjutsu. The host didn't know how to ask for a while. Isn't the clone technique to confuse the enemy? My ninjutsu mainly combines the clone technique with the transformation technique to achieve a better confusing effect. Gang Zisha said the original intention of developing ninjutsu. Why is it a chair? The host couldn't help asking. He didn't know whether the enemy would be confused, but his teammates must have a question mark in their hearts. Because the chair is easy to change, it can't change into other things now. Gang Zisha said honestly. Ha ha ha. The audience burst into laughter. They thought a genius boy had come, but it turned out to be a fool. This kid is really talented. Asuma's mouth twitched. Just now he underestimated why there are so many geniuses now. They developed ninjutsu in the 1st grade. The 2nd generation of Hokage was reincarnated, right? But in the blink of an eye, it was reversed. Teacher Miyu, are all the students in the ninja school like this now? Asuma couldn't help but complain. Miyu was also a little speechless. You were asked to master it from the chair first, how come you can only turn into a chair? In fact, from the level of mastery, it is not bad for a first-year student to have such a level of clone and transformation. After all, he is a student in his class, Miyu commented objectively. After hearing Miyu's words, Asuma realized that Gang Zisha was just a first-year student, not a ninja, and this level was already excellent. Teacher Miyu, you are still amazing. You are not confused by appearances. Looking at the people around him laughing, Asuma suddenly felt a sense of superiority. Kamizuki Izumo became quiet after everyone laughed, and was glad that he did not participate in the competition. With so many students from the same school, it would definitely spread throughout the school, and then his student life would be over. Let's take a look at the judges' scores, a total of 12 points. In fact, the original intention of this ninjutsu is good. If it can be improved, it should get a high score. The host said. I will continue to work hard, and improve this ninjutsu we developed together with my 2 good brothers, Kamitsuki Izumo and Mitarashi Anko. Gang Zisha said with a smile, and deliberately said his full name. It turns out that the other 2 people are called Kamitsuki Izumo and Mitarashi Anko. I wonder if they are here. Hearing the discussion of the people next to him, Kamitsuki Izumo's face turned pale. If this reputation spreads, how can he find a girlfriend? Next, please invite contestant number 3 Uchiha Taihuo to perform on stage. Great fireball technique. Uchiha Taihuo said very little, and directly took out his best great fireball technique, and quickly formed a seal to spray out a fireball as high as a person. As expected of a young man from the Uchiha clan, he has mastered such a powerful ninjutsu as the Great Fireball before graduating. The host exclaimed. It's amazing that a genin can master this ninjutsu. A referee said and gave a high score. The other referees also nodded and gave high scores. 26 points. Uchiha Taihuo got a high score of 26 and ranked first. The host shouted. With his experience of hosting the competition for 5 years, there were no abnormal players, and 26 points were a sure win. Uchiha Taihuo walked off the stage with a calm face. If it weren't for the 8,000 taels, he would not be interested in participating in this kind of competition. Shisui, what do you think of my great fireball just now? Uchiha Taihuo asked. It can be seen that brother Taihuo is practicing hard. Shisui commented. Actually, he was going to join Obito, but he met Uchiha Tetsuka and other clan members on the way, so he joined them. Although Uchiha Tetsuka's fireball level is okay, Shisui doesn't think he can be the first, because he has seen Obito's fireball. Now, please invite contestant number 4, Uchiha Obito, to perform on stage. Today, I will try my best to see if I can add more chapters. I will add one more chapter in the evening, the additional chapters will be released after midnight. Chapter 45 The Fireball That Shocked the Audience. Obito, it's your turn. Nohara-rin reminded. Obito nodded and quickly walked onto the stage. Tower. Obito, come on. Nohara-rin clenched her hands into fists to cheer Obito up. Obito, it's up to you to fight Kakashi this time. Give full play to the results of your efforts. Metkai also cheered for Obito. They practiced together with Muyu, and he also saw Obito's efforts. Don't lose to others before I get here. Kakashi said calmly, encouraging Obito in his own way. The effect of Kakashi's encouragement was very obvious. Obito turned back and said, impossible. Just wait and see. It's another Uchiha boy. It's really rare. I don't know what kind of wonderful performance he can bring to us. The host lamented that it was different after adding money. Even 2 Uchiha came. Obito also participated. He's a bit unlucky. There happened to be an Uchiha in front of him who performed so well. The contrast is so embarrassing. Asuma had already begun to feel embarrassed for Obito. He has known Obito for more than 3 years, and he knows very well what level Obito is. Although he has also learned Go Fireball, his level is really average. He also entered the competition. Uchiha Taihuo frowned when he saw Obito walking on the stage, feeling that 8,000 Riang may not be stable. But those judges are of average skill and may not be able to see the power of the Dragon Fire technique. Uchiha Iron Fire thought of another level. Although the Goryu Fire Jutsu is a B-level fire escape ninjutsu, it is one level more difficult to learn than the Go-Go Fireball, but in terms of visual effects, it is not as good as the Go-Go Fireball. Uchiha Obito, what ninjutsu are you going to perform? The host asked as usual. I want to use the fire release and Go Fireball Jutsu. Obito replied confidently. It is also a powerful fireball technique. Have all the Uchiha boys mastered this ninjutsu? They are indeed a wealthy family. Let us look forward to the performance of Uchiha Obito players. The host said while retreating. A safe distance must be maintained for large-scale destructive ninjutsu like the fireball. Could it be that while he masters the dragon fire, he also has high proficiency in the fireball? Uchiha Iron Fire feels a bit unrealistic. He 100% believed that Shisui could do this. As for Obito, he had previously been called Uchiha's tail. Obito stood on the stage and looked at the audience not far below. From here, he could see everyone at a glance. Nohara-rin was cheering for him with a smile on her face. Metkai showed him his shining white teeth and gave him a thumbs up. Kakashi kept looking towards the stage. Shisui seemed to be saying come on. Asuma looked regretful. Muyu. Hey, teacher Muyu. Obito showed a surprised expression when he saw Muyu. His only regret today was that Muyu was going to be a tutor and couldn't come to watch his game. Obito is very grateful to Muyu, who allowed him to get rid of the title of Uchiha Crane, allowed him to defeat Uchiha Iron Fire and became second in the class, and also allowed him to pass the theory that he had never failed. The fact that he can stand here with confidence is closely related to Muyu. During the 20 days of special training, he was not the only one who worked hard. Muyu tried every means to enhance his strength, even improving his ninjutsu. If Muyu couldn't see his wonderful performance when he won the first place, Obito felt it was a pity. Noticing Obito's gaze, Muyu smiled and greeted Obito. I can't let down those who cheer for me. Obito took a deep breath and entered an unprecedented state of seriousness. He still can't forget the defeat that year. This time, he wants to win everything. Fire release, the art of fireball. Obito skillfully formed the seal, gathering a large amount of chakra in his throat, changing the nature of all the gathered chakra, and then spit it out instantly. Whoosh! Bursts of fierce flames were spit out from Obito's mouth, quickly forming an orange-red fireball and then growing rapidly. Finally, it was 4 meters high, almost 3 times Obito's current height. How could this be a fire escape ninjutsu that can be performed by ninja school students? One of the judges looked like he had seen a ghost when he saw this spectacular huge fireball. The other judge rubbed his eyes, also looking in disbelief. Uchiha Obito's fireball skills are so extraordinary that even the judges were surprised. The host was surprised and did not forget to explain. After 5 years of explaining, this was the first time he had seen a fireball of this level, especially since the caster was still a ninja school student. How is it possible to have a fireball of this level? Uchiha Taihuo felt that he might have been under an illusion. He would rather believe that he was under an illusion than believe that Obito could be so powerful with the Go Fireball despite mastering the Go Dragon Fire. With such a powerful Go Fireball, Obito didn't use any tricks at all that day. He was definitely no match against him directly. Is this Obito's fireball? Asuma rubbed his eyes, feeling a little unreal. Teacher, please hit me. I feel like I'm under an illusion. Asuma said to Muyu. Muyu complied with Asuma's request and hit Asuma's head with her fingers together. It hurts. Asuma looked at Obito, who was still on the stage, and the huge fireball in front of him, his mouth wide open. He was already shocked beyond measure. After being defeated by Uchiha Shisui, he recognized that this was a genius who might be even more perverted than Kakashi. But Obito is his old friend, how can he not know what level of strength he has? What the hell is this huge fireball that is so close to the height of the house? I've been secretly hiding my strength before. Show it, right? Even Obito has such strength, am I really that bad? Asuma doubted his life. He felt that he had to work hard, otherwise, let alone surpassing the 3rd generation, he would be considered low among his friends. With this level of fireball, no wonder he was so confident before. Kakashi looked at Obito's fireball and felt that Obito had made great progress. So much so that Kakashi was a little confused. Why did Obito have such a huge improvement when he hadn't graduated yet? Generally, one enters a period of rapid growth in strength after graduation. 10 points, 10 points, 10 points. Uchiha Obito's total score is 30 points. He got a perfect score and locked the first place in advance. The host shouted excitedly. All the judges gave Obito full marks, which is a very rare situation. Did you use any tricks? Hyuga Kamen, who opened his Byakugan, saw through Obito's fireball. It looked bluffing, but it was not so exaggerated. He came with his friends. Now it seems that Obito should be the first. However, Hyuga Kamen doesn't think Obito can beat him in the next final exam, because he will make Obito unable to use ninjutsu. The host said that you have locked the first place in advance, Obito, you are really amazing. Nohara-rin praised Obito, who was leaving the stage. Hee. Obito couldn't help but smile. Don't be happy too early, when it comes to me, maybe they will make an exception and give a higher score. Kakashi told Obito not to be happy too early. Now, please invite the 5th contestant, Hitaki Kakashi, to perform on stage. After Kakashi finished speaking, the host just called Kakashi's name. Chapter 46 Changes in the Nature of Yin Chakra. Kakashi appeared on the stage in a flash. Kakashi, keep working hard. Nohara-rin cheered for Kakashi. Seeing Kakashi using the instant body technique on the stage, Obito felt that Kakashi was really pretentious, and he had to learn the instant body technique in the future. Kakashi Hitaki is not ordinary. He is a famous talent in Konoha. I remember this is your 2nd time participating in the competition. Because Kakashi is more famous, the host introduced him a little more. Yet, Kakashi nodded calmly without saying much, with a cold attitude. Kakashi Hitaki, what ninjutsu are you going to perform this time? The host asked. Earth Flow Wall. Kakashi replied. After the host stepped away, Kakashi quickly formed a seal and his chakra burst out. Earth escape, earth flow wall. As Kakashi used the ninjutsu, the scene shook, and then a thick giant wall slowly rose from behind Kakashi. This level of earth escape ninjutsu. The judge looked at the long and thick earth flow wall and fell into thought for a while. If it was a ninjutsu of this level before, he would definitely give full marks directly, but now there is already a full mark, so if there is another full mark, wouldn't it be 2 firsts? The judge thought about it, and finally raised the sign with 10 on it. Let's leave this matter to the organizer. This guy is still as perverted as before. Asuma was not surprised by Kakashi's strength. If you want to defeat Kakashi who uses ninjutsu, you have to keep working hard. Might Guy remembered the battle that day when Kakashi fought with all his strength. That time it was almost a crushing victory, except that Konoha tornado kicked him unexpectedly once, and he had no power to fight back afterwards. Looking at a judge giving 10 points, Obito felt a little bad. If Kakashi got full marks, he would also get full marks. Who would be the first at that time? 10 points, 10 points, 10 points. The total score of Kakashi Hatake is 30 points. Incredible, this is the second full mark in today's competition, and it is also the first time that there are 2 full marks since the competition was held. The host exclaimed. The quality of the players in this competition is surprisingly high, and there are 2 full marks. For example, Uchiha Taiho's level would be enough to win the first place in the last competition. Bad luck. Uchiha Taiho was a little depressed. He thought he could get first place, but he was pushed to third place. But he was also convinced of his defeat, because the ninjutsu performed by Kakashi and Obito was indeed strong. If Shisui participated, it would be great. You would definitely get full marks. Uchiha Taiho said. He was confident in Shisui. Although he was 2 years older than Shisui, he thought he was not Shisui's opponent. Shisui smiled and said nothing. He didn't have any idea about this competition. In addition, Obito wanted to get first place so much, so he would not participate. Are you satisfied now? If you want to beat me, practice for a few more years. Kakashi stepped down and said to Obito. Why are you so proud? Everyone got 30 points, and I got it earlier than you. Logically, I won. Obito retorted unconvinced. You can get 30 points because you can only get 30 points, and I got 30 points because the highest 30 points. Kakashi said calmly. You. Obito couldn't argue with Kakashi, and his face began to turn red. Okay, you are both great, no need to argue. Nohara Lin stood between the two and smiled helplessly. Near the competition venue, the organizers and merchants started to discuss. How did we get 2 full marks this time? How do we determine the rankings now? How about a tie break? Why don't they compete again using other ninjutsu? A merchant suggested. It would be good to decide who is the first, but it's not a good idea. One party is still a student, and it's already amazing that he has mastered such a fire escape ninjutsu. A merchant thought it was inappropriate. Can't we tie for first place? A voice suddenly interrupted. The merchants thought the voice was a little strange, and then they realized that a blonde man with a forehead protector had come to their side. You can also use the double first place as a gimmick to celebrate with discounts and attract more people to shop. Miyu suggested with a smile. This is a good idea. The merchants thought about it and felt that Miyu's proposal was very attractive. One of the purposes of holding this competition is to increase the flow of people in the commercial street. It would be great if it could attract more people to buy things. Anything more would be earned back. After all, the first prize is only 8,000 taels. Mr. Ninja, do you have any idea of opening a store here? A shopkeeper felt that Miyu had a good business sense, so he invited her. No, I'm just an ordinary chunin passing by. Your competition is very good and can promote the enthusiasm of the young people in the village to practice. Miyu praised and left. If Obito and Kakashi were to play a tiebreaker, Obito would definitely not be able to beat Kakashi. For Obito's first place, he really took great pains and did everything he could. I hope the reward at that time will not disappoint him. In the following competitions, there was no such full score as Obito and Kakashi, and there was no one who scored higher than Uchiha Taihuo. The highest score was only 23 points. When all the players finished their performances, it was time to announce the rankings. Uchiha Obito first, Hitaki Kakashi first, Uchiha Taihuo second. The host announced the top 3. Miyu's suggestion worked. Obito and Kakashi tied for first place, which was considered a tie. You are lucky this time. I will definitely beat you next time. Obito, who won the first place, said ruthlessly with excitement. When your strength is as strong as your mouth, you may be able to do it. In terms of sharp tongue, Kakashi at this moment is far beyond Obito's reach. Fortunately, there is the first prize in hand, a beautiful silver-plated kunao, and 8,000 taels of banknotes. He can't argue with Kakashi, and Obito is also very happy to see the reward in his hand. At the moment when the ranking was announced, Obito's training task was also settled. Disciple Uchiha Obito's training task is completed, and rewards are obtained: Chakra plus 800, Ninjutsu Proficiency Scroll, Yin Attribute Chakra Nature Change, Proficiency. Seeing the rewards that popped up, Miyu showed a gratified look. Such a rich reward is worth his hard work for 20 days. 800 Chakra Law. If I go to brush the class, I have to brush 40 B-level evaluations. The Ninjutsu Proficiency Scroll is also a good thing, which can instantly upgrade the mastered ninjutsu to the proficient level. As for the Yintun Chakra Nature Change, it is the reward that Miyu is most satisfied with, even happier than the 800 chakras. The two special nature changes of Yin and Yang are very difficult to practice. The moment Miyu received the reward, many memories of practicing Yin attribute chakra nature changes suddenly appeared in his mind. Miyu opened the panel and began to check his own data. For the sake of adding more chapters, can you give me some monthly tickets or something? Chapter 47 Great Improvement of the Panel. Name, Hanyum. Age, 18. Chakra, 8000. Skills, Professor, Fire Style, Head Hard Work, Palm Immortal Technique, Wind Style, Suppression, Earth Style, Earth Flow Wall, 8 Gates of Ninjutsu. Evaluation: you have mastered 7 types of chakra nature changes, and are proficient in Fire Style and Water Style. If you just fight, ordinary Jonin will be crushed by you. You only need to continue to increase chakra to become a strong one. Compared to the time when the exam just ended last month, the panel data ushered in another big increase. This month, because of the training tasks, the increase in chakras is particularly obvious. It was April when he traveled here. The total increase in chakras from April to May was 1000, from 4300 to 5300. Counting the 500 chakras for the exam in early May, it is 5008. From the end of the exam in early May to the beginning of June now, it has increased a lot, directly from 5800 to 8000, a total increase of 2200 chakras. Once Miyu Xian Miyu, who had 7000 chakra points of the root Jounin, had surpassed him in just the past 2 months. Now he had 1000 more chakra points than the root Jounin. However, Miyu knew that it would be difficult to maintain this chakra increase from June to July. The reason why he could increase so much at once was because Obito's training mission had been settled, and there were no new training missions yet. There were no exams from June to July, and the final exams would be held in mid-July. In addition to the gratifying increase in chakra, Miyu also received a series of rewards such as Mastery of Water Chakra Nature Change, Mastery of Fire Style Head Hard Work, and Mastery of Yin Chakra Nature Change. These rewards are very helpful for Miyu to improve his hard power, otherwise it would be embarrassing to have only blue but no skills. Mastery of chakra nature change of various attributes is the reward that Mu wants to get the most at present. After mastering the mastery of water and fire nature change, not only the output limit of the corresponding attribute ninjutsu has increased, but Mu feels that if he works hard for a few years, he may be able to develop the blood limit of boiling style. If he mastered the 7 attributes of nature transformation, Mu didn't dare to think about what he could develop. Rub the Dao-seeking jade with his hands? Mu thought about it and felt that it might not be enough. Mastery was not the highest level. He should also one level higher, and you can rub the Tao-seeking jade by hand. However, even if you can't rub the Tao-seeking jade by hand, there should be hope to develop various bloodline limits. Obito, Kakashi, you got first place together, that's great. Nohara-Lin smiled sweetly and congratulated Obito and Kakashi. Both of them are her good friends, and getting first place together is the best result. Hehe, thanks to you, Lin, for your support below. The fantasy scene 20 days ago happened. Obito was very excited, his face slightly reddened and thanked. It would be better if Kakashi's name was not there, Obito added in his heart. Joint first place is a tie. Might Guy showed a thoughtful look. So far, he and Kakashi have lost in all battles, and have not won peace. Seeing that Obito successfully tied with Kakashi in ninjutsu, Might Guy was touched and wanted to fight Kakashi again. Kakashi, to celebrate your first place, let's have a battle. Might Guy is very motivated. I refuse. How can you celebrate like this? You don't need to celebrate if you win first place in this kind of competition. Kakashi rejected Might Guy and stepped on Obito. Obito wanted to have a verbal battle with Kakashi, but he gave up when he saw Mu and Asuma coming. Obito, did you hide during the exams before? Why did you suddenly become so powerful? Asuma ran to Obito and patted Obito on the shoulder and joked. No, it's all the result of learning from you, Asuma. Obito replied. When he was practicing treading water, he relied on Asuma's example told by Mu to stick to it. Haha, I want to learn from you. You use fire escape so well. Asuma thought Obito was just flattering between friends, so he smiled and hugged Obito's neck. Teacher Mu. Nohara-Rin Obito Might Guy greeted Mu who was walking behind. Because she often substitutes for Class 2 of Grade 4, Nohara-Rin is also familiar with Mu. Well done. Mu encouraged with a smile, without saying too much, and soon left with Asuma. In fact, he had reminded the 3 disciples not to expose their relationship when there were other people around, and just act like a teacher and a student in the school. Mu did not tell the reason, letting the disciples fill in the blanks by themselves. Even so, Mu felt that it was better to have less contact with others when there were others present, and Obito at this period was really unreliable. Before leaving, Mu gave Kakashi an appraisal. Name, Hitaki Kakashi. Chakra, 2500. Potential, S. Evaluation, suitable for practicing lightning and earth release, recommended to accept disciples. Looking at Kakashi's panel, Mu was instantly moved. At the age of 8, he had 2500 chakras, which was not ordinary. He had used the appraisal to check the Chunin teachers in the ninja school. Most of them were around 1500 to 2500, which means that the 8-year-old Kakashi had already surpassed many Chunin in chakra. If he accepted a disciple and raised the trust level, the chakra provided would definitely not be less. Mu quickly gave up this somewhat tempting idea. Kakashi was not as easy to fool as Obito. He was still a Chunin now. Why would he learn from a Chunin teacher like him? Kakashi is only S. If he doesn't have the 6 paths bloodline, his potential is only S at most. Mu thought of another question. Having used the appraisal to check many people, he knew that potential is not the same as talent. Otherwise, how could Obito and Might Guy have such a huge gap with Kakashi when they were both S potential in the ninja school? Compared to talent, Yu felt that potential represents a person's possibility. Those families with the 6 paths bloodline have greater possibilities, so their potential is relatively high. For example, Hyuga and Uchiha, Yu has never seen anyone with potential below A. Even with such high potential, there are no national jonins from both clans. The 2 gate gods of B were promoted to special jonins in the plot. After Yu and Asuma left, Obito and the other 3 discussed and finally chose to eat ramen to celebrate. Because he won the first place, Obito treated them generously and said that he would pay for the ramen. However, when eating ramen, Obito and Kakashi were bound to argue. "Have you ever been the first in the grade in the ninja school?" Kakashi asked indifferently. "When can you keep the first in the grade before graduation like me, then come and argue with me about winning or losing?" Obito was speechless. He really had never been the first in the grade, not even the first in the class. Might Guy stopped eating noodles. He was hit by Kakashi's map cannon because he had never been the first in the grade. At the same time, Yu, who was teaching Asuma, was greeted by the system pop-up window. Chapter 48 New Training Tasks. Disciple Uchiha Obito sets training tasks. Training tasks: get first place in the practical exam of the ninja school. Rewards: depends on the completion of the task and the growth of strength during the task. Disciple Might Guy sets training tasks. Training tasks: get first place in the practical exam of the ninja school. Rewards: depends on the completion of the task and the growth of strength during the task. Looking at the pop-up windows that suddenly popped up, Yu fell into thought. Exam. Although I don't know what happened, the result is very good. With the double training tasks and the reward for the exam results, his chakra will definitely break through to 5 digits by the end of this semester. It's a pity that there will be no tie for first place in the practical exam. There will definitely be a first and a second place, and there will definitely be a task with a different reward. If one of them fails to take the exam due to an accident, will it be better to stagger it to the next semester? Yu thought about this question seriously. Yu was a little hesitant, he was sure to do this well. But he couldn't guarantee that this was the optimal solution, because there were no 2 training tasks at the same time at present, and Yu assumed that one person could only have 1 training task at most. If one of them was allowed to complete the task until the next semester's monthly exam, there would be almost 3 months in between when new training tasks could not be triggered. Extending the task time may increase the basic reward, but is it really as profitable as completing more training tasks? According to the training task triggering mechanism, it is not impossible for the disciple who got the second place to trigger another task to get the first place immediately because he was unwilling to give up. Yu decided to act according to circumstances and think about the strengthening plan for Obito and Might Guy first. After all, no matter what the result is, the reward for increasing strength will be greater, and this is unchanged. On Tuesday morning, Hongdu hummed an unknown little song and walked towards the ninja school with a happy face. Yesterday, Monday, she took a leave of absence and did not go to school. In addition to the 2 days of the weekend, she has not heard Yuyu's lectures for 3 days and has not played with her good brothers. So Hongdu is particularly looking forward to going to school today. Will teacher Yu think that I am sick and then ask about my concern? Did Zisha Izuma win the prize money? I am really looking forward to it. The more Hongdu thought about it, the more she felt that going to school was really promising. She is Mitarashi Hongdu, one of the 3 talented people. It's her. I remember her. She was the second in the practical grade in the last exam. Second in practical combat, that's very strong, but it's a pity that her brain circuit is a bit strange. When Hongdu walked near the school, after more students came, she found that many people looked at her with strange eyes. Don't people usually ask for leave in ninja school? Why did I ask for leave and spread the news all over the school? Hongdu thought it was because she asked for leave. Hongdu muttered as she walked towards the classroom of grade 1. The closer she got to the classroom, the more strange looks she saw. She gradually felt something was wrong. When she walked into the classroom, she found something unusual. Gang Zisha and Shenyu Izuma were not chatting, but buried their heads in the table as if they were sleeping. Usually when she came, the two of them were either discussing how to deal with Gang Zisha's difficult cousin or discussing meeting girls. Hongdu was about to walk back to her seat to wake them up and ask about the situation, but was stopped by a girl who had a good relationship with her. Hongdu, you have become famous in ninja school these 2 days. The girl covered her mouth and said with a smile. Ah! I haven't been in school these days. It's not possible that I became famous just by asking for leave. Hongdu scratched her hair, a little confused. Did you develop the jutsu that turned into a chair? The girl asked, trying to suppress her smile. Change into a chair? Are you talking about the jutsu that confuses the enemy? I guess so. I developed it with Zaitetsu Izumo and the others. Hongdu replied. The girl couldn't hold it in anymore and smiled, haha, you should ask your 2 good brothers. Zaitetsu Izumo, did you not sleep well last night? Hongdu, who was getting more and more confused, chose to wake up the 2 good brothers. But you can never wake up a person who is pretending to sleep. The 2 seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. Hongdu shouted several times but failed to wake them up. Usually, girls might forget it or poke them with their fingers at this time, but Hongdu was different. After confirming that the good brothers were pretending to sleep, Hongdu punched each of them. Are you hiding something from me? Hongdu said with a suspicious look on her face. The 2 who knew they couldn't pretend anymore also opened their eyes. It's all Zisha's fault. He made a fool of himself on the stage and took us with him. Shinayu Izumo betrayed his good brother and told Hongdu about the weekend competition. He deliberately said our full names loudly. He deserves death. Shinayu Izumo and Hongdu stood together, angrily scolding Gang Zisha. Hard, 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 fists hard. She said that it was impossible to make such a fuss by taking a day off, so it turned out that it was Gang Zisha who made a fool of himself and sold her out. Gang Zisha saw Hongdu rubbing his hands, and quickly told her the clever plan of Shinayu Izumo yesterday. Hongdu, don't believe him, Izumo is a rebellious kid. Yesterday, he suggested to me that since Hongdu didn't come, he might as well put everything on you. You developed all the ninjutsu. Hongdu. She turned her sights on Shinayu Izumo, her eyes were full of murderous intent. She had thought of letting them win the prize money and treat her to dumplings yesterday, but these 2 good brothers were more capable of backstabbing each other. You 2 are not good guys, let's get beaten together. Hongdu grabbed Shinayu Izumo on the left and Gang Zisha on the right. The 2 good brothers were in the wrong, so they could only flee, and the atmosphere in the classroom became more cheerful for a while. The farce ended only when Mu Yu arrived. Teacher Mu Yu, my reputation has been ruined. Now I am not a genius Hongdu, but a talented Hongdu. Hongdu said to Mu Yu with a depressed face. Since you are not a mediocre person, everyone still recognizes your strength. Mu Yu smiled and comforted. I still think genius sounds better. Then, prove yourself with your strength next time. Will you get dumplings if you do well in the exam? If you do well in the exam. Great. Hearing that you can get dumplings if you do well in the exam, Hongdu instantly wiped away her unhappiness and smiled again. Just then, the class bell rang. Start the class. Mu Yu started today's class. He patiently explained the 3 basic ninjutsu taught in the ninja school. Lecture completed. Evaluation, A. Reward, Water Style Water Array Wall. Under your teaching, the students in Class 1 of the first year have made great progress in ninjutsu, and received a reward Mastery Level 3 Body Technique. After the lecture, in addition to the usual lecture rewards, there was an additional reward that Mu Yu did not expect. It turns out that there are not only lecture rewards. Mu Yu was a little surprised. After teaching for more than 2 months, this was the first time he triggered this kind of reward. Although it was only the three-body technique, it was at least at the mastery level, and it was not bad to teach the students of the ninja school without using it in actual combat. Miyu thought about it and felt that it was quite reasonable. After all, this is a teacher system, not a simple master-apprentice system. As a teacher, he has been teaching a group of students. It is normal to give some rewards to students who have improved their strength. If you teach a slightly higher level of ninjutsu, will the reward be better? Miyu first thought of how to increase the reward. The idea is good, but Miyu knows that it cannot be realized at present, because the rule of the ninja school is that in addition to ninjutsu theory, the ninjutsu class can only teach three-body techniques. Miyu can understand this rule a little. There are 40 students in a class, and they are born with different chakra attributes. You can't expect a Chunin teacher to know 5 chakra attribute ninjutsu, and you have to consider the student's learning ability. This is no problem for Miyu, because he not only masters a large number of ninjutsu, but also has the blessing of teaching skills, and his own teaching level is also okay. However, for his own safety, Miyu certainly can't show so much. Maybe you can consider applying to the 3rd generation to let me teach the physical skills class of Class 1. Miyu feels that he can pay more attention to the teaching quality of non-disciples. He remembered that the students in the 1st grade class were not satisfied with their physical training teacher, and often said that the physical training teacher was not good and boring. If Miyu was allowed to teach the physical training class of the 1st grade class personally, the students' physical training strength should improve faster. After dinner, Miyu returned to the office while thinking about how to improve the strength of the 1st grade class. In the office, what happened last month was being repeated. Recently, we are at a critical moment. Everyone should catch up every day, otherwise we will starve to death. Chapter 49 How do you know I got the 1st place? Ichigo Yang stood behind Kimura Shanran with a smile on his face, pinching his shoulders and back, and said in a flattering tone. Shanran, lend me another 80,000 taels, and I will pay you back when I get my salary. Kimura Shanran thought that those who are too attentive to others are either treacherous or thieves, and this massage service is expensive enough. Why do you want to borrow again? Didn't you borrow last month? Kimura Shanran sighed helplessly. Didn't I pay you back last month when I got my salary? Yang laughed. Then you borrowed this month, and you have to pay it back after borrowing it. Then because you have to pay it back, you will have no money next month. Do you have to borrow again next month? Kimura Shanran asked. If he kept thinking like this, he would become Yang's human 80,000 ryo. Yang was speechless. It's not what you think, Shanran. It's mainly because we just met not long ago. I have to spend some effort to show my sincerity. I will definitely not lend it to you next month. Yang tried to explain. You said it yourself, don't forget it. Kimura Shanran finally took out his wallet and took out 80,000 ryo and handed it to Yang. He didn't feel sorry for the 80,000 ryo, because although Yang was not like a normal person when facing feelings, he was still good at other times and would not refuse to pay back the money. Kimura Shanran just felt that he was harming Yang by lending him money, making him fall deeper and deeper. Not next month? Kimura, you think too highly of him. I can already foresee his reasons for next month. Ueda Aya was pessimistic about this. Then she imitated Yang's tone and said, Shujinto, just lend it to me for the last time. I feel that I can successfully confess this month. I will definitely not lend it next month. Yang. If it is the first date, it is understandable to go to a better restaurant to leave a good impression, but you have been together for 2 months. If she really cares about you, she will not refuse you to eat ramen together. Ueda Aya wanted to awaken Yang's dormant IQ. And can't you choose a time yourself? You always ask Miyu to substitute for you. Ueda Aya said to Miyu who came in. She said she was not free at other times. Either today or next time she is free. Iketani Yang said with some pain in his balls. He was embarrassed to bother Mu Yu every time. Iketani Yang even wanted to substitute for Mu Yu to offset it, but was rejected by Mu Yu every time. It's okay. I'm free anyway. Teaching more students can help me improve my abilities. Mu Yu walked to her desk and said with a smile. Teacher Mu Yu is really great, but she is prone to being taken advantage of by her personality. After hearing Mu Yu's words, Iketani couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Feeling a little indebted, Iketani couldn't help but run to Mu Yu's side to help Mu Yu serve tea and water and say some nice things. Until the time was almost up, Iketani left the office and went home to change clothes and prepare for the date. It would be great if Iketani was the physical training teacher of Class 1. Mu Yu thought in her heart. In this case, there is no need to change teachers. Iketani can ask him to substitute for classes a little more frequently, and it will be no different from being a physical training teacher himself. It is not reasonable to apply directly to the third generation to become a physical training teacher for Class 1 of the first year. How can a normal person think of filling up his classes so actively? It will also cause problems with the character setting. If others ask you to substitute for classes, you help, then you are a good person. What are you doing by taking the initiative to rush to class? It still depends on the dissatisfaction of students and the teaching level of physical training teachers themselves. Mu Yu thought in her heart. The most important thing in a ninja school is strength. If students and school leaders know that the appointment of physical training teachers will affect the growth of strength, it will be easy to deal with. Mu Yu continued to practice calligraphy until the class was about to start. When Mu Yu walked into the classroom of Class 2, Grade 4, the students were already used to it. Mu Yu taught them once a week, and they had already regarded Mu Yu as their teacher. Teacher, Obito was also late every day, and Mu Yu didn't say anything, and asked Obito to sit down and listen to the class. Damn Mr. Iketani! Obito complained softly, feeling that Iketani always asked Mu Yu to substitute for the class at the wrong time. Did you meet an old man who needed help? Nohara-rin asked. I didn't meet one today, I was choosing pens in the bookstore and forgot the time. Obito answered honestly. Why don't you choose after school in the afternoon? The lunch time is so short, you didn't miss your meal, did you? Nohara-rin was a little confused. It's okay to skip a meal, just eat more at night, mainly because I've been visiting a lot of stores recently, and I feel that the one I visited at noon today is the best. Obito answered. Really? What's more important than eating? I still have some snacks. I'll give them to you after class. Nohara-rin said helplessly. Obito nodded and stopped chatting with Nohara-rin. Mu Yu's class had to be attended. 40 minutes passed quickly. When the bell rang, Mu Yu announced the end of get out of class. Nohara-rin handed the snacks to Obito. Obito, how much did you help today? A classmate who was familiar with Obito came to tease Obito. How do you know that I won the first place in the junior ninjutsu competition this weekend? Obito said preemptively. Obito said that, and the man couldn't say the teasing words. He felt like he had a lemon in his mouth. 8,000 taels of prize money. Uchiha Taiho, who was not far away, was also silent. He still remembered the Hahuo ball that Obito used in the competition. He originally thought that with the lesson of the last competition, he might be able to beat Obito by paying attention to Hailong Fire next time. As a result, a junior ninjutsu competition made him lose confidence. Seeing the expressions of the people around him, Obito's smile became very bright. After that, Obito would go out for a walk during each break, and ask everyone how he knew he was the first, to maximize the benefits of being the first. Lecture completed. Evaluation, A. Reward, Water Style, Mist Hidden Technique. Seeing the lecture reward, Mu Yu nodded secretly. This is a very practical ninjutsu, although the level is not high. The mist created by this ninjutsu is not ordinary mist. It can blur the vision of the Sharingan. The mist hidden technique used by Mai Terumi can even hinder Madara's Samsara Eye to a certain extent. It is still very good in the early stage before the appearance of the cheating ninja. After school, Miyu went directly to the south border forest. When Miyu arrived, Shisui was still practicing there. Shisui followed Miyu's advice and now has been studying with the shadow clone, and the main body follows Miyu's shadow clone to practice. Miyu didn't wait long, and soon Might Guy came. However, what surprised Miyu was that Obito didn't come 15 minutes after Might Guy arrived. Because he often has to walk a distance with Lin, although they are in the same class, Obito rarely sets out here with Might Guy. But it is rare to be late for more than 15 minutes. Miyu thinks that she needs to give a lecture. Don't make a habit of being late for training. Sorry, Teacher Miyu, I'm late. Obito ran to Miyu with a long box. Chapter 50 The First Gift. Huff. Obito panted heavily, then handed the long box in his hand to Miyu and said, Teacher Miyu, I heard that you like calligraphy, so I thought of using the prize money to buy a brush for you. Originally, Obito wanted to buy some gifts for Nohara Lin, but he thought about it and felt that this was not a good idea. Sometimes he would be stubborn, but that doesn't mean he has no idea at all. Without Miyu's dedicated teaching, would he have the ability to get the first place? No. Not only did he win the first place in the competition, he passed the theoretical exam for the first time, and he got rid of the title of the last place in the practical exam. All these changes were due to Miyu's teaching. So in the end, Obito thought about it and decided to buy a gift for Miyu. Facing the long box handed over, Miyu swallowed the words of preaching. He took the long box, opened it and took a look, nodded slightly, then closed it and held it with his left hand, and helped Obito with his right hand to calm down and said, I do like calligraphy, I am very satisfied with your gift, you should take a rest before preparing for training. If the disciple gave him a gift, he must give positive feedback instead of preaching according to the original idea. Judging from Obito's appearance, this may be the reason why he was late for class. I carefully prepared a gift for the teacher, but the teacher gave me a lecture. No one would be happy. Of course, you can also play a reversal, apologize and thank after the training is over, and say that they were master and apprentice during the training and friends after the training. In this way, the emotions at the beginning will be aggrieved and indignant, and these emotions will turn into positive emotions when the reversal is later, which will greatly improve the favorability. But Miyu doesn't want to use this method now, at least today. After all, today I received the first gift in a world. Hehe, teacher, it's good that you like it. I don't know anything about calligraphy. I just bought this one because it looks good. Obito said with a silly smile. Then Obito took a few deep breaths, stood up and said, Teacher Miyu, I'm ready. Let's start today's training. Seeing that Obito was very enthusiastic, Miyu nodded, and then waved to Might Guy to come over. Next, we will start the training 3 weeks ago again. You should not have forgotten it, right? Miyu asked with a smile. Obito's memory gradually returned to the days before the special training for the competition. If you get hit once, you have to do one more question. Obito, who was suddenly attacked by memory, had cold sweat on his forehead. He remembered. In the past 20 days, he has been practicing the change of chakra control properties, which caused him to forget what kind of hell training he had before. I didn't forget it. If you miss once, you have to do 50 questions. You can do one less question every time you hit, and you can reduce it by 40 questions at most. Might Guy said after recalling. If he was asked to name his opponents in the practical test, he might not be able to say it, but he still remembered the training plan. Obito can't use ninjutsu to fight. You have to do one more question every time you get hit. Might Guy gave Obito a thumbs up and said Obito's words together. Obito looked at Might Guy's shining white teeth with tears in his eyes. Listen to me, thank you. Teacher, I find that I seem to have overestimated myself. Why don't I take a break today? Obito sat on the ground with his legs softened and said seriously. Although it is good to become stronger through training, it is too uncomfortable to do the questions. Let's leave it to him tomorrow. Miyu chuckled and said, Rest, of course you can rest. Since you can't practice, just concentrate on doing the questions. I have a lot of test papers here. Miyu took out a stack of test papers from the scroll. Then a medical miracle happened. Obito stood up quickly and said solemnly, What's a little discomfort? Teacher Miyu, I think I can hold on. Let's start training. Miyu smiled gently and said, Don't force yourself. Rest when you need to. Thank you for your concern, Teacher Miyu, but there is only 1 month left before the final exam. I want to take revenge on Hyagakeman and I want to seize the time to become stronger. Obito's expression was firm. Miyu nodded with satisfaction, still holding the brush box in his hand, patted Might Guy's shoulder with his right hand and said, Kai, since Obito is so determined, you have to help him improve his physical skills. Might Guy straightened his body, showed a bright smile and said, Teacher Miyu, don't worry, I will definitely give 120% of my strength. Obito, who heard the conversation between the two, said, It seems that one of him and his brain must die today. Might Guy's words are not empty words, he said to give his all and he gave his all. While Obito was training for the game, Might Guy continued to exercise his body. Because of the system's secret medicine, Miyu later increased Might Guy's training intensity. These 20 days of hard training brought Might Guy a real physical improvement, faster speed, and stronger strength. The results of Obito's special training are mainly in ninjutsu, but the current training does not allow the use of ninjutsu. As one side gains and the other loses, Obito is almost beaten unilaterally. Fortunately, Miyu's enhanced water treading training also trained his body skills, otherwise it would be even worse. Such a near-crushing battle also made Obito realize his own strength. Because he won the first place in the junior ninjutsu competition, and tied with Kakashi for first place, Obito's mentality was a little floating. But after the battle with Might Guy, Obito found that even if he returned to the actual test at this time, he could not defeat Hyagakeman. His ninjutsu power is stronger, but in front of Hyagakeman's soft fist and white eyes combination, his physical skills level is not enough to give him the opportunity to release ninjutsu. Relying on the combination of white eyes and soft fists, Hyagakeman only needs to have a slight advantage, and Obito will be defeated. The white eyes can see through the chakra points, and the soft fists block the chakra. Once you enter the rhythm of Hyagakeman, it is almost equivalent to losing. But, these questions are so difficult. Looking at the questions in front of him, Obito, who was holding a pen, felt a little collapsed. He understood the principles, but it was really difficult to do the questions. Let's eat first. Miyu handed the lunch box to Obito, and then to Shisui and Might Guy. Obito, who had lost all hope in life, instantly felt the beauty of the world after tasting the food made by Miyu, and felt alive again. You gave your disciple a delicious home-cooked meal, and your disciple was very grateful and rewarded a critical hit, gaining chakra plus 100. The thoughtful gift was praised, and the timing of giving the meal, I can only say expected critical hit. Since Obito was hit too many times, in order not to affect the training effect, Miyu allowed Obito to do the questions in installments and not finish them now. The next day, in order to better improve the strength of Class 1, Grade 1, and get more rewards, Miyu started his operation. Miyu first used the time of the ninjutsu class to conduct a practical test in the class, and then commented on each one.